Section 25 of Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph by Frances Sheridan, Volume 2 continued. I had almost forgot to tell you by what means the widow Arnold carried her suit against us. You may remember I informed you she had at the beginning threatened to produce a witness who would prove that her late husband had been with her on a particular night, a very little time before his death. Who this witness was had been kept an impenetrable secret. She did, however, produce him when the cause came to be tried, and the witness proved to be Mrs. Gerard's brother. That very brother whom Mr. Arnold had redeemed from a jail and peril of hanging. This man, it seems, had been very intimate with her during her husband's lifetime, while she was in a state of separation from him, but whether he was at all acquainted with the late Mr. Arnold, we have no other testimony than his own. 'Tis, however, most certain that she was suspected of an intrigue with him, and in all human probability that child which is to inherit the Arnold estate is his. This concealed villain undoubtedly was the person who first suggested this vile attempt to her, and secretly abetted her in all her proceedings. It was after the commencement of the lawsuit that he was put into jail, and Mr. Arnold little imagined, when under Mrs. Gerard's influence he obtained his liberty, that he was bestowing on this wicked wretch power to ruin him. I do not imagine Mrs. Gerard was in this secret. I suppose she would not knowingly have contributed to beggar the man by whom she was supported in affluence, but be that as it will, the evidence of this fellow who was bred an attorney, together with that of Mrs. Arnold's maid, established the proof on which the issue of the whole affair turned. Unfortunately for us, we could find nobody capable of giving any testimony which would overthrow theirs, and the irregularity of the late Mr. Arnold's life gave these evidences an appearance at least of truth. God forgive those people the foul play they have made use of. I would not possess a king's revenue on the terms they now enjoy the Arnold estate. 'Tis whispered that the widow is supposed to be privately married to this attorney. She owes him a recompense, for I fear he has risked a great deal to serve her. The wretch had the effrontery to acknowledge his obligation to Mr. Arnold, and at the same time declared that nothing but the justice which he owed the widow in the orphan of his late friend could have extorted a testimony from him to his prejudice. I need not tell you in what light my poor Mr. Arnold looks upon this affair. He said to a gentleman from whom Sir George had the account that he was justly punished for having furnished such a villain with the means of undoing him, and execrates the memory of Mrs. Gerard, who prevailed on him to do it, for he scarce knew the fellow at that time, having only seen him once or twice at her lodgings. But let me drop the mention of such wretches at once. My heart is full of impatience to hear something from Mr. Arnold. Mrs. Gerard's letter, I fear, has had no effect on him. He must have received it long since. What can this dreadful silence mean? My mother now expects the advances towards a reconciliation should be on his side. I would I were rid of my suspense. December the 23rd. Lord and Lady V arrived in town last night. They sent a compliment to me as soon as they alighted at their house, which was not till 9 o'clock. And this morning at the same hour I was agreeably surprised by a visit from my lord. Surprised, I say, for he is seldom out of bed so soon. I had him up to my dressing-room. My mother had never seen him, and as she was undressed, did not choose to appear. "Well, my good lady," said he, after saluting me, "have you heard anything from Mr. Arnold lately?" I told him I had not. "I don't know whether you are apprised," said he, "that I am in all your secrets. Mr. Falkland and I correspond, and I know how all matters stand. You are not made acquainted, perhaps, that I was aiding and abetting to a certain scheme." I told him that Mr. Falkland had writ my brother the whole account, and that I was sure of his kind participation in everything that related to me. "That you may depend on," said he. "The thing cannot be named that I would not do to serve you. I understand from Mr. Falkland that Mrs. Gerard has writ to Mr. Arnold. Have you heard of no effects produced by that letter?" I told him I had never heard a word from Mr. Arnold since he had received it. "I hope it will not be long before you will," answered he. "I called on you this morning on purpose to prepare you, for I suspect Arnold wants to be reconciled. He wrote to me 10 days ago, conjuring me in the strongest terms to come to town, and to prevail on Lady V to accompany me. He said he had something of the utmost consequence to consult us upon, in which our friendship might be of most material service to him. He concluded with telling me that the whole happiness of his life depended on our complying with his request. Now, as this was immediately on his receiving Mrs. Gerard's letter, for I had regular intelligence of the whole proceeding, I flatter myself that it was in consequence of that letter he made his request, with a design, as I hope, of getting us to mediate between you. As I could not just then attend his summons, having business at V Hall to detain me, I wrote him word that I should certainly be in town as on this day, and that Lady V would be sure to accompany me. I have not heard from him since till last night, when I sent a message to his house to desire his company to breakfast with me this morning. I expect him at 10 o'clock. Now, I had a mind to inform you of this opening, which to me seems to promise very favourably for you. I shall not mention my having seen you, so that I can say nothing from you to him." I asked him, was my lady acquainted with the affair as it really stood? He said she was, for that she had been so exasperated against Mr. Falkland on his first going off with Mrs. Gerard, whom she thought he had run away with upon a very different design, that he was very glad to undeceive her, and that she would presently have done the same by me, after the letter she had wrote me about that affair, but that he prevented her, thinking Mr. Falkland would be better pleased to unravel the mystery himself. He added that she was too much my friend not to enter warmly into my interests, and had been extremely impatient to come to town. I thanked my lord for his and his lady's friendship. He then asked me how our lawsuit went on. I answered it had been determined some days ago, and we had lost our cause. He turned pale at the news. "Good God! What an unfortunate man your husband is," said he. "What will become of him?" He put an end to this visit immediately, telling me that either he or his lady would call on me in the afternoon, to let me know the result of their conference with Mr. Arnold. I flew to my mother to tell her the joyful news. She offered up a prayer that it might turn out as my Lord V. had suggested, and said she herself was of the same opinion. With a heart elated with pleasure, my dear Cecilia, I have scribbled over the occurrences of this morning. God grant I may be able to close my journal of to-day with the happy, wished-for event. I never counted the clock with such impatience as I did this day, waiting the promised visit of Lord and Lady V., and I ordered myself to be denied to all company but them. At 1 o'clock good Lady V. came, without my lord. When I heard the rap at the door, and saw from the window it was her equipage, I was seized with such a trembling that when Lady V., who hurried upstairs, entered the room, I was unable to speak or salute her. She ran up to me, and taking me by the hand, affectionately embraced me. My mother was present. I made a shift to present her to Lady V. She then led me to a chair and sat me down. "Come, my dear Mrs. Arnold," said she, "recover your spirits, all will be well." I began to apologise for giving her ladyship the trouble of coming to me, when it was my duty to have waited on her. "Do not mention ceremony," said she. "I was in too much haste to bring you good news to think of forms. We have had Mr. Arnold with us till within this half hour, and indeed he more deserves your pity now than your resentment." "Oh, I feared it," said I, and tears started into my eyes. "If you are so affected at the barely knowing this," said my lady, "I must not tell you the particulars of our conversation. It will be enough for you to know that your husband is convinced of the injuries he has done you, and desires nothing more than your forgiveness." "My dear Lady V," said I, "excuse me, my heart is really so softened with sorrow I cannot command my tears, but I beg that may not deter you from indulging me with the particulars of what passed between you and Mr. Arnold. If I do weep, as my tears no longer proceed from grief, do not let them interrupt you." My mother joined in, begging Lady V to inform us of all that had passed in that morning's interview. Lady V obligingly complied, and gave the following account of it. Mr. Arnold came exactly at 10 o'clock. My lord was just returned from his visit to you, and had got in but a few minutes before him. Poor Mr. Arnold looked abashed upon seeing me. His countenance and his voice discovered the humility of his mind. After the first compliments were over, we sat down to breakfast. Your husband drank a dish of coffee, but ate nothing. We were in haste that the servant should leave the room, and dismiss them as soon as we could. My lord then opened the conversation by saying, "Well, Arnold, here are Lady V and I, come to attend your summons. Now, tell us what service you have to employ us in, for I assure you we are both ready to do any act of friendship in our power." "My lord, I thank you," said Mr. Arnold. "The friendship you honour me with, I flattered myself some time ago, might have been serviceable to me. I must not now think of making use of it. When I requested the favour of Lady V's presence and yours in town, I meant to entreat your interposition between me and Mrs. Arnold. I know I have wronged her so, that were she any other the woman she is, I could never hope for forgiveness. But from her I did hope it, and thought your good offices might bring about a reunion. But that is all over. I neither desire nor wish it now." "I am sorry for that, Mr. Arnold," said I. "I am sure nothing in this world besides can ever make either your lady or you happy." "Do you know, madam," said he, and the poor man really looked wildly, "that you see an absolute beggar before you, a man without a foot of land, overwhelmed with debts, and who shortly will not have a house to shelter himself in. I deserve it all, but Mrs. Arnold does not. Do you think after all the wrongs I have done her, I will involve her in poverty too? No, Lady V, no, I am not such an abandoned wretch. All I desire now of your ladyship is to tell my wife that I beg her forgiveness, and request she will take care of our 2 children, though the scanty pittance that her mother's scrupulous nicety retained for her will hardly enable her to do it. But while Lady Bidulph lives, I believe she will not see them want." He uttered all this with so much eagerness that we never once attempted to interrupt him. As I did not then know the loss of your cause, I was surprised to hear him speak of his circumstances being so desperate, and really feared his head was turned. But my lord soon explained the matter by saying he had heard that morning of the issue of his lawsuit, yet still hoped that matters were not so bad as he represented them to be. He then told Mr. Arnold he was extremely glad to find that his wife had recovered his good opinion, adding that he always had the highest one of your virtue. "It amazes me, Mr. Arnold," said I, "that you ever could entertain a doubt of it." "So it does me now, madam," said Mr. Arnold, "but I have been for this year past in a dream, a horrid delirium from which that vile sorceress who brought it on me has but just now roused me." I wanted to draw Mr. Arnold to this point. "Have you heard anything of her since she left you, sir?" said I. He drew a letter out of his pocket, and without answering me put it into my hands and desired me to read it, then rose off his chair and walked about the room. My lord and I read Mrs. Gerard's letter together. We were both curious to see it, Mr. Falkland having mentioned it in his correspondence. "Mr. Arnold," said I, returning it to him, "without any such proof as this, I believe nobody that knows your lady would think her guilty, nor could I ever entertain so bad an opinion of Mr. Falkland. I have known him from his boyish days, and never had reason to believe him capable of a dishonourable action." "I believe him innocent as to this," answered Mr. Arnold, "but you cannot conceive the pains that were taken by that vile woman to make me think otherwise. Neither would her retracting all she said now work so much on me as other corroborating circumstance. Her running away with the very man of whom she raised my jealousy, after having plundered me of almost everything I had to bestow, does not look like a sudden resolution. The scheme must have been concerted for some time, and Falkland, I suppose, was her paramour at the very time she so basely slandered Mrs. Arnold, for I am not so blind even to the personal charms of my wife as to imagine the greatest inconstant would grow tired of her in so short a time." "Why, I must own," said my lord, "that is a natural inference, which, joined to the perfidy and falsehood of Mrs. Gerard, puts it out of dispute that she traduced Mr. Falkland and your wife merely to gain her own wicked ends, one part of which I am inclined to think she confesses in her letter, that is to say, to have you entirely in her own hands, though not for the reason she there gives. Her other motive, I think, now plainly appears by the consequence. She thought, if you were jealous of your wife, you would hardly suspect her with the same person, whose visits to my knowledge were pretty frequent at her house." "Then," said I, throwing my weight into the scale, "the unobjectionable character of Mrs. Arnold, her pious education, her modest and affectionate behaviour to you for so long a time, and the recluse life that she has led with her mother since you parted, makes the thought of any ill in her quite incredible." "Lady V," said your husband impatiently, "I am as conscious of it all as you can possibly wish me. I know I am a blind, infatuated monster. What can you say more? Falkland, I thank you for ridding me of such a pest. Oh, that you had taken her before I was so cursed as to see her face. If you had, I should not now be the undone wretch I am. My lord, my lady, will you do me the favour to tell my wife and Lady Bidulph how contrite I am?" And he laid his hand on his breast. "While I had anything to offer her besides repentance, I could have thrown myself at her feet for pardon, and conjured her to return to my bosom, and to her own deserted house, from whence my madness drove her. But I have now no house to bring her to, and do not desire even to see her face." his manner was so vehement that I really feared the agitations of his mind might disorder his brain. My lord told him he was too desponding, and said he hoped all might yet be retrieved. He then inquired into the particular situation of his affairs, which are, I am grieved to say it, very bad indeed. We were told, when we were in Kent, that a part of South Park was mortgaged, but did not believe it, as we knew it was settled on you. Upon being asked, Mr. Arnold himself acknowledged it, confessing at the same time that he had been prevailed on to do this in order to deliver Mrs. Gerard's brother out of jail, and that it was the other villainous brother who had transacted the affair for him. I find, besides this mortgage, that with the costs of his suit he owes near £7,000, to answer which he says he is not worth sixpence, his plate and the furniture of his houses in town and country excepted. Though I had shed many tears while Lady V was describing Mr. Arnold's behaviour at the beginning of her discourse, I heard this latter part of her account with a composed attention. Lady V took me by the hand. "I am sorry, dear Mrs. Arnold," said she, "that I am obliged to repeat such uncomfortable tidings to you, but you must know all soon or late, and it is as well now as hereafter. I am sure your patient temper and good sense will enable you to bear up against misfortunes." My lord then proceeded to ask Mr. Arnold if his friends could make his circumstances a little easier, and Mrs. Arnold would consent to live with him again had he any objection to it. "My lord," answered your husband, "from the moment I heard of Mrs. Gerard's elopement, I flattered myself with the hopes of being restored to my senses and my peace by a reunion with my wife, for I own to you her innocence from that very time became evident to me, and it was mere shame that prevented me from making my application to Lady Bidulph for the purpose of a reconciliation. The receipt of Mrs. Gerard's letter, whether the wretch has really felt compunction, or whether her cruelty to me in order to make me more unhappy has drawn it from her, I know not. The receipt of that letter, I say, wherein Mrs. Arnold's innocence is so entirely cleared, convinced me I ought not to delay making my wife all the reparation in my power. Though I was shocked to think how much I had foolishly squandered away, I was still in possession of an estate of £900 a year, for though it was then in litigation, my lawyers amused me to the last with a belief that I should carry my suit, and notwithstanding that the payment of my debts would lessen it, I knew with one of her contented and gentle spirit it would be sufficient to make us happy, and her jointure, which I hoped soon to clear, added to it, would enable us to sit down in the country in tolerable affluence, and I had come to a resolution to make it the study of my life to render Mrs. Arnold happy. I know she is an admirable economist. I resolved to imitate her, and I hoped in time to retrieve our circumstances. These were my sentiments, my lord, when I wrote to you, to beg that you and my lady would come to town. I own I had not courage enough to make any efforts towards the so much wished-for reunion without the interposition of friends, whose good hearts I knew would rejoice should their endeavours bring it about, and whose influence over Mrs. Arnold I was certain would make the accomplishment easy. Do me the justice, my lord, to believe that if I had not thought it in my power to have made Mrs. Arnold amends for the injuries I have done her, this hand should have been sooner employed to send a pistol bullet through my head than to have endeavoured to procure your mediation in the affair. But, as things have turned out, I would not for this earthly globe involve her in my ruin, nor shall her family have it to say I sought their friendship when I was abandoned of every other hope." "As to that point," answered my lord, "I can bear you witness that your first overture to me, in order to bring about a reconciliation, arrived before there was any likelihood of your standing in need of assistance, either from your wife's friends or your own, for I believe they all, as well as yourself, were pretty sure of your carrying your suit, which, if you had done, your affairs might, with a little care, have soon been in a great measure retrieved. Therefore, if they could attempt to make the ungenerous charge you apprehend, I can confute it and will to all the world, and for the rest we must manage as well as we can." My lord then proposed some methods to make his affairs a little more easy, as I am sure his friendship for Mr. Arnold and you will make him endeavour to settle them to the best of his power. My Lady V.'s politeness and generosity would not suffer her to mention the particulars of the methods proposed, but I have reason to believe my good Lord V. will interest himself rather farther than I wish. When my lord and Mr. Arnold, she proceeded, had talked over these matters for some time, in which my lord had much ado to get the better of Mr. Arnold's obstinacy, he told him that I should undertake to explain his situation to you and Lady Bidulph, that he made no doubt of your tenderness in forgetting all that was past, and being willing to embrace his fortunes, let them be what they would, for, said he, I am sure Mrs. Arnold would think herself happier with you on £300 a year than she would with twice so many thousands without you. "Oh, madam," said I, interrupting her, "my lord has read my very heart." My lady smiled and went on. "Lady Bidulph," said my lord, "is so good a woman that, as she must look on you in the light of a repenting sinner, you may be assured of her pardon and favour." "That he may rest satisfied of," answered my mother. "My income is not considerable, and I have never been able to lay anything by, but if Mr. Arnold can be extricated from his present difficulties, so as to be able to retire quietly into the country, I will share that little with him." My Lady V.'s eyes moistened. Mine were quite suffused. "I assure you," said Lady V., "it was not without abundance of arguments used by my lord, and downright quarrelling on my side, that Mr. Arnold could be prevailed on to consent that any other application could be made on his part than that of acquainting you with his penitence, and communicating his resolution, together with his motives for it, of never seeing you more. He says Sir George Bidulph never was his friend, and as he supposes him more now his enemy than ever, he would be sorry to be under any obligations to him." My mother, who never conceals her thoughts, answered directly, "Of that I believe he need not be apprehensive. Sir George is not very liberal. He would have persuaded his sister against returning to her husband, and I am sure will not be willing to contribute towards making their reunion happy. Besides, as he is now going to be married, he troubles himself with little else than his intended bride." Lady V. seemed shocked. I was sorry my mother had spoke so freely of Sir George to one who was an entire stranger both to him and her, but she is so good that even her errors proceed from virtue. "Well," said Lady V., "we have now seen the worst side of the prospect. Let us turn our eyes towards the pleasanter view. What do you mean to do, Mrs. Arnold?" "Mean, madam?" said I. "To go directly to my husband." "Well, well," replied she, smiling, "that I suppose, But how do you purpose to settle your little household matters?" "I think," said my mother, "the best thing you can do is to go directly down to my house in Wiltshire. You know that, and the furniture are mine during my life. They go to your brother afterwards. Send for your 2 children and honest Martha, dispose of your house in town and all your effects here, as well as at South Park and in Essex. Let the produce be applied to the payment of debts as far as it will go. You will then have your jointure to receive, to which I will add £200 a year, which will enable you by degrees to pay off the rest of your debts, and I do not see why you may not live comfortably besides." "Extremely well," said my lady, "with Mrs. Arnold's good management, especially as they will not have the expense of house rent. I am sure my lord will willingly undertake to manage Mr. Arnold's affairs in town for him, and I would have you both get into the country as fast as you can." "I am entirely of your opinion, Lady V," said my mother. "What do you think, child?" "Dear madam, I think that I am the happiest woman breathing. Such a parent as you, such a friend as Lady V, and such a husband as I promise myself Mr. Arnold will prove. How can I be otherwise than happy? I am ready to do joyfully whatever you direct. Dear Lady V, ought not I to see poor Mr. Arnold immediately?" "Why," said Lady V, "I would not have you surprise him. He is to dine with us to-day, and I will prepare him to receive you in the afternoon at my house, if you choose it." "By all means, my good Lady V. I will come to your house at 5 o'clock. "Well," said she, "bring a few spirits with you, and do not let the interview soften you too much." Lady V then took her leave, as she said she could hardly have time to dress before dinner. My mother and I spent the interval between that time and evening in talking of our future scheme of life. "Remember, my dear," said she, "that when I die you lose the best part of your income, as my house, together with my jointure, revert to Sir George, and you have no great reason to expect that he will continue either to you. It therefore behoves you to use economy as well for the sake of saving a little as to accustom yourself to live upon a little. I would myself accompany you down to the country, but as my son's marriage is so near, he would have reason to take it amiss of me, and I know I shall have his imperious temper to battle with on our making up matters between you and your husband. But I shall make myself easy by reflecting that we have both acted agreeably to our duty. You never, my Cecilia, experienced such a situation as mine, and therefore can have no idea of what I felt in expectation of seeing the person whose presence I most ardently wished for, and yet was afraid of the interview. My fears were not on my own account. Conscious as I was of my innocence, I had no apprehensions on that head, but I could not bear the thoughts of beholding poor Mr. Arnold in the state of humiliation in which I supposed I should find him. I wished the first encounter of our eyes over, and as the appointed hour approached, my anxiety increased. I was faint and seized with universal tremors. My mother did all she could to encourage me, and a little before 5 o'clock I was put into a chair and carried to Lord V.'s house. End of section 25. Section 26 of Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph by Frances Sheridan, Volume 2 continued. My lady met me on the stairs. I could scarce breathe. She carried me into her dressing-room and made me sit down till I recovered a little. She was affected herself, but endeavoured to raise my spirits. "I wish," said she, smiling, "you had been in my lord's hands. He would have prepared you better than Lady Bidulph has for this meeting. He has been trying to make Mr. Arnold drunk, in order to give him courage, he says, to face you. Poor man, he could scarcely credit me when I told him you were coming this evening." She proposed my taking a few drops, which I agreed to, and bidding me pluck up my spirits, she said she would send Mr. Arnold to me. I catched Lady V by the hand, and begged she would desire him from me not to mention anything that was past, but let our meeting be as if the separation had only been occasioned by a long journey. She left me, and Mr. Arnold in a few minutes entered the room. He approached me speechless. My arms were extended to receive him. He fell into them. We neither of us spoke. There was no language but tears, which we both shed plentifully. Mr. Arnold sobbed as I pressed him to my bosom. "My dearest Sidney," said he, "can it be, is it possible that you love me still?" "If Lady V delivered my message to you, my dear Mr. Arnold, sure you would not speak thus to me." "I understand you," said he. "Oh, my dear, I never wished for wealth or length of days till now, but what I can, I will." "Forbear, my love," said I. "Remember my request." I wanted to give his thoughts another turn. "My mother longs to see you. When will you visit her?" "I will throw myself at her feet," said he. "I want a blessing from her, and she has sent me one," throwing his arms again around me. "How much are we obliged to good Lord and Lady V," said I. "Oh, they have opened to me the path to heaven," he answered. "If it had not been for them, I think we had better go to them," said I. "They will partake in our happiness." He took me by the hand without answering, and led me into the drawing-room. I have, my sister, endeavoured to recollect our disjointed conversation in order to give it to you as well as I could. All that I can remember I have set down, though I am sure a good deal more passed. Lord V.'s eyes sparkled when he saw us enter together, but my lady and he, I suppose, had agreed beforehand to say nothing that could recall any past griefs, for they only smiled at our entrance, and my lord said, "Arnold, you really hand your lady in with as gallant an air as if you were married within these 3 hours." "And so I have been, my lord," answered Mr. Arnold. My lady presently called for tea, and we chatted as if nothing had happened. The servants waiting in the room made this necessary, though I could observe the 2 footmen, who had lived a good while with Lord V., looking with no small astonishment at Mr. Arnold and me. When the servants were withdrawn, my lady introduced the subject of our going out of town. She had before acquainted him with my mother's proposal, and I repeated what she had said to me on that head after Lady V. had left us. My lord renewed the kind offers of his friendship, and said, as we meant so shortly to part with our house in St. James Street, that he thought it would be better for us not to go into it at all, but make use of his house while we stayed in town, as perhaps Mr. Arnold might not like to be at Lady Bidulph's on account of Sir George's coming there. I readily assented to this proposal, and Mr. Arnold said it would be most agreeable to him. I told him, however, I should be glad of my mother's approbation, and asked Mr. Arnold if he did not think it would be right of us both to wait on her together, to let her know of my lord's kind invitation. My Lady V. said by all means, and the sooner the better. If you please, I will order the chariot. I would have you see Lady Bidulph directly. Mr. Arnold said it was what he proposed doing that very night. The chariot was presently at the door. Lady V. said, I have an apartment ready, and shall, with Lady Bidulph's permission, expect you back to-night. We promised to return, and drove to my mother's. I left Mr. Arnold in the parlour, while I ran upstairs to inform her of his being come to wait on her. Unluckily, as well as unexpectedly, I found my brother with her. I judged by his voice as I came upstairs that he was talking warmly to my mother. He stopped, however, when I came into the room. He was standing and had his hat under his arm. I concluded he was going, and was not sorry for it. He cast a cold look at me, and, with an ironical smile, "I wish you joy, Mrs. Arnold," and he pronounced my name with an emphasis. Though I was stung at his manner, I would not let him see it. "Thank you, brother," said I. "God be praised, I have cause to rejoice." "Oh, no doubt on't," said he. "So have we all, that your husband has been graciously pleased, after beggaring you and your children, turning you out of doors and branding you with infamy, to receive you at last into his favour." "Sir George," said I, "you shock me exceedingly. Where is the need of those cruel repetitions? Indeed, you are very unkind." And I could not refrain from tears. "The more blamable Mr. Arnold's conduct has been," said my mother, "the more cause have we to rejoice in his amendment. We must make allowances for human failings." "Ay, madam, I wish you had thought of that in Mr. Falkland's case," cried my brother. My mother seemed disconcerted at the rebuke. Sir George looked and smiled with an air of ill-natured triumph. As my mother was not quick in answering, I replied, "The cases are very different, brother. What duty obliges us to pass by in a husband, it is hardly moral not to discountenance in another man." "You say true, child," said my mother. "A woman certainly ought not to marry a loose man, if she knows him to be such, but if it be her misfortune to be joined to such a one, she is not to reject him, but more especially if she sees him willing to reform. Where is your husband, my dear?" "Madam, he is below in the parlour. He is come to receive your forgiveness and your blessing." "He shall have both," said my good mother, "and my prayers too." Sir George looked a little surprised. "I will not interrupt so pious a ceremony," said he, "but I hope you will give me leave to withdraw before you desire him upstairs." Saying this, he bowed slightly to my mother and left the room. We neither of us said anything to stop him. My mother rang the bell, but before a servant could attend, he went out and clapped the door violently after him. "Go, bring your husband up to me," said my mother. I begged she would not mention anything of Sir George's behaviour. I found Mr. Arnold impatient at my stay. Poor man, his situation made him jealous of everything that looked like a slight. I told him my brother had been above stairs, and that I did not think a meeting would at that time have been agreeable to either of them. I waited till he was gone. "I perceive he knew I was in the house," said Mr. Arnold, "by the blustering manner of his departure." I made no reply, but taking him under the arm, led him to my mother. The best of women received him with a tenderness that delighted me. He put one knee to the ground while she embraced him with maternal love, then raised him, and taking his hand and mine joined them, holding them between her own. "God bless you, my children," said she, "and may you never more be separated till God, who joined you, calls one or other of you to himself." "Amen," cried I fervently. "Amen," repeated Mr. Arnold. He then besought my mother to forgive him for all the affliction he had occasioned both to her and me, assuring her that his veneration for her and his tenderness for me were augmented 100-fold, and should for the future influence his whole conduct. After this we fell on the subject of our domestic affairs. We informed my mother of my Lord V.'s proposal, and said, as we should stay in town but 2 or 3 days, we had accepted of the offer of being at his house, rather than by our presence banish my brother from hers. "He is an intractable man," said she, "but as I do not wish to quarrel with my children, I think it will be prudent for you to stay at my lord's rather than here." Mr. Arnold said his obligations to Lord V. were unspeakable, for that he had promised not only to see all our affairs properly settled, but to take the mortgage of South Park into his own hands, as he fears the person who now has it will not be so tender a creditor as himself. He also proposes, as the sale of my effects cannot amount to what my debts come to pay what may be deficient, and make himself my sole creditor. If it had not been for such a prospect of this, added my dear Mr. Arnold, notwithstanding your goodness and Lady Bidulph's, I had resolved never to have appeared before either of you. We determined to set out for Sidney Castle in 3 or 4 days at farthest, and took leave of my mother for this night. December the 24th. I told Lady V. this morning that though I was determined never to mention our past misfortune to Mr. Arnold, yet I owned I had a great curiosity to know what means Mrs. Gerard had made use of to work up his suspicions to the high pitch she had done, but I would rather remain unsatisfied than mortify him by the recollection of this particular. "I can inform you of her whole proceedings," answered Lady V., "as I had it from Mr. Arnold himself, for to tell the truth I was as curious about that as you, and took the liberty to ask your husband concerning it yesterday, when we had him to ourselves. It was the interval between dinner and the hour when you were expected here in the evening that I laid hold of for this purpose, as I found him then composed enough to bear the inquiry. He told me that from the time of his going down to South Park, Mrs. Gerard had begun to throw out insinuations concerning you that had a little alarmed him. She asked him whether you made a good wife, which he answered in the affirmative. She replied she was glad of it, for that she had been told your affections were formerly deeply engaged to a very fine young gentleman, who, as his fortune was very much above your expectations, your mother, fearing your violent fondness for him might lead you into some act of indiscretion, had carried you out of town on purpose to avoid him, and was glad to marry you as hastily as she could, to put you out of the reach of harm. Your husband acknowledges that he believes he had himself casually informed Mrs. Gerard of the manner of his first becoming acquainted with you, and the suddenness with which his marriage was concluded, yet she pretended to him she was before apprised of these particulars. He owns that those hints, though far from giving him any suspicion of your virtue, had nevertheless made some impression on him. You know, madam, added he, that, madly devoted as my affections were to Mrs. Gerard, I had always behaved to my wife with great tenderness and respect. This, I suppose it was, which raised Mrs. Gerard's jealousy, and made her leave no method unattempted to part us. Mr. Falkland had not been long at V Hall when she asked me with uncommon earnestness whether he visited at my house. I told her he did not, and asked the meaning of her inquiry. She affected to turn it off, and said she had no particular reason for her question, but her manner was such as the more excited my curiosity. At length she was prevailed on to tell me that Mr. Falkland was the man, for she had not before named the person, whom my wife had so passionately loved. Prepossessed as I was with jealousy, I now took the alarm. I recollected that Mrs. Arnold had told me at Lord V.'s upon my first seeing him there that she had been very well acquainted with him, and I even thought that I had observed something particular in his countenance when he addressed her. I was now sure that he had come into the neighbourhood merely on her account. The hell that I suffered is not to be described, for though I really fancied that I had conceived almost an aversion to Mrs. Arnold, yet I could not bear the thoughts of being dishonoured. An accident happened which served to strengthen my suspicions. He then related the circumstances of his seeing you at the public house on the night of the fire, and of his finding Mr. Falkland putting you into your chariot. He owned at the same time that he was there with Mrs. Gerard, whom he had conducted out of the playhouse, having called for her there in his return from making a visit, that he has promised to sup with her that night. Mrs. Gerard, when she had him at her house, affected to speak with some surprise of your imprudence in suffering a young man of Mr. Falkland's known turn for gallantry to attend you to such a place and at that hour. Though, added he, Mrs. Arnold's own account of this had satisfied me at the time, yet Mrs. Gerard's insinuations blew up the fire anew in my breast. She pretended to soothe me, but the method she took rather increased my uneasiness. She told me she believed my honour as yet had received no injury, and to preserve it effectually she thought I could not do better than to forbid my wife to see Mr. Falkland. The designing vile woman, continued your husband, knowing that this prohibition would cut off her visits at V Hall, no doubt apprehended my wife would not so readily acquiesce under it, and she was sure any resistance on her part would but the more inflame me. But in this she was disappointed, for I no sooner required Mrs. Arnold's promise on the occasion than she, without the least hesitation, made it. My requiring so extraordinary a proof of her obedience induced Mrs. Arnold to inquire into the cause, and upon my explaining it she acknowledged that Mr. Falkland had once been her lover, and that the match was broken off by her mother, who had conceived some dislike to him. This was so far from gaining credit with me that it only served to corroborate what Mrs. Gerard had told me. I was, however, contented for the present with the promise that my wife had made me, of which I informed Mrs. Gerard. He then proceeded to tell me of his finding you and Mr. Falkland together one evening at the house of Mrs. Gerard. I must confess, continued he, this unexpected incident transported me beyond the bounds of patience. I suffered, notwithstanding, Mr. Falkland to go quietly out of the house, more for Mrs. Gerard's sake than any other consideration, and permitted her to go home with my wife, who I then thought pretended illness, waiting in the meantime at her house for her return, in order to have this extraordinary and unexpected meeting explained. Mrs. Gerard, on her return, expressed the utmost concern and resentment on the occasion. She told me that as she had expected me that evening, which was really the case, she had sent to my wife to engage her for the next day, in order to prevent her coming to interrupt us, which was not unlikely, as Mrs. Arnold had not been to see her from the time she was laid up by the hurt she received. And she said she did not care to lay herself so open to her servants as to have herself denied to the wife while she entertained the husband. I myself, continued he, having the same apprehensions, had asked Mrs. Arnold on my going abroad in the morning how she purposed to dispose of herself for the day, and she had told me she intended to stay at home. Mrs. Gerard said that, notwithstanding her message, she was surprised with a visit from Mrs. Arnold just as soon as she was sitting down to dinner, that she, however, put a good face on the matter and received her very cordially, but in order to get rid of her soon, told her she was engaged abroad in the afternoon. Mrs. Arnold, she added, however, thought proper to stay, and I could not avoid asking her to drink coffee. while we were at it, behold, to my very great surprise, Mr. Falkland sent in his name, and immediately entered the parlour. As I guessed, continued Mrs. Gerard, that this was a settled assignation, I own I was extremely provoked at it. Mr. Falkland, with whom I formerly had a very slight acquaintance at Bath, so slight indeed as never to have been visited by him, now very audaciously made an apology for not having waited on me sooner, but said that he did not hear of my being in the neighbourhood till a day or two before, and hoped I would allow him the honour of renewing his acquaintance. I had hardly temper enough to make him a civil answer, but said I was sorry I was engaged that evening, and must be obliged to go out immediately. I thought this hint was enough for Mrs. Arnold, and that she would have had the discretion to have taken her leave. She asked pardon for having kept me at home so long, protesting she'd really forgot that I told her I was engaged. She begged she might not detain me any longer, saying she had ordered her chariot to come for her in the evening, and that she would wait for it, as she found herself not very well, and therefore not able to walk home. I now saw into the whole scheme. Mr. Falkland would naturally stay to keep her company, and they would have my house to themselves. But I resolved to disappoint them both, and telling Mrs. Arnold I would leave her at home, ordered the chariot to the door. Mrs. Arnold opposed this under pretence of not giving me so much trouble, and pretending to be sick and faint, said she would step to the door in order to get a little more air. I followed her hastily, and your coming in the instant, I suppose, detained Mr. Falkland in the parlour, for he could not but see you from the window. You know the rest, added Mrs. Gerard, and I leave you to judge whether Mrs. Arnold be inclined to keep her word with you in regard to Mr. Falkland. Can you blame me, madam, proceeded your husband, if after what I now saw and heard I was enraged almost to madness against my wife? The base woman, who had not accomplished her wicked purpose, encouraged me in my desperation. In the midst of my fury, however, I could not help making one observation, which was, that as Mrs. Gerard's going, or pretending to go out that evening, was a casual thing, they could hardly have expected an opportunity of being alone at her house, even though the meeting was concerted. Mrs. Gerard answered that was very true, and she supposed there was nothing at first farther intended than that the lovers should have the pleasure of seeing and conversing together, as they had been so long separated. The other, to be sure, said she, was an afterthought, which the opportunity suggested. She then, after making me swear secrecy, told me that Mrs. Arnold had, when she followed her out to the door, conjured her not to tell me that Mr. Falkland and she, Mrs. Gerard, were acquainted. For, said she, as Mr. Arnold is of a jealous temper, and has heard that Mr. Falkland formerly courted me, he would not suffer me to come near your house if he knew that Mr. Falkland visited you. I promised her I would not, added Mrs. Gerard, and I made no doubt but that she hoped in time, relying on my good nature, my seeming fondness for her, and the easiness of my temper, to engage me as the confidant and abettor of her loose amour. Mrs. Gerard concluded with saying that she believed nothing criminal as yet had passed between Mr. Falkland and my wife, at least since his coming to V Hall, but as there was no withholding a woman from her will, it was very probable that Mrs. Arnold would contrive the means of meeting, though not at her house, yet somewhere else. I raved, threatened, talked of fighting Falkland and locking up my wife. She artfully dissuaded me from such violent measures by a number of arguments which I will not trouble you with repeating, Amongst other things, she said that I had no right to call Falkland to an account, merely from surmise, which was all I had to ground my charge on, and though there was the strongest reason to believe he had dishonourable designs on Mrs. Arnold, yet, as I could not directly accuse him of them, I should be laughed at for engaging in a quarrel, which to the world would appear to be so ill-grounded. As to what I threatened in regard to my wife, she said such measures only make a woman desperate, and would be far from preventing the evil. In short, that it would be better to part quietly, without embroiling myself with her friends, or undertaking the hateful office of becoming gaoler to my wife. She found me but too well disposed to follow her fatal counsel. I wrote that cruel letter to my wife, which turned her from her home at Mrs. Gerard's house. She kept me with her till midnight, and had worked up my resentment to such a pitch that I determined not to see Mrs. Arnold any more. To avoid expostulations, I went to a friend's house at the distance of several miles. When I came back, Mrs. Gerard told me that Mr. Falkland was absent from V Hall, and she concluded the lovers were now together. I interrupted your husband at this part of the story, pursued Lady V, and told him that to my knowledge Mr. Falkland had gone to Sidney Castle to see Sir George Bidulph before you left your own house, and did not set out from thence on his return till about 3 weeks after your separation, at the account of which he was exceedingly surprised. "Dear Lady V," said he, "do you think I now want any further arguments to convince me what an injurious wretch I have been to the best of women? I have one observation to make to you, Mr. Arnold," added I, "which is, that your lady's misfortune was entirely owing to her great delicacy, and the nice regard she had to your peace and honour." "I do not understand you, madam," he replied. "Know then," said I, "that your wife was well acquainted with your connection with Mrs. Gerard from the very night that you found her at the public house, to which the accident that happened to her obliged her to go. She owned to me, at the time you drove her from her home, that she had discovered your amour from a conversation she overheard that night between you and Mrs. Gerard. This I extorted from her by letting her know I was no stranger to the intrigue. I then repeated to him the discourse that passed between him and that wicked woman as far as you had told me, and he very well remembered it. Now, Mr. Arnold, said I, to prove the assertion I made in regard to your lady, had she reproached you with your infidelity, as some wives would have done, though it might have occasioned a temporary uneasiness to you both, yet would it have prevented her from falling a sacrifice to that most artful and wicked of her sex, for you would not then have had such an improbable falsehood imposed on you, as that Mrs. Arnold would have made choice of the mistress of her husband for a confidant, and fix on her house as the rendezvous for a love intrigue. The base woman herself had no reason from Mrs. Arnold's prudent and gentle behaviour to think she was suspected by her. Your husband lifted up his eyes to heaven, and striking his breast, "Blind, blind wretch!" he cried, "infatuated, ungrateful monster! Are there no amends in thy power for such goodness?" I could not hear a description of my poor Mr. Arnold's deep contrition. I stopped Lady V, and, being now informed of all I wanted to know, changed the conversation. End of section 26. Section 27 of Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph by Frances Sheridan. Volume 2 continued. December the 26th. We are preparing to get into the country with all speed. I have writ to Patty to set out with the 2 children for Sydney Castle as soon as possible. Mr. Arnold has put his affairs entirely into the hands of our worthy friend Lord V, and we think upon a calculation that what we have in town, at South Park and at Arnold Abbey, will go near to answer the present demands that are upon us. Lady V is the best creature living. She knows that neither Mr. Arnold nor I choose to see any visitors, and she has let in none these 2 days. I am vexed at laying her under such a restraint, though her good nature will not suffer her to think it one. We shall go out of town on Monday. To-morrow we spend with my mother, as do Lord and Lady V, who are mightily charmed with her, and then adieu to London, perhaps for ever. If my mother comes down to me as she intends to do, I shall have no temptation ever to return to it. Sydney Castle, December the 30th. Here I am, my dear, in the house of my nativity, your Sidney and her Arnold as happy as a king and a queen, or to speak more properly, happier than any king or queen in Christendom. My 2 dear little girls are well, thank God, and look charmingly. Poor babes, they could have no idea of their loss when I left them, yet they now seem pleased at seeing me again. My faithful Patty is almost out of her wits with joy. I have no maid but her and an honest servant whom my mother left here to look after her house. Mr. Arnold has retained one of his men. The garden is taken care of by an old man in the neighbourhood, to whom my mother allows something for keeping it in order. With what delight do I recall the days of my childhood, which I passed here so happily. You, my dear Cecilia, mix yourself in all my thoughts. Every spot almost brings you fresh into my memory. The little filbert wood, the summer house, the mount, and the chestnut close that you used to love so. But the sight of your old dwelling makes me melancholy. I think I could not bear to go into the house. The deserted avenue to me appears much darker than it used to do, and your poor doves are all flying about wild, and I think seem to mourn the absence of their gentle mistress. Oh, Cecilia, how exquisite are the pleasures and pains of those of 2 nice feelings! You, whose sensibility is as strong as mine, know this. From what trifles do minds of such a turn derive both joy and grief? Our names, our virgin names, I find cut on several of the old elm trees. This conjures up 1,000 pleasing ideas, and brings back those days when we were inseparable. But you are no longer Rivers, nor I Bidulph. Then I think what I have suffered since I lost that name, and at how remote a distance you are from me, and I weep like a child. But away with such reflections. I am now happier, beyond comparison happier, I think, than I was before my afflictions overtook me. Mr. Arnold's recovered heart I prize infinitely more than I did when he first made me an offer of it, because I am sure he gives it now from a thorough conviction that I deserve it, and therefore I am certain never to have it alienated again. January the 4th. It is almost 3 years since I left this place, and the welcomes I have received from all our old neighbours and acquaintance have given me more satisfaction than I can express. Mr. Arnold is highly pleased with the marks of affection which he sees me daily receive from those who have known me from my infancy. I am the more delighted with it, as I think it gives me an additional value with him. 'Tis a proof at least that I never misbehaved during the long number of years that our former friends knew me. And we must needs be pleased to see the object of our love approved of by others. This I speak from my own experience. Mr. Arnold is exceedingly caressed by all our friends, and seems equally delighted with them. You know, we have some of the best of people in the world amongst our old set of acquaintance. If you, my mother, and good Lady V were within my reach, I should think Sidney Castle a paradise. January the 10th. I have had 2 letters today, one from Lady V and the other from my dear mother. Lady V tells me her lord is bustling about for us to put affairs in the best condition he can. She says he has already got a purchaser for the lease of our house in St. James Street, and all the movables in it as they now stand. They have been valued at £2,700, as most of our plate is there, as well as our chariot and a pair of horses. This has fallen very short of our expectations, but Lady V says she is sure there was not more allowed for the furniture than half their original value, though they have not been a great while in use. She tells me that my lord has employed a person to go down to Arnold Abbey to dispose of the things there, but she fears we shall receive a very indifferent return from thence, as there is but part of the furniture of Mr. Arnold's putting in, the old goods being, together with the house, going to the widow. My lord's steward at V Hall has instructions about South Park. He writes word to his lord that he believes the whole of what is there will not sell for more than £400. The house indeed was but small, and the furniture not expensive. Mrs. Gerard, he says, has had an attachment laid on her house by a person who built some bauble for her in her garden, for which he claims a debt of £90, though the steward says it's not worth 30. All things, however, my lady adds, shall be adjusted in the best manner we can, and my lord will not let Mr. Arnold be distressed on account of any deficiency that may happen in these sales. What a jewel my Cecilia is, an honest, warm friend. The contents of my mother's letter are that Sir George was married yesterday to Lady Sarah P. She says the bride was most extravagantly fine, but looked neither handsome nor genteel. This was much for my good mother to let drop from her pen, but I know she never liked Lady Sarah, nor did her ladyship ever treat her with the regard due to her character and to the person of one who was to stand in the close and respectable degree of relationship to her which my mother now does. But I believe I have before told you that the blessings of good sense and good temper are bestowed but in a moderate degree on Lady Sarah, and for a woman of quality, Lady V tells me, for I have never seen her, her breeding is not of the highest form. But you know, a great fortune covers a multitude of imperfections in the eyes of most people, and I hope her love for my brother will make her a good wife. January the 23rd. I am grown a perfect farmer's wife, and have got a notable dairy. I am mistress of 3 cows, I assure you, which more than supply my family. Then I have the best poultry in the country, and my garden flourishes like Eden. Mr. Arnold is such a sportsman that we have more game than we know what to do with, but his chief pleasure is hunting. Your little namesake promises to be the greatest beauty in the county. Dolly, who is a pretty little cherry cheek, and her father's great favourite, prates like a parrot. How delightful will be the task of expanding and forming the minds of these 2 cherubs. How joyfully and how thankfully do I look back on the troubled sea which I have passed. My voyage indeed was not long, but my sufferings were great while they lasted. I never since I was married enjoyed life till now. You know, my match was originally the result of duty to the best of mothers, and though, if I ever knew my own heart, it was absolutely freed from all attachment to any other person, yet was it not so devoted to Mr. Arnold as to have made him my choice, preferably to all other men. If I had not resolved in this, as in every other action of my life, to be determined by those to whom I owed obedience. When I married Mr. Arnold, I esteemed him a sufficient foundation in the person of a husband whereon to build love. That love his kindness and my own gratitude in a little time produced in my heart, and I will venture to say few wives loved so well, none better. You know, I could never bear to consider love as a childish divinity who exercises his power by throwing the heart into tumultuous raptures. My love, though of a more temperate kind, was sufficiently fervent to make Mr. Arnold's coldness towards me alone capable of wounding my heart most sensibly. But when his coldness was aggravated by the cruel distrust which he was taught to entertain of me, the blow indeed became scarce supportable, and I did not till then know the progress he had made in my affections. Sorrows, my Cecilia, soften and subdue the mind prodigiously, and I think my heart was better prepared from its sufferings to receive Mr. Arnold's returning tenderness than an age of courtship in the gay and prosperous days of life could have framed it to. I exult in his restored affections, and love him 1,000 times better than ever I did. He deserves it, I am sure he does. He was led away from me by enchantment, nothing else could have done it. But the charm is broke, thank heaven, and I find him now the tenderest, the best of men. Every look, every word, every action of his life is expressive of a love next to adoration. Oh, I should be too happy if the blessings I now possess were to be my continued portion in this life. There is, however, but one about which I can rationally indulge any fears. My mother. Her years and her growing infirmities will not suffer me to hope for her being long absent from her final place of felicity. You always used to say I anticipated misfortunes. This event may be farther off than my anxious fears sometimes suggest to me, so no more of it. March the 10th. My good Lady V. writes me word that all our business is finished. The whole amount of our effects came but to £3,400. Our debts, including some charges which have occurred in the transacting of our affairs, exceeded 8,000. Our worthy Lord V. has paid the whole, and has made himself our only creditor. We have nothing now that we can call our own, but my jointure. I do not reckon upon my mother's bounty to us. Our income from her and the house we live in will be Sir George's whenever it is our misfortune to lose her. But she tells me she is well, and talks of coming down in a fortnight. March the 11th. I am here in a scene of still life, my dear, and you must now expect to hear of nothing but such trivial matters as used to be the subjects of our journals when we were both girls, and you lived within a bow-shot of Sidney Castle and saw me every day. The last 3 months of my life have glided away like a smooth stream when there is not a breath of wind to ruffle it. And after you have read the transactions of one day, you know how I pass all the rest. I have told you of everybody that came to see me, and all the visits that I returned. I have given you an account of all our old acquaintance, and of some new ones. You know what my amusements are, and what my business. Indeed, what I call business is my chief pleasure. You, who are surrounded by the gaieties of a splendid court, had need of the partiality which I know you have for your Sidney, to desire a continuation of her insipid narrative. But I suppose if I were to tell you that on such a day my white guinea hen brought out a fine brood of chickens, you might be as well pleased with it as I should be to hear from you of the birth of an archduchess. Indeed, my Cecilia, there is such a sameness in my now tranquil days that I believe I must have recourse to telling you my dreams to furnish out matter of variety. March the 19th. We have had a wedding today in our neighbourhood. Young Maine, Patty's brother, has got a very pretty young gentlewoman with a fortune of £5,000. It seems this pair had been fond of each other from their childhood, but the girl's fortune put her above her lover's hopes. However, as he has for a good while been in a very great business, and has the reputation of being better skilled in his profession than anyone in the country, he was in hopes that his character, his mistress's affection for him, and his own constancy would have some little weight with her family. Accordingly, he ventured to make his application to the young woman's brother, at whose disposal she was, her father having been dead for some years. But he was rejected with scorn, and forbid the house. The girl's father, it seems, had been a humourist, and left her the fortune under a severe restriction, for if ever she married without her brother's consent, she was to lose it, so that in that particular instance of disposing of her person, she was never to be her own mistress. In the disposal of her fortune, however, he did not so tie her up, for after the age of 21, she had the power of bequeathing her fortune by will to whom she pleased. The brother, who is a very honest man, had no motive but a regard to his sister's interest in refusing poor Mr. Maine. A man of a good fortune had proposed to her, whom the brother importuned her to accept of, but she was firm to her first attachment. The young lover found means to convey a letter to his mistress in which he told her that as he was in circumstances to support her genteelly, if she would venture to accept of his hand, he would never more bestow a thought on her fortune. This proposal the prudent young woman declined on her own part, but advised him to make it to her brother, as she was not then without suspicions that he wished to retain her fortune in the family, and that it was only to save appearances he had proposed a match to her of which he was sure she would not accept. But in this opinion she injured him. She thought, however, the experiment might be of use in giving the better colour to her marrying afterwards the man whom she loved. But it was an ill-judged attempt, and succeeded accordingly, for if the brother should have given his consent, he could have no pretence for withholding her portion, or if he did, by so mutual agreement, his motive for denying his consent before must appear too obviously to be a bad one. The young people, not considering this sufficiently, resolved to make the trial. Accordingly, Mr. Maine wrote to the brother a very submissive letter, telling him he would, in the most solemn manner, relinquish all claim to his sister's fortune, if he would make him happy by consenting to the marriage, without which, he said, the young lady's regard for her brother would not suffer her to take such a step. This letter had no other effect than of making the brother extremely angry. He sent a severe message to the young man to acquaint him that he looked upon his proposal as a most injurious affront to his character, but that he was ready to convince him and everybody else that he had no designs upon his sister's fortune, as he would not refuse his consent to her marriage with any other man in the country but himself. This was a thunderclap to the poor lover. He comforted himself, however, with the hopes that his mistress's heart would determine her in his favour, notwithstanding the severity of the brother. There had been, it seems, besides this gentleman's not thinking Maine a suitable match for his sister, some old family pique between him and Mr. Maine's father. These transactions happened some time before I came to the country. Just about that juncture the poor girl had the misfortune to receive a hurt in her breast by falling against the sharp corner of a desk from a stool on which she had stood in order to reach down a book that was in a little case over it. This accident threw her into a fit of illness, which put a stop to all correspondence between her and her lover. In this illness, A fever, which was her apparent complaint, was the only thing to which the physician paid attention, and the hurt in her breast was not inquired after, so that by the time she was tolerably recovered from the former, the latter was discovered to be in a very dangerous way, and required the immediate assistance of a surgeon. You may be sure poor Maine was not the person pitched upon to attend her. Another was called in of less skill, but not so obnoxious to the family. By this bungler she was tortured for nearly 3 months, at the end of which time, through improper treatment, the malady was so far increased that the operator declared the breast must be taken off, as the only possible means of saving her life. The young gentlewoman's family were all in the greatest affliction. She herself seemed the only composed person amongst them. She appointed the day when she was to undergo this severe trial of her fortitude. It was at the distance of about a week. The surgeon objected to the having it put off so long, but she was peremptory, and at last prevailed. On the evening preceding the appointed day, she conjured her brother in the most earnest manner to permit Mr. Maine to be present at the operation. The brother was unwilling to comply, as he thought it might very much discompose her, but she was so extremely pressing that he was constrained to yield. The attending surgeon was consulted on the occasion, who, having declared that he had no objection to Mr. Maine's being present, that young man was sent to. He had been quite inconsolable at the accounts he received of the dangerous state in which his mistress was, and went with an aching heart to her brother's house in the morning. He was introduced into her chamber, where he found the whole surgical apparatus ready. The young woman herself was in her closet, but came out in a few minutes with a countenance perfectly serene. She seated herself in an elbow-chair, and desired she might be indulged for a quarter of an hour to speak a few words to her brother before they proceeded to their work. Her brother was immediately called to her, when, taking him by the hand, she requested him to sit down by her. "You have," said she, "been a father to me since I lost my own. I acknowledge your tenderness and your care of me with gratitude. I believe your refusal of me to Mr. Maine was from no other motive but your desire of seeing me matched to a richer man. I therefore freely forgive you that only act on which you ever exercised the authority my father gave you over me. My life, I now apprehend, is in imminent danger, the hazard nearly equal whether I do or do not undergo the operation, but as they tell me there is a chance in my favour on one side, I am determined to submit to it. I put it off to this day on account of it being my birthday. I am now 21, and as the consequences of what I have to go through may deprive me of the power of doing what I intended, I have spent this morning in making my will. You, brother, have an ample fortune. I have no poor relations. I hope, therefore, I shall stand justified to the world for having made Mr. Maine my heir." Saying this, she pulled a paper from under her gown, which she put into her brother's hand that he might read it. It was her will, wrote by herself, regularly signed and witnessed by 2 servants of the family. "Sir," said she, turning to the other surgeon, "as soon as my brother is withdrawn, I am ready for you." You may imagine this had various effects on the different persons concerned. The brother, however displeased he might have been at this act of his sister's, had too much humanity to make any animadversions on it at that time. He returned the paper to his sister without speaking, and retired. Poor Maine, who had stood at the back of her chair from his first coming in, had been endeavouring to suppress his tears all the time, but at this proof of his mistress's tenderness and generosity, it was no longer in his power to do so, and they burst from him with the utmost violence of passion. The other surgeon desired him to compose himself, for that they were losing time, and the lady would be too much ruffled. The heroic young woman, with a smiling countenance, begged of him to dry his eyes. "Perhaps," said she, "I may recover." Then, fixing herself firmly in the chair, she pronounced with much composure, "I am ready." 2 maidservants stood on each side of her, and the surgeon drew near to do his painful work. He had uncovered her bosom and taken off the dressings, when Mr. Maine, casting his eyes at her breast, begged he might have leave to examine it before they proceeded. The other surgeon, with some indignation, said his doing so was only an unnecessary delay, and had already laid hold of his knife, when Mr. Maine, having looked at it, said he was of opinion it might be saved, without endangering the lady's life. The other, with a contemptuous smile, told him he was sorry he thought him so ignorant of his profession, and without much ceremony, putting him aside, was about to proceed to the operation, when Mr. Maine, laying hold of him, said that he never should do it in his presence, adding with some warmth that he would engage to make a perfect cure of it in a month, without the pain or hazard of amputation. The young lady, who had been an eye-witness of what passed, for she would not suffer her face to be covered, now thought it proper to interpose. She told the unfeeling operator that he might be very sure she would embrace any distant hope of saving herself from the pain, the danger, and the loss she must sustain if he pursued the method he intended. She was not, however, so irresolute, she said, as to desire either to avoid or postpone the operation if it should be found necessary. But as there was hope given of a cure without it, she thought it but reasonable to make the experiment, and should therefore defer the decision of her case to a third person of skill in the profession, by whose opinion she would be determined. The 2 women servants, who were always professed enemies to surgical operations, readily joined in her sentiments, and saying it was a mortal sin to cut and hack any Christian, they made haste to cover up their young lady again. The disappointed surgeon hardly forbore rude language to the women, and telling Mr. Maine he would make him know what it was to traduce the skill of a practitioner of his standing, marched off in a violent passion, saying to his patient, if she had a mind to kill herself, it was nothing to him. The modest young man, delighted to find the case of his beloved not so desperate as he had supposed it to be, begged she would permit him to apply some proper dressings to the afflicted part, and conjured her to call in the aid of the ablest surgeon that could be procured, took his leave. The brother of the lady, being apprised of what had passed, lost no time in sending an express to Bath, and by a very handsome gratuity induced a surgeon of great eminence to set out immediately for his house, who arrived early the next morning. But in the meantime poor Maine had like to have paid dear for his superior skill in his profession. The other surgeon had no sooner got home than he sent him a challenge to meet him that evening in a field at some distance from the town. They met. Maine had the good fortune, after wounding, to disarm his antagonist, but first received himself a dangerous wound. This accident was kept from the knowledge of his mistress, but on the arrival of the surgeon from Bath, as he would not take off the dressings but in the presence of the person who put them on, it was thought proper that both Mr. Maine and the other man should be sent for. The latter was not by any means in a condition to attend, but the former, though very ill and feverish, desired that he might be carried to the house. The Bath surgeon, having, in his and the brother's presence, examined the case, declared it as his opinion that the complaint might be removed without amputation, adding that it was owing to wrong management that the grievance had gone so far. He consulted with Mayne, in the presence of the family, as to his intended method of treating it in the future. He agreed with him entirely with regard to the propriety of it, and having assured the friends of the girl that he thought him a skilful and ingenious young man, took his leave, being obliged to return directly home. The testimony of this gentleman, whose skill was undoubted, and whose impartiality must be so too, having never seen any of the parties concerned in his life before, wrought so much on the brother of the lady that he did not hesitate to put his sister under the care of her lover. Poor Mayne, though scarce able to leave his bed for some time, was nevertheless carried to his patient every day at the hazard of his life. His skill, his tenderness, and his assiduity were all exerted in a particular manner on the present occasion, and in less than 5 weeks he had the pleasure to see his mistress restored to perfect health. The consequence of this incident was very happy for them both. The brother, exceedingly pleased at his whole behaviour, told him he was an honest, generous fellow, and since he was convinced it was his sister's person, and not her fortune, he was attached to, he would with all his heart bestow both on him. And accordingly, Mr. Arnold and I had this day the satisfaction of seeing this worthy young pair united in marriage. My Patty is not a little delighted at her brother's good fortune. The honest youth, who has ever since his father's death supported his mother and as many of the younger children as were not able to gain their own livelihood, has now invited his sister Patty to live with him. But the faithful girl declined the offer, telling her brother she would never quit me, while I thought her worthy of my regard. I look upon myself to be much obliged to her for this, as the station she is now in cannot be so advantageous as I hoped to make it when I first took her into my service. But I will make up in kindness what may be wanting in profit. Indeed, I consider her rather as a friend than a servant, and Mr. Arnold always treats her with respect. March the 20th. I am very uneasy at not having it in my power to fulfil my promise to poor Miss Burchell, but that is a string I dare not as yet touch upon. Indeed, I cannot bear any conversation that leads to the subject. Whenever Mr. Arnold begins to accuse himself for his unhappy conduct in relation to Mrs. Gerard, which he often does, I always stop him, or turn the discourse to something else. He never speaks of her now but with a contemptuous indifference, and is so firmly persuaded that she went off willingly with Mr. Falkland that I dare not as yet undeceive him, which I must necessarily do should I express even a wish that Mr. Falkland should repair the niece's wrongs by marriage. Mr. Arnold knows nothing of Miss Burchell's affair. I went once so far as to say I had heard Mr. Falkland formerly liked this young lady. Mr. Arnold answered, "I am glad it went no farther than liking. If it had, probably I should not have been so soon delivered from my thraldom to her aunt." This reply silenced me. I am exceedingly perplexed about it. Would to heaven Mr. Falkland would of himself think of doing the amiable, unhappy girl justice. My mother writes me word that Sir George had informed Mr. Falkland by letter of the success of his project, and that his answer was full of congratulations and expressions of joy. He is now in Italy, but talks of returning to England next summer. He says he hears sometimes from Pive, and that he and his wife live very well together. My mother says she often sees Miss Burchell, and that she encourages her with the hope of what may happen when Mr. Falkland comes back. If this match should ever take place, it would give me most sincere satisfaction. The girl's family is not contemptible, her fortune is pretty large, her person lovely. The unfortunate false step she made is an entire secret, except to the persons immediately concerned, so that, with regard to the world, her character too is good. Mrs. Gerard, at worst, was only her aunt by marriage, but if that circumstance should be the only rub in her way to happiness, I would sooner declare the whole affair and run the risk of Mr. Arnold's being let into this ticklish secret, than to be a hindrance to the poor young creature's welfare. This affair never comes across me, but it makes me sigh. God send a favourable issue to it. End of section 27. Section 28 of Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph by Frances Sheridan, Volume 2, continued. March the 26th. Alas, my Cecilia, we have received most heavy news. My good Lord V., that steadfast, that worthy, that best of friends, is no more. He was preparing to go to V Hall 3 days ago, but was seized with an apoplexy as he was coming downstairs to go into his coach, and died before any assistance could reach him. Oh, we have a severe loss in the death of this most dear and valuable man. But why do I mention our loss? His lady, poor Lady V., is most distracted, and well she may. The loss of husbands, fathers, everything. His eldest son, who is abroad, is sent for home on this melancholy occasion. My poor mother is afflicted exceedingly. Everybody that knew him must be so. Mr. Arnold and I have lost more than a father. How self recurs every minute. Let me think of Lady V. again, and not dare to complain on my own account. But my obligations to him were of such a nature as claim all my gratitude to his memory, and all the tears that I have abundantly shed for him. Mr. Arnold is largely in his debt. We have no room to expect the same friendship from the present Lord V. that we experienced from his father. The circumstance did not occur to me till poor Mr. Arnold put me in mind of it. My thoughts were too much absorbed in grief, which the death alone of our friend occasioned. My mother hinted at it too in her letter to Mr. Arnold, for it was to him she wrote the mournful tidings. What a dark cloud of sorrow is now spread over Sidney Castle, and how this stroke has embittered our little domestic joys. But let me not carry my complainings into presumptuous murmurings. I have lost a sincere and truly valued friend, but do I not still possess infinite blessings? My husband, my dear Mr. Arnold, my 2 sweet children, the best of mothers, and thee, my ever-beloved Cecilia, whom I still call mine, though at such a distance from me. Then I comfort myself with reflecting that Lady V. has sons, who I hope will be a blessing to her, that her fortune is affluent, and that my lord had passed through a well-spent life to a pretty advanced age. He was turned of 60. All these considerations soothe my mind, and I acknowledge that upon the whole I have by far more cause to be thankful than to repine. March the 30th. Lady V.'s journey down to V Hall having been so fatally prevented, she is obliged to remain in London. The shock she received has brought on her a fit of illness. I find my lord has not left any ready money. His fortune was large, but as they always lived in great splendour, he laid none of his income by. The whole sum which he could command he laid out for our use. My lady's jointure is pretty considerable. If it were 10 times more, she deserves it. Oh, may her sons prove worthy of such a parent! The youngest, I hear, is a very fine youth. He is come to her from Oxford to comfort her till the arrival of his eldest brother. My mother writes me word that her old friend, Lady Grimston, is dead. She has left her whole fortune to charitable uses, not a sixpence to either of her daughters. Poor Mrs. Vere! She is content with her little income, and has no loss of so unnatural a parent, who carried her vindictive spirit with her to the grave. As for the eldest, she did not stand in need of any assistance from her, but I own, though I had no great esteem for Lady Grimston, I could not help being shocked at the brutal behaviour of her son-in-law to her in her last hours. She had never seen either him or her daughter from that time I told you they had quarrelled, but when she found herself dying, she sent a message to this favourite daughter, desiring to see her. Her husband, whether out of disregard to the old lady or his wife or both, absolutely refused to let her go. My mother remarks on this passage in these words: "Thus was this unfortunate parent punished in kind for denying her late husband the satisfaction of seeing his youngest daughter when he was in the same circumstances with herself." My mother is, nevertheless, very much troubled for the death of her old acquaintance, who, she says, was a valuable woman. She considers her decease as a memento, which warns her of her own approaching end, for they were just of an age. I fear my mother is not well, though she does not say so, for she has put off her coming down to Sidney Castle without giving me a reason for it. April the 22nd. I thank you, my beloved Cecilia, for your cordial wish. Your opinion that all my troubles are at an end is consonant to your desires, but I doubt far from the real fact. The young Lord V. is returned home, but oh, how unlike that honest man whose title and fortune he inherits! How deceived were his worthy parents in their hopes of him! He is a stranger to every sentiment of virtue. I have had a letter this day from my Lady V., where she laments the degeneracy of her son, whom they were made to believe a pattern of excellence, but the tutor to whom they entrusted him was as profligate as himself. In short, she says he is quite a reprobate. She has not the least authority or influence over him. She laments this particularly on our account. We are indebted to him near £5,000, and my lady says she fears he will press Mr. Arnold. He is profuse, she says, in his expenses, without being generous. What can we do, my dear? There is not the least prospect now of our being able to pay this money, but by our selling the only remaining stake we have left. Had my lord lived, he made us hope that by his interest he could procure Mr. Arnold some employment, which would have enabled him to discharge this debt at his ease without ever being obliged to strip ourselves of our all. As we purposed living with the utmost economy, this might have been accomplished in a few years. This prospect is now lost to us. We must submit. I have begged of Mr. Arnold to think immediately of selling my jointure, for we have no reason to expect any leniency from a man of such a character as the present Lord V. is. We can subsist upon the income which my mother is so good as to allow us. It is precarious, it is true, but something may happen. I rely on that Providence who has hitherto protected me. April the 28th. Lady V.'s apprehensions were but too well-founded. We have had a letter from her son's agent. The debt must be paid, and we are come to a resolution to sell £250 a year. We shall then have but £50 a year in the world, which we can call our own. I reckon not upon my mother's life. These afflictions, I fear, will hasten her departure to another world. From Sir George we have nothing to expect. He is absorbed in vanity. His new alliances engross him entirely. My dear Lady V. writes us word she will do her utmost to promote Mr. Arnold's interest. She has numerous and powerful friends, and says she makes no doubt of obtaining something for him worth his acceptance. Believe me, my Cecilia, I am not disheartened at this fresh blow. If my dear Mr. Arnold could reconcile himself to it, I could be well contented. I will not now, though you used to accuse me of it, anticipate misfortunes. We have still enough for the present to live on decently, and if my Lady V.'s kind endeavours should succeed, we may yet be happily provided for. I will not let the thought of my mother's death interfere. Let me but calm the anxious fears of my poor Mr. Arnold, and all will be well. May the 12th. Thank God we have done with the merciless Lord V. His money is to be paid directly to him. I have recovered my tranquillity. I enjoy my little in peace, and have the comfort to see Mr. Arnold's mind more at ease and reconciled to his lot. To Lady V.'s goodness, as well as my own earnest endeavours, I impute this. She says she has the promise of an honourable and profitable post for him, but we are to wait some months for it. The person who is now in possession of this place is to be preferred to a better, and she says she has the word of an honest man on the occasion. He is a very great man too, says my lady in her letter, but as it is on the first part of his character chiefly we are to depend, I mention the other only by the by. Now, my dear, have I not reason to be contented? A thankless heart should I have if I were not. But I am indeed, my Cecilia, I am, and I begin again to be happy. Our domestic felicity was but disturbed for a while. It was not overthrown. Here will I close. I have an opportunity of sending this immediately by a private hand to my beloved. Here Mrs. Arnold's maid Patty continues the journal. May the 15th. By my lady's orders I take up the pen, and she has charged me to set down every particular. God knows I am ill able to do it, but I will strive to obey her. My poor dear lady is in such trouble. She has not the heart to write, nor scarcely to do anything. My master, oh, madam, how shall I express myself? My poor master, now he is so good, we are going, I fear, to lose him. I must write according to my lady's custom, everything in the best order I can. You cannot think, madam, how happy they have lived together ever since my lady came home to him again. He seemed to grow fonder and fonder of her every day. I believe he perfectly adored her, and he had reason. You know, madam, my lady was always used to a chariot, but they never attempted keeping one since they came down to Sidney Castle. She asked my master once if he had a horse quiet enough for her to venture to ride on to church. I observed my master turned away his face and put his handkerchief to his eyes. I believe he thought of a little favourite pad that he'd given to Mrs. Gerard. I have not one, my love, said he, that I would trust you on. You had once a pretty horse that you were fond of, but my desperate folly has not even left you that. But I will look out for one that will suit you. No matter, my dear, said my lady, smiling, and taking him by the hand, I will ride double. I think that will suit me best. Dearest of women, said my master, and he fetched a deep sigh. When shall I be able to make you amends? He lamented hourly the loss of his fortune for her sake. What would become of you, my dearest creature, my 2 young children, said he, when he was obliged to part with her jointure, if I should die before you? And then he cried and wrung his hands. My lady begged of him to put such melancholy thoughts out of his head, saying they never disturbed her. "I hope," said she, "I shall never see your death, but if it pleases God to punish me so far, a very little will content me for the rest of my days." My master embraced her and the sweet children and said if heaven spared him life, he would yet be the happiest man in the world. Many a time have I been witness to such discourse between them, for they knew my love for them was so great that they would never scruple talking of their affairs before me. Oh, madam, I believe there was never a truer penitent than my master. My dear lady has said to me, since they were forced to spend her jointure, "Patty, though we are now reduced to little more than £200 a year, I have much more comfort than when we had 12. I have the satisfaction of seeing Mr. Arnold such as I wish him. He is an altered man. Patty, he is truly virtuous, and I am sure he loves me now from right reason. I am content with the little that is left us." I always prayed for her prosperity, but, madam, God is pleased to order things otherwise than we poor silly mortals think the best. My lady has always been good and pious, and I hope he will yet bring her out of her troubles, though they are great and many. My lady always charged me to be minute and to write particulars, but, good madam, excuse the silly way I put my words together. I have not yet come to the dismal part of my story, and I hardly know how to go on, for indeed I am forced to break off every now and then to cry. Reason enough I have, to be sure, but what is my sorrow compared to my lady's? The day before yesterday my master was asked by some gentlemen in our neighbourhood to go a-hunting. He had no mind to go, for my lady was not very well, and he was unwilling to leave her, but she persuaded him because she knew he loved hunting dearly. She has blamed herself for it ever since, but she could not know by enchantment what was to happen. He left my lady in bed and went out about 5 o'clock in the morning. At 8, as my lady was sitting at breakfast and I attending, the other maid called me out. Our man, who had gone abroad with my master, was in the kitchen and looked as pale as death. I asked him what was the matter. The poor fellow could hardly speak, but at last said, "My master has got a desperate fall in leaping a ditch, and I am afraid has hurt his skull. He is lying at Farmer Hill's cottage, and one of the gentlemen is rid off for a surgeon, but that is no place for him. We must get him home, but I thought it best to prepare my lady before she sees him." My lady rung her bell before I could answer him. I ran in, but I am sure I looked like a ghost, for my lady started when she saw me. "Bless me, Patty," said she, "what is the matter?" "Not much, madam," said I. "He is killed," she cried, and sprung out of her chair. "Indeed he is not, madam," I answered, standing between her and the door, "but he has got a fall, and is a little hurt." She made me no answer, but flew downstairs, out at the front door, and down the avenue as quick as an arrow. I ran after her, and the other servants after me. We could not overtake her, but she was soon stopped, for she met my poor master borne by 4 men. I suppose she thought he was dead, for she fainted away directly, and we carried her in after him. My master was put to bed. He was alive, but not able to speak. He had got a dreadful cut in his head, and was sadly bruised besides. As soon as my lady came to herself, we told her my master was not killed. She went into his room, but had not power to speak, but sat like a stone statue at his bedside. The surgeon came in less than half an hour. I believe he is but a sorry one, for after he dressed the wound he said there was not danger in it. At first we were all in hopes that it was so, for about 2 o'clock my master got his speech again. He complained of sickness at his stomach and violent pains all over him. My lady, on hearing him speak, seemed to be roused as if out of a deep sleep. Several of the gentlemen who'd been out with my master had come to inquire how he did, and though some of them came into his chamber, my lady did not speak, nor seem to regard any of them. The first word she uttered was to call me. "Patty," said she, "what is the reason I do not see Mr. Main here?" It was my brother she meant, who is a surgeon, and I believe, madam, she has mentioned him to you, as one that is reckoned pretty skilful in his business. One of the gentlemen immediately said, by all means, let him be sent for directly. My brother was soon fetched, and he thought proper to bleed my master in the arm. He would not take the dressings off his head, as the other surgeon had declared the skull was not touched, but said he would be present when the wound was dressed the next day, and would watch all night by my master. My lady was not to be removed from the bedside, nor could we persuade her to take any sustenance the whole day. My poor master was in a high fever all night, and I thought he strove to stifle his groans that my lady might not hear them. She did, for all that, and I am sure every one of them was worse than a dagger to her heart. She stole out of the room several times for a minute, and I could hear her bursting into tears as soon as she was outside the door. Then she would come in again and sit by him till her heart was again so full she was forced to go out to give it vent. The whole night passed over in this dismal way. When my master's head was examined the next day, my brother found that the skull was not touched where he had received the cut, but that it was broken in 2 other places, and in so dangerous a way that it was impossible to save his life, as it was not in a part where it could be trepanned. The other surgeon, who found he had been mistaken at first, now joined with my brother in opinion that the world could not save my master's life. Oh, madam, if you had seen my lady when this was declared to her, I shall never forget her looks. I remember a piece of fine painting at your house, which I used to hear your family commend mightily. It was a picture of despair. My lady put me in mind of this piece. She had the very countenance of it, but I think if she had then sat to a painter, he could have made a stronger and more heart-breaking look, even than that picture has. Such another dismal day and night, I believe, never was passed in this house. My brother stayed with us, though he could do but little service, except to watch my poor master, for he was between whiles quite out of his reason. No rest did my lady take all last night. She could not be got out of the room. She has tasted nothing these 2 days, nor slept a wink these 2 nights. She will destroy herself. What will become of us? I have wrote to my Lady Bidulph to let her know the deplorable condition we're all in. My God, what will become of the poor children if my lady goes on at this rate? She cannot hold out, to be sure. Such a load of sorrow at her heart, without nourishment or sleep. Oh, my good madam, I am not able to go on with my task. We have not the least hopes in the world. My master grows worse and worse every hour. He has his reason now, and is sensible that he is dying. Heaven knows if I could lay down my life to save his, how gladly I would do it. I should be no loss, but he will be a grievous one. Lord help me, I'm not able to go on. I have writ this by bits and scraps. Mr. Main, in continuation. May the 16th, 3 o'clock in the morning. Mr. Arnold has been delirious the greatest part of yesterday, but about 6 o'clock in the evening, having come a little to his senses, he was conscious that he was going fast, and desired that prayers might be read by him. His lady sent for the minister of the parish, but he was gone to London. The gentleman who he'd left to do his duty was taken ill the night before, and was not able to leave his bed. He sent the messenger that went for him to another clergyman who lived about 4 miles farther off, to request he would attend in his stead, but he was engaged in the same duty in his own parish, and could not come, he said, till next morning. The servant had wasted above 2 hours on this errand. It was 9 o'clock when he returned. Mr. Arnold during this interval had had several ramblings, but was now again a little composed, though apparently worse. I whispered the apothecary, who had just come in, that he could not live till morning. Mrs. Arnold observed me, and begged to know what I said. I told her tenderly that I feared Mr. Atkins, that was the clergyman's name, would arrive too late if he deferred his visit till next day. She made me no answer, but seemed to study a little, then went composedly to Mr. Arnold's bedside. "My dear," said she, "Mr. Downes is unluckily from home. His assistant is sick in bed, and we cannot to-night get any other clergyman to visit you. But as you are desirous of offering up your prayers to Almighty God, I hope it will not be improper if I read the service for the sick by you." He stretched out his hand towards her and said, in a faint yet eager voice, "Do, my good angel." Tears stood in the lady's eyes as she turned from him, but she quickly wiped them off, and requested of me and the apothecary to join with her in the solemn office she was going to perform, which she said, though she was sensible it was an irregular act, yet she hoped from the necessity of the case would be accepted in the sight of God. She ordered my sister to fetch her a prayer book, and then kneeled down at Mr. Arnold's bedside. Surely nothing ever appeared so graceful, her fine hands and her fine eyes lifted up to heaven, while the book lay open before her on the table. Such a reverential, such an ardent, yet such a mournful supplication in those fine eyes. She looked like something more than human. After having in this posture offered up a short petition in silence, she began the service. Never did I see true devotion before. The fervour of her looks and the tone of her voice was such, you would have thought she beheld her Creator with her bodily eyes. For my part, I looked on her with such reverence that she appeared to me like an angel interceding for us poor mortal sinners. She went through the office with admirable strength of mind, omitting the exhortation, till she came to that part of the prayer which says, "Yet forasmuch as in all appearance the time of his dissolution draweth nigh," etc. Here her voice faltered, and she stopped, but soon recovered herself, and proceeded with an unbroken tone to the end. Everyone present wept but herself. She thanked us for our kindness in staying, and begged we would continue by poor Mr. Arnold while there was the least possibility of administering any relief to him. I told her I would most willingly obey her commands, and sit up all the night with him, though it was not in human power to give him any assistance. She repeated her thanks, and then, sitting down by the bedside, remained composed and silent. About 12 o'clock, finding Mr. Arnold speechless, I entreated her to retire to her own chamber, and if she could not sleep, to take some little refreshment, for she had taken nothing that whole day, nor for the 2 preceding ones, but a dish of tea which my sister had forced on her. "Mr. Main," said she, "suffer me to continue a little longer. My task will soon be over." I was unwilling to urge her, and she remained sitting in her place. About 2 o'clock we heard Mr. Arnold give a deep groan. "He is gone," said she, and started off her chair. I stepped to his bedside, and found indeed he had breathed his last. She snatched up one of his hands that lay upon the coverlet of the bed, held it for near a minute to her lips, and then, without any audible token of grief, went out of the room. I pray God to support and comfort this excellent woman. End of section 28. Section 29 of Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph by Frances Sheridan. Volume 2 continued. Patty in continuation. Amen, amen. Sure my dear unhappy lady is enough to break one's heart to see her. I was not able to go on, good madam, and begged of my brother to set down what happened, and he has put it in better words than I could. My lady shut herself up for the remainder of the night, and would not suffer anyone to come near her. It is easy to guess how she spent her time. Rest, to be sure, she took none. She could not if she had been inclined, for there was no bed in the chamber where she locked herself up. In the morning, a lady who was our neighbour, a worthy, good woman, came in her own coach and took away my lady and the 2 children. She neither consented nor refused, but seemed to let us do what we would with her, for she said nothing, but suffered the lady and me to lead her downstairs and put her into the coach. But the sight of the 2 children threw her into such an agony that I thought I should have died on the spot only with seeing her. I have writ again to Lady Bidulph. If she is able, to be sure she will come down, but I'd rather she would send for my lady, for this is a sorrowful place for her to stay in. May the 20th. My lady has received a letter from her mother desiring her to come to town directly with the children. She says she is not able to come down for her, as her health is but bad, and my Lady V has been so good as to send down her own coach to carry the little family to town. My brother has taken the care of my master's funeral upon himself. He is to be carried to the family burying place at Arnold Abbey. As soon as that is over, we must try to get my lady to town. She has no business to go into her own lonely house again. It would be enough to kill her. May the 30th. Thank God we have got safe back to London. My lady keeps up wonderfully under the load of grief that she has in her heart. She does not complain nor lament herself, as I have seen some do, who have not been in half her trouble. She hardly spoke a word during her whole journey, and strove as much as possible not to cry, but I could observe that she never turned her eyes on the 2 little babes, one of whom sat on my lap, and the other beside me, but the tears ran down her cheeks. It was a doleful sight, the meeting between her and my Lady Bidulph. The poor old lady grieves sadly, and looks mighty ill. I am afraid she will not hold out long. She has had great trials for a lady so far in years. Sir George came to see my lady. He looked troubled. I hope he will be good to her. June the 1st. My lady asked me this morning if I had thought of keeping any journal for this fortnight past. I told her I had, and she desired to see it. She shed so many tears while she read it that the paper was quite wet when she gave it to me again. She ordered me to make up the packet and send it off, as she was not in a condition to add anything to it herself. Mrs. Arnold in continuation. June the 30th. Yes, my dear Cecilia, I have need of the tender condolements with which your last kind packet was filled. Well may you call me a child of affliction. I am now so exercised in sorrows that I look forward to nothing else. Patty, I find, has been a faithful journalist, and has carried down her melancholy narrative to this day. this day on which for the first time I have taken a pen in my hand for more than 2 months. But my eyes are much better, and I hope I shall not have occasion for the assistance of her pen, unless some new calamity should again disqualify me from using my own. Yet in the midst of my griefs ought I not to return thanks to heaven that I have such an asylum to fly to as the arms of one of the best of mothers. Oh, my dear, while I have her, I ought not to say that I have lost everything. Sir George has been more obliging since my fatal loss than he was before, but still there wants that cordial heart which he formerly had. As for his lady, I know very little of her. She came to see me twice since my arrival in town in all the formal parade of a state visit. How ill does the vanity of pomp suit with a house of mourning! Her visits were short, formal, and cold. She seems to be intolerably proud, and I thought looked as if she was disgusted at visiting people in lodgings who were so nearly related to her. My brother and she are to go down this summer into Scotland to see a nobleman who is her uncle by her mother's side. She is ridiculously vain of her family, and has taught Sir George to be so too, so that now he can hardly vouchsafe to own a relation that is untitled. June the 21st. Lady V, whose friendship has been one of the chief resources of comfort to me, went out of town this morning. She is retired, for life I fear, to a distant part of Lancashire, in order to spend the rest of her days with her eldest sister, a widow lady, of whom she is very fond. Her son's ill behaviour has disgusted her so, she has broke with him entirely. Her younger son is gone into the army, not, I find, with her approbation, and she told me she has nothing now worth living for, at least nothing for which she could subject herself to the cares of life. She insisted on my corresponding with her, and renewed her assurances of that kind attachment which I have already so strongly experienced. At another time the loss of this dear woman's society would have affected me more sensibly, but I am so inured to disappointment and grief that I am almost become a stoic. Patty has already informed you that Miss Burchell is often with us. She is more solicitous, more assiduous than ever in her attendance on my mother. I find she even sat up with her 2 nights on an illness which seized her on her first hearing the news of my misfortune. Poor girl! My mother tells me she went so far as to express her apprehensions on my being again single, but my mother quieted her fears on that head, not without a soft reprimand for her doubting, by putting her in mind that besides the circumstances not being altered in regard to her, she had received my solemn promise that whenever it was in my power I would use my whole influence, whatever that might be, in her favour. I did make her such a promise, and shall fulfil it to the utmost. Mr. Falkland's absence from the kingdom hitherto put it out of my power, nor would I, without my beloved Mr. Arnold's participation, have ever attempted it. Had he lived, fully restored as I was to his confidence and good opinion, I should have ventured to disclose the secret to him, and got him to join with me in such measures as I should have thought best for Miss Burchell's happiness. It now rests upon myself alone, and I will leave nothing unattempted to serve her. June the 22nd. You will be surprised, perhaps, my Cecilia, when I tell you that Mr. Falkland is now in England. Miss Burchell told me so this day. She mentioned it in a careless manner, rather directing her discourse to my mother. She had too much delicacy to hint at consequences of any kind from this circumstance, and quickly turned from the subject. My mother asked her impatiently when he came, where he was, and several other questions, to none of which she could give any answer but that she heard he had been returned above 3 months, and was at his seat in Hertfordshire. I am surprised Sir George never mentioned this to me. To be sure he knew it. He is not extremely nice in his notions, however. This is a decorum for which I am obliged to him. Lady V. doubtless was ignorant of it, or she would have told me. There is nothing now to prevent me from warmly interfering for Miss Burchell. Charming young woman, how is she to be pitied? The tedious years of suspense, of almost hopeless love that she has passed, deserve a recompense, and her little boy, my mother tells me, is a lovely creature. Miss Burchell brought him once to see my mother. Mr. Falkland's former housekeeper visits the child often, and has brought his mother frequent and large supplies for his use. I told Miss Burchell at parting to-day that I had not forgot my promise, and that as soon as decency would permit, nothing should hinder me from being a most strenuous advocate for her. She squeezed my hand and whispered, "Dear madam, my fate is in your power." I would it were, then should she soon be happy, but I will acquit myself as far as I am able. June the 23rd. I was prevailed on to dine at my brother's to-day, the first time that I have been abroad ever since I came to town. I had no mind to go, but my mother not being well had excused herself, and she said it would be taken amiss if I did so too, Lady Sarah herself having made the invitation. Her ladyship said I need not be fearful of meeting strangers at her house, as it was to be a private day. So much the better, thought I. Nothing else should induce me to go. It was the first time I was in Sir George's house, which is a very magnificent one, within a door or two of Mr. Falkland's in St. James's Square, as Lady Sarah did not approve of that which he had before. But, my dear, the ostentation of this woman made me sick. Such a parade of grandeur, such an unnecessary display of state and splendour, I thought looked like an insult upon me. I was carried into a most sumptuous drawing-room, but as this was a private day, as she called it, the furniture was all covered up with body-cloths, and the room, having been newly washed, felt extremely cold. I was told her ladyship was dressing, though it was then, as I imagined, her dinner-time. After I had shivered here for about half an hour, Lady Sarah's woman came to desire me to walk upstairs. As the woman did not know me, and from the little ceremony she saw me treated with concluded I was some humble visitor, she took me up the back stairs to her lady's dressing-room, where I found Lady Sarah, who was not yet half dressed, in consultation with her milliner. The woman was trying some head-dresses on her before the glass. She made me a very light apology for having kept me waiting so long, and to mend the matter told me, as she was not near ready, if I chose looking at the house I should have time enough to do it before dinner. I thanked her, but said I had already sat so long in the cold that I felt myself chilled, and with her ladyship's permission would place myself at her fireside till dinner was ready. She asked her woman carelessly why I had not been shown into the dining-parlour. She then turned to her milliner again, to whom she gave a particular charge to have a suit of very rich point, which she had fixed on, done for her against the next night, by which I found my sister was going to throw off her mourning entirely, that which she had on being so slight that it was scarcely to be distinguished for such. My brother entered the room while she was thus employed, and having saluted me, looked at his watch, and asked Lady Sarah had she ordered dinner later than usual. She told him she had ordered it half an hour later than ordinary, as she had a mind to make a long morning, having dedicated it to tradespeople, with whom she had 100 things to do. My brother cast a side-glance at me. I thought he looked a little abashed at the impertinence and ill-breeding of his wife. Lady Sarah had by this time huddled on her clothes. A laced footman appeared at the door, who summoned us by a silent bow to dinner. The milliner gathered up her frippery and put them into a bandbox, telling her she should wait on her ladyship again. Lady Sarah answered, "You have a monstrous way to go, Mrs. Blank," I forget the name, "and as I have not half done with you yet, you may stay and dine here as we are alone, and I will look over the rest of the things in the evening, as I shall not have another leisure day while I am in town." This was going a little too far. Sir George felt it. "I believe, Lady Sarah," said he, "this gentlewoman has a coach waiting for her at the door." He had seen it, for he was but just come in. "Perhaps it may be inconvenient to detain her. She may leave the things and call another time." The woman took the hint, though she before seemed inclined to accept the honour Lady Sarah had done her. She made her curtsy and withdrew. As this, however, had brought on a variety of fresh instructions, it detained us so long that the dinner was quite cold, nor was our repast, had it even been warm, by any means answerable to the elegance of the service, the superb sideboard, and the number of attendants. In short, the dinner was composed of a parcel of tossed-up dishes that looked like the fragments of a feast. You know there is nobody more indifferent to the pleasures of the table than I am, yet I own that this, joined to the rest of this foolish woman's behaviour, nettled me extremely. There was such a mixture of sordidness and vanity in the whole apparatus as made it truly contemptible. I made haste to put an end to my visit as soon as I possibly could after dinner, with a resolution never to repeat it. From these few sketches of Lady Sarah you may form some kind of an idea of what sort of a creature it is. I should pity Sir George, but that I think her disposition is not extremely opposite to his own. June the 24th. I am told that the widow Arnold is actually married to that vile attorney who was the contriver and more than partner in her iniquity. I am really glad she has lost the name of a family to which she was such a disgrace. Everybody now believes that I and my children have been greatly injured, but how unavailing is compassion! It only mortifies when it is expressed by the pitying words and looks of people who have it neither in their power nor inclination to assist you. This Mrs. Arnold, bad as she is visited and caressed. Favour always follows the fortunate. June the 25th. This day Sir George and his lady set out for Scotland. He came to take his leave of us, but made an apology for Lady Sarah, whose hurry could not permit her to call on us. My brother says they shall stay some months at her uncle's, Lord K. He told me at parting he should write to me as soon as he got to his journey's end, having something very particular to say to me. July the 7th. I have read over my journal of the last fortnight, and am startled to think what a poor, insignificant being I am. Not a single act worth recording, even to you. My whole life, perhaps, may have passed so, yet one is apt to fancy that they are doing something of importance while they are engaged in the little bustle of the world, be it ever so trifling a manner. And when you find you have a variety of incidents to relate in which you yourself were concerned, and your time has not been spent in vain, but for these last 14 days had I kept a journal for my cat, I think I should have had as much to say for her. July the 8th. I shall grow busy again. I have received the promised letter from Sir George. An extraordinary one it is, but I will not anticipate the contents. Read them yourself. Dear Sidney, July the 4th, 1706. I have a serious subject to offer to your consideration, which made me the rather choose to engage your attention in this manner than in a conversation between ourselves, liable as that would be to interruptions, objections, and frivolous punctilios, from which you have already suffered so severely. I have paid so much regard to that decorum of which you are so fond, as never to have mentioned Mr. Falkland's name to you since you were become a widow, though it is near 4 months since he returned to England. As I kept a correspondence with him when he was abroad, you may be sure I informed him of your reconciliation to your late husband, a reconciliation which, if you thought it a happiness to you, you were indebted to Falkland for. This single circumstance it was that inclined him to return to England, which otherwise perhaps he would never again have seen, though the necessity of his affairs here, which he had left at random, required his presence. To avoid giving umbrage to your husband, he repaired privately to his house in the country, where I paid him a visit. Few of his friends, except myself, knew of his being in the kingdom. Remember, Sidney, the great obligations you have to Mr. Falkland, and let that prepare your mind for what I am going to say. You are now become a free woman. Falkland loves you still, with an unparalleled affection. I had a letter from him soon after your arrival in town, wherein he mentions the revival of his hopes from your present situation, and entreats me to be mindful of his interest. He charged me, however, not to mention his name to you till a decent time was past. Otherwise, probably, you would have been acquainted with these particulars sooner, but Falkland himself has a little too much of that ridiculous nicety which you admire so. I think I have waited till a very decent time, as you have now been almost 3 months a widow. I have very little reason to imagine that my influence on this occasion will have any weight either with you or my mother. I have had proofs of this already, but I hope you will not be so blind to your own interest as to refuse the good that fortune once more throws at your feet. I can hardly suppose you so weak as to let the absurd objection which formerly prevented your happiness still prevail with you to reject the same happiness so unexpectedly again offered to your acceptance. My mother and you have by this time learnt how to forgive human frailties. Indeed, you forgave such enormities that Falkland's transgression in comparison to them was innocence. But I will not reproach the memory of the dead. Whatever pretence you might formerly have had to carry your punctilios to an extraordinary height, certain circumstances in your life have now made your situation very different. You are destitute of fortune, encumbered with children. Reflect on this, and let your own imagination supply the rest. To anybody but yourself I should think all that I have said needless, but I know the minds that I have to deal with. I must take this opportunity of telling you that I am surprised at my mother's continued attachment to Miss Burchell. She is an artful creature, and I think by no means a proper acquaintance for you. I am far from wishing to injure her, but such an intimacy may be dangerous. You will certainly hear from Falkland before it be long. I repeat it again. You owe him more than ever you will be able to repay. The recompense he desires will ensure your own happiness and prosperity. Your gratitude as well as your prudence will now be put to the test, and your conduct on this occasion will determine me as to the light in which I shall henceforth consider you. Present my duty to my mother. Lady Sarah desires her service may be accepted. I am, etc. What a letter is this, my sister! But Sir George is still himself, gross, void of sentiment. He dreams of nothing but the glaring advantages that fortune and rank in life procure. And how he argues, too! Weak arguer! He will not suppose that the object, absurd he calls it, which formerly prevented my happiness, should still prevail with me to reject the same happiness. Why not? Is the nature of Mr. Falkland's offence changed? Has he ever repaired it? Has not Miss Birchall the same claim she ever had? Nay, a stronger than ever, if years of unabated love can give it to her. My mother and I have by this time learnt to forgive human frailties. Nay, we forgave enormities. Unkind brother, to rake up the unfortunate ashes of my beloved. We have indeed learnt to forgive human frailties, but they were the frailties of a husband, a repenting husband, who was seduced to the commission of those crimes which he abhorred. But surely that is no plea for my overlooking the faults of another, to whom I am under no such tie. I am now without fortune and encumbered with children, indelicate man. Does he think that an argument in favour of his proposal? It is a strong one against it. Shall I, who when I was in the virgin bloom of youth, flattered with some advantages of person, which time and grief have since impaired, and not destitute of fortune, I, who then rejected Mr. Falkland from motives which still subsist, shall I now that I have lost those advantages meanly condescend to accept of this rejected man? This would indeed be acknowledging that the humiliating change had levelled me to those principles which I formerly condemned, would lay me under mortifying obligations to Mr. Falkland, and destroy the merit of that refusal which proceeded from such justifiable motives. No, my sordid brother, if I could recompense Mr. Falkland as he deserves at my hand, I would do it. But with such a mind as I bear, it cannot be done your way. I say nothing of the promise I made Miss Birchall. If I had never made her such, my sentiments would be the same, from those other considerations. But such a promise, binding as it is, determines my conduct beyond the possibility of a doubt. How unreasonable are Sir George's prejudices with regard to this unhappy young creature! He is for ever throwing out some invective against her. It is cruel, but I am tempted to forgive him, as I know it proceeds from his attachment to his friend. He need not put me in mind of the gratitude I owe Mr. Falkland. I am thoroughly sensible of it. But Sir George and I differ widely in our ideas of expressing this gratitude. My conduct in this affair is to determine him as to the light in which he is hereafter to consider me. Why, be it so. He has long lost the tenderness of a brother for me. I will not regain it at the expense of my honour. I know the worst that can befall me is poverty. I have already experienced almost every possible ill in life but that, and for that I am prepared. But I will not call myself poor while I have an upright heart to support me, and the means, poor and despicable as they are, of sustaining life. But what do I call despicable? Have I not an estate, my dear, a whole £50 a year, that I can call my own? This much was reserved to me out of my jointure when the rest was sold, and on this, whenever it pleases heaven to take my mother away, will I retire to some cottage in a cheap country, where my 2 children and I will live and smile at the rich and the great. My brother's letter has vexed and disgusted me exceedingly. Lady Sarah presents her service. Vain woman! Is that a becoming phrase to the mother of her husband? I am so provoked, I think I shall not answer her. He has no relish for such arguments as I could produce in support of my own opinions, and my writing to him would only bring on disagreeable altercations. My mother is in a downright passion with him. Selfish wretch, she called him, and said he would sacrifice both honour and justice to his own pride. End of section 29. Section 30 of Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph by Frances Sheridan. Volume 2 continued. July the 19th. Miss Burchell, poor soul, how I pity her! Her anxiety increases every hour. She, you may be sure, keeps a look-out on all Mr. Falkland's motions, for, she tells me, she hears he is arrived in town. I suppose I shall receive a notice of some kind or other from him. The unhappy girl, she grieves me to see her. There never was so extravagant a love as hers. She has nourished it in solitude, and I believe has a heart naturally tender to an uncommon degree. Otherwise she could not, for so long a time, and with so little hopes, have preserved so undiminished a fondness. But some accidents have, I know not how, combined to feed this flame. She acknowledges that Mr. Falkland's being disappointed in espousing me gave the first encouragement to her hopes, for she said she had reason to believe that I was the only woman in the world that stood between her and her happiness, and Mr. Falkland's remaining single ever since confirmed her in that opinion. Then the generous attention that he paid to her welfare in recommending her to my mother's notice when he first left England, the noble supplies that he constantly furnished her with ever since for the child's use, his behaviour to Mrs. Gerard, who, she says, is the most ensnaring of creatures, the tender manner that he mentioned her in his letter to my brother, my mother's constantly indulging her in the belief that she would one day recover Mr. Falkland's affections. All these circumstances, I say, joined together, have kept alive the warmest and most romantic love I ever saw or heard of. Well may the men say that forsaken women are always the most passionate lovers. It may be so, and Miss Burchell is one instance of the truth of this observation. But I think I should never make another. There is something to me unaccountable in this, but Miss Burchell is all made up of languishments and softness. I have heard her speak of Mr. Falkland in so rapturous a strain as has amazed me, and she once owned to me that she is sure she must have died if he had not returned her love. Return it? Ah, my Cecilia, how did he return it? How mortifying is her situation! To be compelled to court the man who flies her, and to make use of a rival's mediation too. But let me forget that name. I am no longer so to her, and shall do my best to prove it. She wearied me with importunities to write to Mr. Falkland now he is come to town, but I beseeched her to have a little patience till some overture was first made by him towards a renewal of our acquaintance, which I told her it was very probable I should soon receive. You may be sure I took care not to let her know of the intimation I had from Sir George. She seems fearful of my seeing Mr. Falkland. "Oh, madam," said she, "if he beholds your face again, I am undone, unless you can first prevail with him." "I understand you, dear Miss Burchell. I give you my word I will not see Mr. Falkland unless I am first convinced I can restore him to you." "How good you are, madam! Your influence, all potent as it is, can work miracles. If Mr. Falkland is sure you never will be his, perhaps he may return to his first love." My dear, ought she have said so? But it is no matter, it is nothing to me now who was his first or second love. July the 20th. It has happened to my wish. A billet from Mr. Falkland sent with compliments and how-do-ye's to my mother and me. Miss Burchell, who almost lives with us, was present when I received it. Her colour came and went several times while our servant delivered his message. I gave the letter into her hand as soon as I had read it. "There is nothing alarming in it, madam," said I. "See yourself. Only a few friendly lines, such as I might expect." Her hands shook while she held the paper. "Now, madam," said she, returning it, "now you have a charming opportunity of writing to him. I shall not fail, said I, to make use of it, and will let you see what I write. These are the contents of Mr. Falkland's letter. Will you, madam, permit a forgotten, though not the least zealous of your friends, to inquire after your welfare? Forgive me if I renew your grief when I tell you that, as I must participate in everything that relates to you, I have deeply mourned with you in the late calamity that has befallen you. When Lady Bidulph opens her doors to her general acquaintance, if I may presume to mingle in the crowd and kiss her hands, I shall esteem it as a particular honour, but will not, without her permission, attempt it. She is too good to refuse me this indulgence. You, madam, I hope, will not forbid it too. The humblest and most devoted of your servants, Orlando Falkland. Yes, Orlando, I must forbid it. I know the consequences of thy insidious visits. I'll try you to the quick. You have given me an opportunity of writing to you, I think, without any impropriety. Miss Burchell's interest is uppermost in my mind, and I will at least try what my influence on this romantic, wayward heart can effect. How happy should I think myself if my mediation, all potent as she called it, would have the desired success. July the 21st. I wrote to Mr. Falkland last night. My mother approved of the letter which I showed her before I sent it. Mr. Falkland was abroad when it was left at his house, but as I received an answer to it early this morning, I will give you copies of the two letters together. I thank you, sir, from my heart for your friendship, and beg you will not think me ungrateful for having thus long deferred to pay you my acknowledgments for the signal favours I have received at your hands. I am sensible, sir, that it was owing to your compassion, your generosity, and disinterested nobleness of mind that I was once indebted for the greatest blessing of my life. To you I owe the vindicating of my suspected faith, and the being restored to the affection of my dear husband. For this goodness I have never ceased to bless and pray for you, and shall continue to do so while I live. But, oh, sir, while you have given me so much cause for gratitude and esteem, why will you leave one heart to sigh for your unkindness, a heart that admires, that loves, that adores you, a heart worthy of your acceptance, and which has a right to demand all your tenderness? Need I name the possessor of this heart? I need not. There is but one woman in the world who owns this description. For her let me become an advocate. She has won me to her party. Indeed, sir, she, and only she, deserves your love. Hers, I am sure, you have ever possessed unrivalled, though her youth, her beauty, and charming accomplishments must have made her the object of everyone's wishes who saw her. 'Tis above 3 years since you first won her virgin affections. What has been her portion since that fatal time? Tears, solitude, and unremitting anguish. How can a mind like yours, susceptible as it is of pity for the woes of others, condemn such a woman to perpetual sorrow? How can that generosity which has been so active on other occasions droop and languish where there is such a cause to call forth all its exertions? Do, Mr. Falkland, permit pity to plead in your bosom for the dear Miss Burchell. I should urge paternal affection too, but to the voice of nature you cannot be deaf. Your sweet little son calls upon you to do him and his mother justice. The injured lady herself implores your compassion. My mother, who equally admires and loves her, entreats you. I, whom you once esteemed, conjure you. The secret monitor in your own soul must join in our solicitations. Why, then, why will you shut your ears against the united voice of reason, of conscience, and of gratitude? You cannot, you will not do it. Miss Birchall's merit and sufferings must be rewarded, and I shall bless Mr. Falkland as the guardian of the injured, the patron of the afflicted, the assertor of his own as well as of my honour. This is the light, and this only, in which I shall rejoice to see him. Mr. Falkland's answer. You do well, madam, you do well to anticipate my suit, and with so much cruel eloquence to bid me despair. Yes, I see Miss Birchall has won you to her party, but what have I done to merit such a malevolent fate, that you of all created beings should become her advocate? I little thought Mrs. Arnold would make such a barbarous use of her power. Tell me, thou dear tyrant, how have I deserved this? Would it not have been kinder to have said at once, Falkland, do not hope, I never will be yours. I hate, I despise you, and leave you to your fate. Oh no, you are artful in your cruelty. You would prevent even my wishes, and cut off my hopes in their blossom, before they dare to unfold themselves to you. But you have furnished me with weapons against yourself, and I will use them with as little mercy as you have shown to me. If 3 years are past since I won Miss Birchall's affections, is it not also as long that I have loved you with an ardour? Oh, thou insensible, were you not mine by your own consent, with your mother's approbation? Was not the day, the hour fixed, that I was to have led you to the altar? Miss Birchall's hopes were never raised to such a pitch as mine, when an avenging fiend snatched the promised blessing from my grasp. Think what were then my sufferings. I saw you afterwards in the arms of another. Miss Birchall never suffered such torture. Had I seen you happy, I might have been consoled. If Miss Birchall loved me as I have loved you, she would rejoice in the prospect of my felicity. I should have done so in yours, heaven is my witness. Had you been happy, I should not have thought myself miserable, though you were lost to my hopes. Why do you compel me to urge an ungrateful truth in regard to Miss Birchall? Madam, she has no claim to my vows. My gratitude, my compassion, she has an ample right to, and she has them. More might by this time have been hers, if I had never seen Mrs. Arnold. Remember, I do not yet desire permission to throw myself at your feet. I revere you too much to make such a request. But do not banish me your presence. I cannot always be proof against such rigours. Indulge me at least in the hope that time may do something in my favour. I will not desire you to tell me so, but do not forbid it. Lady Bidulph knows I respect her, but she is still obdurate. If she relented, would not you, madam, do so too? How this man distresses me, my dear! What a difficult task have I undertaken, yet I will go through with it. I am fearful of letting Miss Birchall see this answer, so discouraging as it is for her, yet how can I withhold it from her sight? 'Tis necessary I should conceal nothing from her on this occasion. She confides in me, and I must not give her cause for suspicion. She has no right to his vows. This he always said. It is necessary the lady should be quite explicit with me. I doubt she has not been altogether sincere in what she has said to my mother on this subject. I shall see her presently, and discourse with her more particularly on this head than I have ever yet done. I have had a conference with Miss Birchall, a long one, and in private, for I told my mother I wished to talk with her alone. I began with showing her Mr. Falkland's last letter. It had the effect I expected. She was exceedingly shocked. I laid my finger on that paragraph. She has no rights to my vows. It is necessary, my dear madam, said I, that you should be perfectly open and candid with me on this head. I have entered the lists for you, and will not give up your cause, but it depends on you to furnish me with every possible argument in your favour. If you misled me by wrong insinuations instead of putting it in my power to serve you, you will only create to yourself fresh obstacles. It is a nice subject, madam, and what I have ever been cautious of touching upon to you, but in the present situation of your affairs it is of the utmost importance to you that you should have no reserves to me. When Mr. Falkland first recommended you to my mother's acquaintance, he referred her to your honour for an explanation of certain points of so delicate a nature that I am loath to touch upon them. But pardon me, dear Miss Birchall, you must be open with me. Mr. Falkland was obliged to declare in his own justification that he never sought to gain your affections, and was so far from endeavouring to take advantage of the kind sentiments you had for him, that he avoided all opportunities of improving them, that he was even surprised into the fatal step which has since made you so unhappy, by the artifices of that vile woman who had the care of you. Mr. Falkland relied so entirely on your candour that, as I told you before, he referred my mother to you for a confirmation of the truth of what he advanced, imagining that your testimony would in some measure extenuate his fault. My mother, I have reason to believe, has heard the story from you in a light less favourable to Mr. Falkland. I was married before she received any information on this subject from you, and as any extenuation of Mr. Falkland's side was then become a matter of indifference to me, I inquired not into particulars. But by what I could judge from my mother's discourse then, and from hints that she has many times dropped since, I am inclined to believe that either Mr. Falkland concealed some particulars, or that you, from a delicacy very natural to a young lady in such circumstances, chose to draw a veil over some parts of your story. But, dear madam, all disguises must now be thrown aside. Depend upon it, your candour will more effectually recommend you to Mr. Falkland's esteem than anything else, and perhaps your justifying him to me may be no immaterial circumstance in your favour. Variety of passions discovered themselves on her face while I spoke, but shame was predominant. She was mute and hung down her head. I took her by the hand. Do not think, my dear, I mean to ensnare you. Far be such perfidy from my heart. Have I not promised you my assistance? I declare by everything that is sacred, you shall have it to the utmost stretch of my power, but do not let a false bashfulness stand between you and sincerity. You will stop up the way to your own happiness if you do. Speak, dear madam, has Mr. Falkland been just in his representations? She burst into a flood of tears. Oh, madam, you read my very soul. What disguise can I make use of before such penetrating eyes as yours? Yes, Mr. Falkland has spoke the truth, shameful as the confession is for me. I own it. Mrs. Gerard, base woman, betrayed me. My own mad passion did the rest. Mr. Falkland told me a few days after the fatal evening that he was the most miserable man on earth for what had happened. He said there was a lady in the world to whom he was bound to offer his hand, that her brother was his particular friend, that his marriage was then actually negotiating, and he was pressed on that occasion to return to London. He owned he had never seen the lady, but as his honour was engaged to her brother, he could not look upon himself as a free man. He cursed his ill fate that he had not had an opportunity of informing me of this earlier, which, he said, might have prevented me from casting away my affection on a man who could not deserve it. What could I say, madam? There was no room for reproaches or complaints. I made none. I had nobody to accuse but myself. I had declared my frantic love to Mr. Falkland unasked. I had implored his in return. In one dreadful moment I fell a sacrifice to my own weakness. The only hope that now remained for me was built on the circumstance of Mr. Falkland's having never seen his destined bride. Had I known you, madam, to have been the person, there could have sprung but small comfort from that consideration. But, ignorant as I was of the lady's merit, I thought it not impossible but that some objection might have arisen, either to her person or temper, or the lady perhaps, though that I thought most incredible, might not approve of Mr. Falkland. In either case, some glimmerings of hope remained for me. Mr. Falkland's generous compassion for me gave me room to think he did not hate me, and I was unwilling to lose the little interest I thought I had gained in his heart by fond complainings, much less upbraidings, for which he had given me no cause. I therefore acquiesced, determined to wait for what my fate was to do with me, resolving privately in my own mind that in case Mr. Falkland's intended nuptials should not take place, to remind him of my love. I did not confess to my aunt what had been the result of that interview, which she had contrived between Mr. Falkland and me. Shame would not suffer me to divulge it, but it was not long in my power to conceal it, to believe indeed she suspected it before. She reproached me for the error which she herself had caused, but I believe what most nettled her was Mr. Falkland's having escaped the snare, for I am sure she would have been base enough to have had me retain him as a lover, though I could not secure him for a husband, for he was not the first that this bad woman would have seduced me to favour for her own private interest. In the midst of the horror into which the condition I found myself in threw me, I heard that Mr. Falkland was on the point of being married. The prospect I had before me drove me to despair. I knew I could not remain long in my uncle's house. I knew not whither to fly. In my distraction I wrote to Mr. Falkland. You, madam, saw the letter, that ill-fated letter which deprived Mr. Falkland of his happiness. I soon received an answer wherein Mr. Falkland related to me at large the unfortunate consequences that letter had produced. He lamented in the tenderest manner my unhappy situation, told me he would provide me a proper place for my retreat, and, as I was an entire stranger in London, having never been there, would recommend me to the notice of one of the best of women, Lady Bidulph, from whom, as my unhappy story was known to her, I might expect the utmost humanity. And here, madam, with blushes, let me own it, he urged me not to conceal a single circumstance of the truth from that lady. You know, said he, my dear Miss Burchell, I am not a seducer. Rescue me from that black suspicion, and as far as the unhappy case will admit, clear my honour to Lady Bidulph. See what a reliance I have on your honour, when I trust the vindicating of my own to you in such delicate circumstances. He concluded his letter with telling me frankly that though he had been rejected by Miss Bidulph, he loved her with such an ardent passion that it was impossible for him ever to think of any other woman, and till he had a heart to bestow, he would never entertain a thought of marriage. You know Mr. Falkland at this juncture went abroad, and thus was I circumstanced when I came to that house which he had provided for me. And so frank and noble were his proceedings, that I solemnly declare I was determined, though at the hazard of divulging my own shame, to have acquitted him to the utmost of my power to Lady Bidulph, and should have rejoiced could I have been the means of procuring him the happiness he deserved in regaining your favour, as I had been, though unknowingly, the unlucky cause of his losing it. But fortune had disposed of you otherwise before I saw Lady Bidulph. This she quickly informed me of, and I will own to you, madam, that as I found there was now an insuperable bar to Mr. Falkland's hopes, I was mean enough not to have the courage to speak truth. I saw it could not avail him in regard to his prospects with you. Lady Bidulph's eye awed me, yet I think she led me into a justification of myself, so great were her prejudices against Mr. Falkland. Or perhaps, having already disposed of you in marriage, in vindication of this step she did not wish to be undeceived. Yes, again, in spite of my confusion, I must repeat it, I was not sincere. I threw out such hints to Lady Bidulph as must have made her think Mr. Falkland had taken pains to undo me. To this act of disingenuousness my sole motive was that I might appear in a less culpable light in the eyes of a lady of such strict virtue as your mother. By making her my friend, I was in hopes one day of making you so too. Devoted as Mr. Falkland was to the most charming woman in the world, I was not afraid of his making a second choice. I thought if he were to be induced to marry, he might in time be prevailed upon to turn his thoughts towards me. In this hope I have dragged on so many tedious years. I was not mistaken in my opinion that he could find none worthy to succeed Mrs. Arnold in his heart. He loves you still, madam, but you have declared you never will be his. He is still free. These are the circumstances that nourish my hope. My heart is in your hand. I have made you mistress of my dearest secret. Can you forgive me, madam? But you have an heroic soul. Remember, Mrs. Arnold, to your generosity I now trust what is dearer to me than life. Should Mr. Falkland know, should Lady Bidulph know, how I have abused their confidence, I think I could not outlive it. They never shall, madam, said I. I thank you for this frank acknowledgment of your heart. Such a proof of your confidence in me I should be a wretch to abuse, and I hope to make such a use of the candid confession you have now made me as will greatly promote your interest. And is it possible, madam, said she, you can yield up the interest you have in Mr. Falkland without a pang? Oh, the exquisite charmer! And she said it with such an emphasis, drawing out her breath in long sighs. But you are heroic, as I said before. Nature did not mould your heart as she has done those of the rest of your sex. Who that was beloved by Mr. Falkland would yield him to another? Worlds, 10,000 worlds, would I give to be beloved by him as you are. But you are a prodigy of a woman. I stopped Miss Burchell in her transports. There is less merit, madam, than you ascribe to me in my conduct. I readily acquiesced under my mother's rejection of Mr. Falkland, when he had some interest in my heart, but there is no self-denial in what I am now about to do for you. My affections have long since changed their object, and now lie buried with him in his grave. My tears here bore witness to the truth of what I said. Miss Burchell wept too. Her mind was agitated. The confession she had made to me had humbled her. Her heart overflowed with fondness. I had filled her with pleasing hopes. All these sensations combined together melted her into tenderness. She is made up of tears and sighs and romantic wishes. I can now, said I, assure Mr. Falkland that you have done him justice, and that he is highly obliged to your candour. She interrupted me. But, madam, if he should know how late my acknowledgments came— He need not know it, said I. My mother shall not know it either. Leave everything to my management, and depend upon my word. She snatched my hand eagerly and kissed it. "But, oh, madam, above all things," said she, "let not Sir George Bidulph know anything of your intended goodness in mediating for me. He hates me, implacably he hates me. I upbraid him not for it. His strong attachment to Mr. Falkland is the cause of it. He accuses me in his heart of being the occasion, which I own I was, though ignorantly, of Mr. Falkland's disappointment. I am sure, were he to know what you design in my favour, he would counterwork you, and use all his influence over his friend to ruin me." I made her easy on this head by assuring her Sir George should know nothing of the matter, and put her in mind how lucky it was for her that he was absent. "I cannot help thinking, my Cecilia, that there is a sort of a fatality has attended Mr. Falkland's attachment to me. By what a strange accident did we come to the knowledge of Miss Birchall's affair? How strong were my mother's prepossessions against Mr. Falkland, and how many little circumstances concurred to encourage her in this disposition! His letter from Bath to my brother helped to confirm her in her dislike of his conduct. Miss Birchall's letter to Mr. Falkland, though meant very differently, was a strong motive of condemnation. The only means of justification left for him my mother did not apply to till it was too late, and then that very circumstance of its being too late to serve him, Miss Birchall acknowledges was the reason that the very method which he had proposed for his defence was turned to his condemnation. Rooted as my mother's prejudices were, she engages herself, she engages me, in a promise to use my endeavours to promote Miss Birchall's marriage to Mr. Falkland. Does not all this look as if some unseen power who guides our actions had set a stamp of disapprobation on the union between this man and me? I wish I had seen that letter which Mr. Falkland wrote to my brother from Bath. My mother said she did not read it through. He treated the subject lightly, and there was one circumstance in particular in it that shocked her. And yet, surely, if the whole might not have borne a favourable construction, Sir George would not have shown her that account by way of justifying his friend. This reflection comes too late. Why did it not occur sooner to my mother or to me? We drew no other inference from Sir George's disclosing this letter than that, as Mr. Falkland treated the affair ludicrously, it was therefore expected both by him and my brother that we should consider it so too. That could not have been the case. Miss Birchall's confession has opened my eyes. Poor Mr. Falkland, what a wayward fate is thine! But let me beware of relenting, that might be fatal. There is still one indelible blot remains upon his conduct. Miss Birchall, blameable as she acknowledges herself, was still betrayed, and, though not by Mr. Falkland, yet sure his having paid the price of her innocence to the wicked aunt renders him so far guilty as that he owes her a great reparation. This was a particular I durst not touch upon, the unhappy girl herself being ignorant of it. There is a wide gulf fixed between Mr. Falkland and me. How many things are leagued against him! Alas, he thinks the principal bar to his hopes is removed, and that if Miss Birchall has been just, he ought to be forgiven. But he little knows thy Sidney's heart. Critically delicate as my situation is in regard of him, I am removed 1,000 times farther than ever from his wishes. Neither knows he the engagements I am under to Miss Birchall, which alone would put an everlasting bar between us. Unhappy Miss Birchall! She has bound me to her by stronger ties than ever. She has been ingenuous. She has owned her weakness to me. She declares she would have done this sooner if it could have promoted my happiness. Perhaps she would. Shall I not then endeavour to promote hers? I will, I must, my word is given. Yet Falkland deserves, oh, he deserves a worthier lot. End of section 30. End of the second volume. Section 31 of Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph by Frances Sheridan, Volume 3, June the 22nd. I now send you, my Cecilia, my second letter to Mr. Falkland. Why do you compel me, sir, noble and disinterested as your conduct has been towards me, to accuse you now of unkindness? You call me insensible. Oh, it is from my too great sensibility that all my sorrows have sprung. Destitute as I am of happiness myself, or even of a possibility of ever attaining it here, I look for no other comfort in this life but what must arise from seeing those whom I most esteem in possession of that tranquillity of mind which I can never hope to enjoy. If Mr. Falkland were happy, if Miss Burchell were happy, I should be less miserable. Remember, sir, it was not this lady's fault that you were disappointed in your former hope. She did not try by female wiles to engage a heart which you refused her. She used no ungenerous arts to cross your wishes. Loving you as she did almost to distraction, she yielded you up in silent anguish to a rival superior to herself in nothing. I acknowledge, sir, I was to have been yours, and with my own consent. But was it not also with my own consent those bonds were cancelled by which we were to have been united? I was then convinced Miss Burchell had a prior claim. I think so still, and ever shall. Miss Burchell's family is not mean. Her fortune is considerable, her beauty and personal accomplishments inferior to none, and but for Mr. Falkland she had been innocent. Yet do not imagine I would aggravate your fault. Miss Burchell's candour could not suffer this. How charmingly ingenuous was her confession! In the midst of tears and blushes she owned her weakness. You, she said, were not to blame. She praised your generosity, your compassion, the integrity and frankness of your whole behaviour towards her, and, could Miss Burchell's suffrage have ensured to you the completion of your wishes, Mr. Falkland would have been indebted to her for what he once thought his happiness. But though her testimony could not avail you in that particular, yet are your obligations to her the same. Does not then Miss Burchell love Mr. Falkland with a generosity equal to his own? Do years of fervent and unalterable affection deserve no return? Does the child, the dear innocent, that calls you father, deserve no consideration? He bears your name. Sir, let him not blush to own it. He may one day be an honour and a comfort to you. Put it in his power to make it his boast, instead of his shame, that Mr. Falkland was his father. The amiable lady whose very life is bound up in you has, in the midst of her affliction, one great source of comfort. Her character has escaped the malignity of cruel tongues by the privacy with which she conducted her measures till after the birth of your son. The retirement she has since lived in, her prudent, her modest, her exemplary conduct, have created esteem in everybody that knows her. This circumstance, as it is a peculiar felicity to herself, so ought it to be a motive of encouragement to you, sir, to complete her happiness. The false judging part of the world will have nothing to point at. Miss Birchall's relation or even connection with Mrs. Gerard is hardly known here. She has had no correspondence with that irregular woman since she became a widow, and her character had not suffered before in such a manner as to reflect dishonour on the young lady who was then under her care. How then can you persist in a cruel rejection of this lady? You own she is amiable. I am sure she has 1,000 good qualities. Is her love for you, her unparalleled love, to be imputed to her as a crime? If it be one, long and bitter has been her punishment. On you it rests to recompense her sufferings. What may you not expect from a grateful heart that worships you? Such a fervent, such a faithful love, deserving as you are, you perhaps may never again meet with in woman. With her you may be happy. She will make it the whole study of her life to render you so. Your own heart, conscious of having acted nobly, will confirm your happiness. Would to God I could inspire you with such sentiments as would induce you to make generous experiment. How would your character rise in the esteem of the two persons whom you profess to revere? How would you be adored by the amiable sufferer? But above all, how delightful must be the exaltations of the self-approving mind. There wants but this act to render you the most deserving of men. I would fain esteem, respect, admire you as I ought, but you will not let me. You will be a common man, and undistinguished among the light ones of your sex. I showed this letter to Miss Birchall. She read it with grateful tears running down her cheeks. In about an hour I received the following answer to it. Miss Birchall may triumph, madam, since she has obtained you for her advocate. Well, you have acquitted yourself of the task your rigid heart has undertaken. I thank the lady for the justice her charmed ingenuousness, as you rightly call it, has done me. But what have I gained by this? Have I not raised the fair complainant still higher in your esteem, given her a stronger claim to your pity, and furnished you with arms against myself? Wretch that I am, I must acknowledge the force of everything that you have urged. Miss Birchall is amiable. Her sincerity, her constancy, and, by me, unmerited love, deserve to be greatly recompensed. I would to heaven I had a heart to give her. But I have not. You know I have not. She knows it too. Could I have made Miss Birchall the return she deserves, I would not thus long have shunned her presence. I acknowledged the state of my heart to her, even at the time I had lost all hopes of possessing you, and in the spite of my own struggles, after years of confirmed despair, I found myself still enslaved. How, then, could I offer a hand, devoted as my whole soul was to another object, to a lady whose constant, tender, and delicate affection demanded all the return that a sensible and grateful heart could make? This, madam, is all the plea I can urge in answer to those arguments you offer to promote your favourite wish. Consult your own delicacy. Let Miss Birchall consult hers, and then perhaps I shall stand acquitted of ingratitude. I hoped, madam, that cleared as I have been of one imputation, I might have recovered some favour in yours and Lady Bidulph's thoughts. I was flattered with this consolation, small as it was, when every other hope forsook me. But when an unexpected event again brought happiness within my prospect, this reflection, I own, became of more importance, and served to strengthen my then revived hopes. But you dash them with an unrelenting hand, and again build up those barriers between us that heaven itself had overthrown. What can I say to you, inflexible as you are? Has Miss Birchall all your pity? You may command my life, madam. I would lay it down freely for you, but I cannot, must not, will not give up my love. Until you declare in express terms that I must be miserable, I will not even give up my hope. Orlando Falkland. See, my Cecilia, the heart I have to deal with, hard to be subdued and obstinate in all its purposes. I expected difficulties, but was in hopes he would be less determined in regard to his perseverance towards me. I think, however, I have gained some ground. He acknowledges Miss Birchall's merit, and seems obliged to her for the part she has acted towards him. I have been under some difficulties on this occasion, for as Miss Birchall was not so candid in her acknowledgments to my mother as she has been to me, I cannot let her know the whole of her confession. For this reason I only told her the general purport of what I wrote last to Mr. Falkland, and in reading his answer to her I passed over such passages as I thought might induce her to require an explanation. I own I am a little hurt at Miss Birchall's former perverting of facts on this occasion, but, as I have already said more than once, there are great allowances to be made for one in her very critical situation. Neither have I the least right to reproach her for it even in my thoughts, for had she been ever so explicit at my mother's first interview with her, it could not have availed me. You find, my dear, it is necessary I should speak plainly to Mr. Falkland. I shall write to him again, and here you shall have a copy of what I say, but I must lead this violent spirit with gentleness, and endeavour to convince his reason without wounding his tenderness. Mrs. Arnold's third letter to Mr. Falkland. You give me pleasure, sir. I begin to descry hopes for your and my amiable friend. I know such a heart as Mr. Falkland's cannot be proof against sentiments of gratitude and compassion. It will not be difficult to convert those sentiments into love, when the object is so deserving. Try, sir, try. The experiment cannot fail. How much to your honour will so noble a triumph be over an ill-fated passion? What delightful returns may you not expect from the obliged, the grateful partner of your happiness? Do not call me inflexible or rigid, filled as I am with gratitude and a sense of your merit. I should hate myself if I did not acknowledge that you deserve more from me than it can ever be in my power to repay. I must be plain with you, since you require it. It is impossible I ever can be yours. Sorry I am that the necessity of circumstances compels me to make so early a declaration, from which I thought my present situation would have exempted me. But I forgive you, sir, for urging me on this head, and draw a happy presage from your resting your hopes in relation to me on my own determination. You appeal to my delicacy, whether you ought, with a heart estranged, to offer your hand to Miss Birchall. Were delicacy alone to be consulted, the answer perhaps might be easy. But there are superior considerations in your case to be taken in. Love, without doubt, demands love in return. But where injured honour is to be repaired, where the disgrace of a darling child is to be prevented, those nicer sentiments of the soul must and ought to give way, and I will venture to pronounce that Miss Birchall would, with raptures, receive the hand which would confer such valuable blessings on her, leaving it to time and her own unremitting tenderness and assiduity to get an interest in the heart which, by such an act, proved its own rectitude. On this subject I, from experience, am qualified to speak. You know, sir, the interest you once had in me. You cannot think me so light a creature as to suppose I so soon, after my breaking with you, bestowed my affections on another. I did not. Obedience to my mother's commands was the sole motive which engaged my vows to Mr. Arnold, and I married him with no other sentiments than those of esteem and gratitude for the great love he bore me. Yet from these seeds sown in my heart sprung a tender and ardent affection. Never did wife love a husband better than I did Mr. Arnold. His kindness merited and did win my whole affections, nor could a temporary alienation of his heart dispossess him of the place he held in mine. His returning love, for which with all thankfulness I own myself bound to you, sir, made him still dearer to me than ever, and I now possess myself wedded to his memory. You have a right, sir, to expect that I should explain myself at once to you in this subject. For your own sake and for Miss Birchall's, I must not suffer you to entertain a doubt of my resolution. You compel me to repeat that I think Miss Birchall deserves your love, and has a just right to your hand. She throws herself upon your honour without pretending to have any lawful claim. If she had, I should not condescend to solicit the man who could refuse to do her justice. My mother is firm in her first resolves. Could you place a crown on my head, her integrity would still oblige her to reject it, nor would a crown tempt me to forfeit the duty which I owe to her. See then, sir, if that unexpected event which you mention, a fatal event to me, has brought you nearer to your wishes, and here let me add, in justice to my own particular sentiments, that I think Mr. Falkland is the last man who ought to be my choice, even if my heart were disposed to make one. Reproach me not with ingratitude or caprice till I have explained myself. It is not long, sir, blameless and unconscious as you were of the injury, and nobly as you repaired it, since you were the cause of a separation between me and my husband. I know you will say that our mutual innocence on this occasion, and the secrets being known but to a few of our friends, made the objection of little weight. I grant you, with many it might be so. All minds are not equally susceptible. 'Tis my unhappiness to have a too resenting heart. My own honour, scrupulous you may call it, would not suffer me to let the man succeed Mr. Arnold in my love, who was the occasion of so much uneasiness to him, and the cause of my being suspected in my fidelity. Would it not be an insult to his memory? Oh, sir, what is the world's opinion to the approbation of our own hearts? Mine has never yet reproached me, and this has been my support in all my trials. Thus much I say for the reverence I bear my dear Mr. Arnold's memory. But I have other reasons to offer in my excuse. Refinements you will call them, but my heart feels their force. I am not the same woman who you once loved. Afflictions have impaired my health, and those little advantages of person which nature bestowed on me have not been improved by time. My spirits, broken by misfortunes, have left me languid and insensible to joy. Peace is the utmost of my wish, and all that I am now capable of relishing. The bride whom Mr. Falkland once sought was in the bloom of youth, admired and caressed by a flattering world, unblemished in her character, her fortune equal to her wishes. Her heart, her virgin heart, was then a present, with pride let me say it, worthy of any man's acceptance. It was then in her power to bestow happiness, and Mr. Falkland would not have been matched unequally. But the scene is changed. What could I now bring to your arms? A person faded by grief, a reputation, though undeservedly, once called into question, a little helpless family without fortune, a widowed heart dead to love and incapable of pleasure. Oh, sir, could I bear to be your wife on such conditions? Indebted to you as I am, past a possibility of my ever making you a return, to what a mighty sum would you raise the obligation? How poor would you make me in my own eyes? Humbled as I am by adversity, my soul has still too much pride, or let me call it delicacy, to submit to this. No, if there was no Miss Burchell in the world, no parental sway to guide me, in my present circumstances I never would be yours. You have now before you my final determination. I shall trouble you no more on the subject. If your heart relents towards Miss Burchell, great will be your reward. In her you are sure of a tender, faithful, and charming friend, who will more than repay every act of kindness towards her, and he who is the author of justice and mercy will not fail to bless you. I am, etc. Methinks, my dear friend, I have now eased my heart of a load that oppressed me. What can I say more? Mr. Falkland now knows my determined purpose in regard to myself, and, if he is not quite insensible, I think Miss Burchell must at last obtain the wish of her soul. Oh, my Cecilia, I would not have my heart devoured by such a flame as hers for the whole world. But have I not acted as I should do? I hope I have. I feel satisfied with my own conduct, and I never yet found that to be the case when I acted wrong. There are some nice points in which your own hearts are the best, as well as the most impartial judges. If Mr. Falkland persists in rejecting poor Miss Burchell, I can urge him no further, but I am determined not to see him. July the 25th. How uneasy has been my suspense these 3 days! I question if Miss Burchell's is much greater. No answer from this strange man. Perhaps he is flown off again. No, I wrong him. A letter is this minute brought to me from him. Read it, my beloved, and congratulate me. You were born to conquer, madam. What is there that you cannot effect? My heart was made for you, and you can mould it as you please. Enjoy your triumph, if it be one. I will receive Miss Burchell as your gift, and since I cannot obtain your love, I will at least compel your esteem. Why should your generosity, your compassion for an unhappy lady to whom you have no obligation, exceed that of a man who owns himself bound to her in gratitude? I wish I could repay her the debt of love I owe her, but I will try to repair my fault hereafter, and in her gentle bosom perhaps I may recover that peace to which I have been so long a stranger. She will forgive the waywardness of a heart which never disguised its anguish to her, and which she knows has been torn by a fatal passion, that like a cruel disease was not either to be resisted or subdued. But thanks to you, madam, I think I begin to feel my cure approaching. Miss Burchell's tenderness will finish what you have begun. You shall never reproach me more. If I ever had an interest in your heart, I will not forfeit it now, but make that proud heart acknowledge, spite of itself, that Falkland was not unworthy of it. Ha, my Cecilia, what do you say to my Orlando now? My Orlando, let me this once call him. Has he not a noble mind? Happy, happy Miss Burchell, you are at length arrived to the summit of your wishes. Long may you enjoy them, and may you make your love as blessed as he deserves to be. My mother clasped her hand together in joy when I read this letter to her. God bless him, said she. He is now indeed a righteous man. How rejoiced I am, my dear, that I have been the means of bringing about this so much wished-for event. And yet, methinks, if I were in Miss Birchall's place, though my heart doted on the man to death, I could not receive him on such terms. He accepts her as my gift. It is to raise himself in my esteem. He does her justice. Nay, I think the assuming man seems to insinuate a sort of superiority over me by this concession. Why, let it be so. I shall be content in my humiliation if my gift will restore him to his peace. If it does, which I pray heaven it may, ought he not to think himself indebted to me? I think I should not let Miss Birchall see this last letter. He does not consent with a good grace, and it may damp her joy, though upon second thoughts I question whether she has delicacy enough to be much affected by this circumstance. I am saved the trouble of observing any decorum towards Miss Birchall. She has been just here wild with transport, and was several minutes in the room before I could get her to speak coherently. She had received a letter from Mr. Falkland, written by his own angelic hand, she said. She made no difficulty of leaving it with me, and here it is. Mr. Falkland's letter to Miss Birchall. Is it possible, madam, that I can still be dear to you, careless and remiss as I have been towards you since you first honoured me with your affection? If you can forgive this, I am ready to offer you my hand, and hope by devoting my future days to you, to make you amends for those years during which, deserving as you are, I have withheld that heart which was your due. I never had any merit towards you but my sincerity, and I will not now give up that virtue to arrogate to myself another to which I have no title. I own to you, madam, that it is to Mrs. Arnold's superior prudence and nice honour I am beholden for being brought to a just sense of your worth, and my own obligations to you. If you will give me leave to attend you this afternoon, you will receive a man filled with sentiments of gratitude and esteem for you, and who is determined by his future conduct to deserve a continuance of your love. I am, etc. I congratulated Miss Birchall after reading this letter on her approaching felicity. She had not words to express her acknowledgments to me. The service I had rendered her was indeed to her a most important one, and there are some occasions where words are of no use. Miss Birchall can be eloquent without them. She embraced me 1,000 times, and wept in tender transport on my neck. My mother is as much delighted at this happy event as if it immediately concerned her own welfare. She recommended it to Miss Birchall to have her little boy with her when Mr. Falkland came to visit her. It seems he has not seen the child since his last return to England. He did not care to go to the house where it was boarded, for fear of drawing any observation on himself to Miss Birchall's prejudice, and the people never permitted the child to be taken abroad by anyone but Miss Birchall, who passes for its aunt, or Mr. Falkland's housekeeper. But this good woman happening to be sick when he came to town, Mr. Falkland had not an opportunity of sending for it. Miss Birchall greatly approved of the notion, and flew from us to prepare for this so much desired interview. And now, my Cecilia, do you not think Mr. Falkland has proved himself a disinterested lover, shall I say, of your Sidney? Indeed, he has given a noble testimony of his esteem and deference for me, as well as he formerly did of his affection. If Miss Birchall does not render herself worthy of him, how I shall hate myself for having brought about this union. But she loves him too ardently, and is herself too lovely, not to get possession of his heart when it becomes his duty as well as his interest to give it up to her. All acquaintance between her and me must now cease, for her sake as well as Mr. Falkland's. This will be necessary. My presence may disturb, but never can contribute to the tranquillity of either of them. End of section 31. Section 32 of Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph by Frances Sheridan, Volume 3, continued. June the 26th. Miss Burchell was in too much haste to communicate her joy to us to defer the giving an account of what passed between her and Mr. Falkland yesterday evening. She hurried to us last night at almost 10 o'clock. He came to her house, she said, at 6, the hour she had appointed him, and looked so enchantingly. She herself was dressed out very elegantly to receive him, and I thought looked really charming. Her countenance was so lightened up with joy that she did not appear the same woman. She had endeavoured, she said, to compose herself for this interview, and had tried to assume something of dignity, but it all vanished when her conqueror approached, and the tumult of her heart so entirely banished all recollection and presence of mind that she was not able to tell me in what manner she received him. She only knows, she says, that having snatched up her little boy, who stood by her and hung on her gown, she put him into his father's arms, and bidding the babe thank him for his goodness, she burst into tears. Mr. Falkland tenderly embraced the child, not without a visible emotion of countenance, and having gently set him down again, he placed himself by Miss Burchell's side. She was still sobbing. "Those generous tears, madam," said he, taking her by the hand, "reproach me too much. I have not deserved this tenderness. I cannot look upon you nor that dear boy without blushing. But you have forgiven me. It shall be the study of my life to make you both happy." "Oh, madam," continued Miss Burchell, "what an exquisite joy must such a declaration give me from the beloved of my soul!" I wrung his hand. "Oh, sir, you are too good. What return can I make you?" "One thing only say to me, that you do not offer me a very reluctant hand, and then I shall be the happiest of women." Mr. Falkland paused a little while, and then with a noble frankness replied, "You know, my dear Miss Burchell, with what an excess of passion I have ever loved Mrs. Arnold. Had no such woman existed, you would have been my choice, preferably to any other. But when I first knew you, I looked upon myself as bound to her, though at that time I had never seen her. My knowledge of her afterwards confirmed me hers. I made no secret of this to you, and you may remember what my declarations to you were. Even at the time my hopes were frustrated. I have loved her fervently ever since. Even in the arms of a husband I adored her, and I will be candid enough to own to you that, as my attachment to her has, during all that time, estranged me from you, so should I still, had I the least hopes of succeeding, have persisted in my suit. But she has cut off all hope. She has declared she never can be mine, and at the same time has represented my obligations to you in so strong a light that I am convinced I ought to be yours. And let me own, madam, you who are generous and know what it is to love, will pardon a declaration which I durst not make to any other woman. To you I will confess that Mrs. Arnold is arbitress of my fate, and in approving myself to her I do so to my own conscience. I do not therefore, though my actions have been guided by her, yield with reluctance to her will. Her virtue, her religion, and enlarged mind have only dictated to me what my own reason tells me I ought to do. I have been a slave to a hopeless passion too long. I am now resolved to struggle with my chains. You, madam, must assist me in breaking them entirely, and I make no doubt but that time, joined to my own efforts, and aided by your sweetness of disposition, your tenderness and admirable sense, will enable me to conquer what I must now call a weakness, and make the triumph equally happy for us both. But remember, madam, I never see Mrs. Arnold more. 'Tis for your peace sake as well as my own that I make this a preliminary to our marriage. I will, when you shall vouchsafe me the honour of your hand, receive it, if you please, from Lady Bidulph, and as I presume it will be agreeable to you to have the ceremony entirely private, that I may, for our dear boy's sake, present you rather as my acknowledged wife than as my new-made bride, I will, with the utmost speed and secrecy, have such disposition made as shall be suitable to my condition and your own merit. I should like, after we are united, if you have no objection to it, to pay a visit for a while to an estate I have in Ireland, which I have never yet seen, and which I intended to have looked at, if this event, this happy event, and he kissed my hand, had not taken place. Penetrated as I was, pursued Miss Birchall, with a sense of the generosity and openness of his heart, I could not forbear raising his hand to my lips. He tenderly withdrew it from me as if abashed at my condescension. He then turned the discourse to less interesting subjects, and after 3 delightful hours spent with me, took his leave, not without first having fixed on Wednesday, next Wednesday, to be the blessed day that is to make him mine for ever. "Happy, happy may you be," said I. "You must be happy, but let me see you once again before you are Mrs. Falkland. There are not many hours to come before that name will be yours." "My dear madam," said she, and patted my bosom with her hand, "I hope all is well here." She looked earnestly in my face, and then added, "But you have a noble heart. 'Tis an honest one, I hope," said I, a little disconcerted at her manner. Why did she address me thus, my dear? I hope I did not discover anything in my behaviour as if I repined at her good fortune. If I did, far be such a wretched meanness from the heart of thy friend. Was it not my own act to make Miss Birchall the happy woman she now thinks herself? Yet I own there is something in Mr. Falkland's conduct which has raised my esteem to admiration. Oh, may his future days be blessed, else shall I indeed be wretched. My mother told Miss Birchall it would give her inexpressible satisfaction to bestow her in marriage on Mr. Falkland, and desired she would let her know to-morrow at what time and place the ceremony was to be performed. She answered at her own house, as she could be nowhere else so private, and that Mr. Falkland would engage for the purpose a clergyman, a particular friend of his, and fellow collegian, on whose discretion he could rely. Miss Birchall's spirits were too much exhilarated to let her think of rest. She stayed with us till it was very late, and having taken occasion to mention how grieved she was at the thoughts of losing my society, and of the necessity Mr. Falkland expressed himself under of never seeing me more, my mother took that opportunity of gravely entering into the subject of matrimonial duties. She highly applauded Mr. Falkland's resolution on that head, and told Miss Birchall it ought exceedingly to enhance his merit towards her. "Let this be a memorandum to you, my dear madam," said she, "how sacred the bond is to be held that is now going to unite you. He will not, you see, run the hazard of being tempted, even in thought, to swerve from that faith which he is going to plight to you. Your situation is delicate, and it will require the utmost prudence and circumspection on your part to secure such an interest in his heart as he now seems inclined to give you. It is not on your personal charms that you are to rely for subduing or preserving the affections of such a man as he is. They alone, you see, are not able to effect this. It is to Mr. Falkland's honour rather than his love that you are now obliged for the justice he has done you. Never let this be out of your thoughts. be grateful, but let your gratitude have dignity in it, and by your behaviour convince your husband that honour was with you a first motive to wish this union. Love will then come in with a better grace as a secondary inducement. The freedom of my mother's observations and instructions I was not surprised at, because she always speaks her mind, but the emphasis with which she delivered herself was unusual. Miss Burchell expressed herself as obliged to her, and joined entirely in her opinion. I could perceive, however, she was not pleased with the lecture. When Miss Burchell was gone, my mother told me she thought it necessary to speak as she had done. "Miss Burchell," said she, "is not quite the girl I took her for. So much modesty and reserve, I thought, I never had met with in a young creature before." When she used to speak of Mr. Falkland, it was with affection indeed, but with such a nice decorum as convinced me of the innocence and purity of her heart. But of late I have observed she has been less delicate in her expressions of tenderness. Such passionate flights have sometimes broken from her, as I did not think becoming in a young woman, with which indeed almost offended me, and this night her joy has been ungoverned. Great reason she has for joy, 'tis true, but there are some considerations which ought to have made her chasten that joy with a sober and at least seemingly moderate satisfaction. She loves Mr. Falkland, but let her beware of disgusting a man of his sense by too strong an expression of her fondness. My mother's observation, and her uncommonly forcible manner of expressing it, struck me prodigiously. It is true I had made the same remarks myself, but as you know, she is not extremely penetrating, and in general but a superficial observer. I was the more surprised at what she said. Miss Burchell's behaviour must have been formerly very different from what it is now, to have made my mother so sensible of the change. Some considerations, she said, ought to have made her chasten her joy. Perhaps she meant no more than that the young lady in the midst of that joy had upon reflection cause for humiliation. I hope she did not think that her gaiety on this desired event affected me, who had so warmly promoted it. My mother is too open not to give the full meaning of her thoughts. This may be only the suggestion of my own fancy, yet it has mortified me. I had but little rest last night, and rose this morning by daylight to throw together in writing the above particulars. June the 27th. Miss Burchell came not to us till late this evening. Pleasure danced in her eyes. I whispered to her, "We rejoice with you, dear madam, sincerely rejoice at the approaching felicity, but our present state will not suffer us to keep pace with you in that gaiety, however justifiable it may be from the cause. Restrain yourself a little. My mother will not think you kind, as we are so soon to part with you." She smiled and thanked me for the hint, immediately composed her features to such a decorum, I will not call it demureness, that it was impossible to discover she was agitated by any extraordinary emotion. I own I was amazed at the command she so suddenly assumed over her countenance. I was glad, however, she did so, that my mother might not have the fresh cause of dislike towards her. She told us that Mr. Falkland had settled £1,000 a year on her, and that too without ever having informed himself of the state of her fortune, for in the hurry of her thoughts she had neglected to mention it to him. "Generous man," whispered I to myself. She then with great gravity applied herself to my mother, and told her she hoped for the honour of her presence the next morning at her own house, where the ceremony was to be performed, before no other witnesses but her ladyship and the gentlewoman who had been Mr. Falkland's housekeeper, and that the following day they purposed retiring to Mr. Falkland's seat in Hertfordshire, and after a short stay there to set out for Ireland. My mother commended Mr. Falkland's diligence for having so suddenly disposed everything for this important event, and told our friend she would not fail to attend her at the appointed time. Miss Birchall's behaviour was extremely composed. She either really was, or affected to be, extremely sorry at parting with me. She could not stay long with us, she said, as she had many things still to settle in the remaining part of that evening. On taking leave of me, "I shall not see you again, worthiest of women," said she, "at least for many months, but my love, my respect, and my gratitude towards you will be as lasting as my life. You shall hear often from me, and be so good as sometimes to tell me I am not forgotten." She embraced me with tears in her eyes, but I thought she tripped downstairs to her chair as if her heart was very light. My mother liked her deportment. She said she believed the flightiness of her behaviour before was owing to her being quite intoxicated with the suddenness of her joy, or so unexpected a turn of fortune, but that, since she had time for recollection, she had recovered her wonted bashful and sober air, with which she used to be so delighted. My mother says she will contrive to carry a rich white brocade gown with her, in order to slip it on at Miss Birchall's house, for she would not on any consideration appear in mourning on this joyful occasion. You know the reverence she has for omens. June the 28th. The important event is over, my Cecilia. Miss Birchall is now Mrs. Falkland. My mother is just returned, and saw the nuptial knot tied. The lady, she said, looked very lovely, and it was easy to observe she gave her hand with all her heart. Mr. Falkland's behaviour was polite and unconstrained, but his attention to his bride was more gallant than tender, and his whole deportment was that of a man who seemed to endeavour at acquitting himself with a good grace of an act of duty rather than of inclination. The latter part of the observation is mine, not my mother's, but I collected it from certain little particulars which she related to me in her own way, without drawing any inference from them. He thanked her in a most respectful manner for the honour she had done him, and for her former friendship to Miss Birchall, but did not once mention my name. So much the better. I hope he will forget me. My mother is mighty alert on the occasion, and felicitates both herself and me on our having brought about this very important affair. She joined heartily with me in praying that the new married pair may be happy in each other. She is quite reconciled to Mr. Falkland. "What a pity it was," said she, and stopped, then added, "but everything is for the best." I understood her, but made no reply. They go out of town tomorrow morning. All happiness attend them. I expect Sir George will be quite outrageous about this marriage. My second refusal of his friend, with the addition of his now being wedded, through my persuasion, to a woman my brother never could endure, will, I fear, exasperate him beyond a possibility of reconciliation. I cannot help it. I have acted agreeably to the dictates of my duty. That must be my consolation. Life is in itself a warfare. My life has been particularly so. July the 8th. My mother is far from being well. Her spirits have been a little heightened for these few days past, but her disorder, I see, gains ground. The swelling in her legs is returning, and her rest at night quite broken. I am hourly habituating myself to think of her dissolution, or in other words, am preparing myself for the worst evil that can now befall me. I hope I shall find myself equal to the trial. July the 10th. Here is a storm for you, my dear. A letter from Sir George. I wanted such a thing to rouse me from the almost lethargic dullness that was creeping on me. Mr. Falkland has acquainted him with his marriage. Pray observe his brotherly address. Mrs. Arnold, June the 6th, 1706. For I disclaim all relation to you. I have just now had a letter from Falkland, wherein I am at once informed of your having finally rejected him, and of his being married to Miss Burchell. As for the first, your own folly be on your head. You will have time enough for repentance. But what in the name of blind infatuation could provoke you to urge the man to whom you owed such obligations to his destruction? You, I know, have done it. He could not be so mad but under your influence. You and my mother, I suppose, fancy you have done a righteous deed, but you have done what I am afraid poor Falkland will have reason to— I will suppress the shocking word that my indignation suggested. Why was not I made acquainted with this precious design of marrying my friend to that insinuating little viper? I might perhaps have prevented the mischief, for I cannot think, if she had not imposed upon you, that you would have pushed your chimerical notions of honour to such extremities. Perhaps you meant well, but it has ever been your peculiar misfortune, I think, to have your good intentions productive of nothing but evil. This last action, I fear, will be a severe proof of the truth of this observation. I warned you in time against this woman, but my advice has always been despised. I will say no more on the hateful subject. What is done is irrevocable, but I believe you will hardly be able to answer to it yourself, if you find that you have condemned one of the noblest fellows in the world to the arms of a prostitute. Lord bless me, my Cecilia, was there ever such a barbarian? With what an implacable aversion does he pursue this poor girl! But what does he mean by the odious epithet with which he closes this horrid letter? Sure Miss Burchell merits not that name. Her weakness in regard to Mr. Falkland cannot bring on her so detestable a charge. If George knows anything more of her character than I do, then why did he not tell me so before? It cannot be. His aversion to her makes him cruel and unjust. He says true. I should not indeed forgive myself if I were the means of making Mr. Falkland unhappy. And his observation would be dreadfully verified, that all my good intentions produce nothing but evil, if this marriage should prove to be unfortunate. July the 20th. I have had a letter from Mrs. Falkland. She and her husband have arrived safely at his estate on the borders of the north of Ireland, within less than 30 miles of the capital. It is a pleasant part of the country, she says, but as Mr. Falkland has no house there, they have taken up their lodgings for the present at the house of his steward. Her letter is filled with declarations of the felicity she enjoys. She says she would not change her lot to be the greatest queen on earth. May she continue to deserve her happy fortune, and to render her husband as satisfied with his lot as she is with hers. Then shall I triumph over Sir George for his vile insinuations. I have heard from my good Lady V, in answer to the letter I wrote her giving an account of Mr. Falkland's marriage. As he had not made her acquainted with his return to England, I knew not whether he had informed her of this particular, and I find he had not, as Lady V was a stranger to his former connection with Miss Burchell, with whom I have already told you she was acquainted, and that she entertained a very favourable opinion of her. She expressed no displeasure at the alliance, but said she supposed he married in a tiff upon my refusal of him, for which I gave her such reasons as I had before given Mr. Falkland, excepting those which related to Miss Burchell, which for both their sakes must now be no more mentioned. Lady V says she will not condemn the delicacy of my sentiments, though she owns her wish was that it could have been got over, as she is sure that Mr. Falkland can never be happy with any one but me. Here follows an interval of near 2 months in which nothing material occurred. September the 13th. The time approaches, my Cecilia, when thy friend shall be poor and destitute. I know thy generous heart will more than sympathize with me in my calamity, from the aggravating reflection that it is not in your power to assist me. The account you have given me of your husband's close disposition has too fully convinced me of this, nor should I have mentioned my apprehensions to you at this time, but that I am bound not to conceal a thought from the friend of my heart. Sir George has dropped all correspondence with us. I have nothing to expect from him, nor does that mortal live, yourself excepted, to whom I would on such an occasion be indebted. I have already sighed too often under the weight of obligations I could not repay. My mother is hastening apace towards a better world. She sees her end approaching with such a calmness, such a truly pious joy, as almost makes me ashamed of lamenting her loss. For what is it in me, my dear, but selfishness? 'Tis true, the loss of a tender parent, a faithful friend, at a time when all other comforts of life are fled, is an evil one could wish wholly to avoid, or at least to postpone to the longest date possible. But when I consider her welfare, ought I to indulge myself in such a wish? Her life is already become a burden to her. Her infirmities are painful, and without hope of cure. She longs to be released, and to receive that reward of her righteousness which cannot be obtained on this side of the grave. If we had a friend who, in compassion to our wants or weakness, consented to live with us, though under the pressure of years and bodily pain, and that friend were invited to a remote country in an assurance of recovering health, of having youth renewed, and of possessing all the riches, power, honours, and accumulated pleasure that this world can bestow, should we not blush to own even a wish to detain him from such a station? What but a love of ourselves superior to that which we bear to our friend would suggest such a thought? How much more to be desired then is the change to which my mother looks forward with an assured hope. But there is something dismal in the idea of death. 'Tis only our prejudices makes it so. I have been endeavouring for many days past to familiarize it to my thoughts, and to consider death only as the name of a region through which my mother is to pass, in order to get to that delightful country to which she is invited, and whither I shall assuredly follow her. Such is the present frame of my mind. Judge then, my sister, if this philosophy will not bear me up against the expected blow when it falls upon me. September the 15th. 'Tis strange, my Cecilia, that this best of parents, who has always so tenderly loved me, expresses now not the least uneasiness at the forlorn condition in which she must soon leave me. Her thoughts are employed on higher objects, and she seems to have weaned herself from all worldly attachments. "I am going from you, my daughter," said she to me just now, "and have no other legacy to leave you but a parent's blessing. Your brother possesses all when I die. I wish you had the means of enjoying life with comfort, but you must be contented. See that you bear your lot as becomes you. I perceive your grief for the melancholy condition to which I am reduced. But," added she, smiling, "I shall soon be released. Remember how David behaved on the death of that son whose life he had earnestly besought of his Maker. Let that serve you as an example, not to give yourself up to unprofitable sorrow. Bring up your children in the principles that I taught you, and God will take care of them. For I have never seen the righteous forsaken, nor his seed begging their bread." She said she found herself drowsy, and desired me to leave her for a while. I have left her, going to hope to get a little sleep. She breathes with so much difficulty that she cannot bear to lie down, and never gets any rest but by snatches, as she sits in an armchair supported by pillows. How heavy and cast down do I feel in my spirits, but I know the worst, that is something. It is all over, and my mother, blessed woman, opens not her eyes again, but to a joyful resurrection. Oh, my dear, there is no terror in death when he seizes us not unprepared. I went into my mother's chamber about half an hour after I had quitted it at her desire. I found her leaning back in her chair, her eyes shut, and a complacent air diffused over her face, which made me hope that her slumber was sweeter and more profound than usual. I sat down by her to contemplate her benign countenance, and was some minutes before I discovered that she did not breathe. I took her hand. She had no pulse, and I soon found that the happy spirit had escaped from its house of clay. May I die the death of the righteous, and my latter end be like hers. No murmurings. No, no, my sister. I will be patience itself. End of section 32. Section 33 of Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph by Frances Sheridan, Volume 3, continued. September the 25th. I have sent the remains of my venerable parent down to Sydney Castle, there to be interred with her ancestors. I wrote my brother an account of her death on the day it happened, but have as yet received no answer. Unnatural son! But I will not reproach him. Some accident might have prevented his writing immediately on the receipt of my letter. He never entirely forsook the duty he owed his mother, but he has of late been quite estranged from us. His wife, vain, weak, and imperious, governs him totally. I must now begin to look about me for a place of abode suited to my present circumstances. My whole income would not pay more than half the rent of these lodgings in which I have lived with my dear mother. My poor Patty, I am grieved for her. I begged of her to seek another mistress who might be able to reward her merit and provide for her as she deserves, but the worthy, affectionate girl told me it would break her heart if I talked of parting with her. "You must have a servant of some sort, madam," said she. "Why must not I do as well as another?" "If I were able to make you a proper return, Patty," said I, "you should not leave me, but I cannot afford to pay a servant of your abilities as you deserve, and I must be my own maid for the future." "Never, never, madam," cried the honest creature, bursting into tears. "While I have hands to serve you, let me but attend to you and the two dear children. I desire nothing, I want nothing. Your goodness has all along supplied me so that I am sure I have clothes enough to serve me during my life, and if I could not put up with the same humble way of living that my mistress does, sure I should be a presumptuous wretch." My tears thanked the grateful girl, and taking her by the hand I told her that I would not talk of parting for the present, but when anything worth her acceptance offered, I should then insist on her embracing it. I am determined to retire to some village at a distance from London, and either to take a little cottage to myself, or board with my children at some farmhouse, as I shall find most convenient. £50 a year will be but a slender support for 3 persons brought up in affluence. My little ones indeed will not now be sensible of the change, and by the time they are grown up they will be so inured to their homely board that they will not, I hope, aspire after what cannot consistently, perhaps with virtue, lie within their reach. October the 27th. After paying the expenses of my mother's funeral, discharging our lodgings and some other demands, I find my purse will be so extremely reduced that I shall have but barely enough to keep out want till my small income becomes due to me. I must therefore, for the present, defer putting my scheme into execution, as I am not qualified to undertake a journey with my little family, especially as I am as yet uncertain what place to fix on for my residence. Neither will I afford my brother, though I have no reason to expect anything from him, a farther pretence for reproaching me, by giving him room to say I left London without consulting him or waiting for his return to it. I shall therefore look out for a lodging of a small price, where I will conceal myself from everybody that knows me, and wait for Sir George's arrival. October the 28th. How happy you make me, my ever dear friend, by your approbation of my conduct. Since my receiving your last packet, which came to my hand late last night, I am better reconciled to my present lot than I was before I heard from you. I could not do otherwise, you say, after my solemn promise given to Miss Burchell, than use my utmost endeavours to promote her marriage with Mr. Falkland. True, I could not, but I wish you had entered more into my sentiments in regard to those punctilios which you tell me you think might have been got over if that young woman had been out of the question. I could not help smiling at your wish, unchristian as it was, but, my dear, if that were to happen, do you think Mr. Falkland so void of reason, nay, of feeling, as after all that has passed to persevere? Or if he did, that I could be so mean as to owe the very bread that I and my children should eat to his generosity? Would you, my Cecilia, wish to see your friend so humbled? 'Tis not in the power even of the cold, hard hand of poverty itself to dash me so low as that would do. But where is the need of forming resolutions or even making declarations about what never can happen? I see, notwithstanding, that you think my heart has again done itself some violence. You know that heart too well for me to attempt to hide from you its secret workings. I own to you honestly, I now feel my own unhappiness in its full extent. I look back and take a survey of the past, and cannot help thinking that I have had the most wayward fate allotted me that ever woman had. Disappointment in a first love has, I think, been ever accounted a grief scarce surmountable even by time, but this can only be the case where the heart, extremely vulnerable by nature, like Miss Burchell's, suffers itself to be so entirely immersed in that passion that all the other duties of life are swallowed up in it, and where an indolent turn of mind, a want of rational avocations, and perhaps of a new object, all contribute to indulge and confirm the disease. This, you know, was not my case. I loved, 'tis true, but it was with temperance, and though my disappointment afflicted me, it did not subdue me. I got the better of it. I think I got the better of it even before I married, but sure I am I totally conquered all remembrance of it after I became a wife. I then laid down a new scheme of happiness, and was for a time in possession of it. How I was thrown from this is still bitter to remembrance. You well know what I suffered when I found myself deprived of my husband's love, and suspected of a crime at which my soul shrunk. But it pleased the just God to deliver me from this heavy misfortune, and I think the happiest days of my marriage were those which I passed with Mr. Arnold after our reunion. Then it was I was thoroughly sensible that the heart can love a second time, truly and ardently. But I was soon again plunged into affliction by the death of a husband endeared to me more than ever by his misfortunes. My grief for him was proportionate to my love. Yet, my friend, as time is a universal conqueror, it might have healed this wound as well as the former one, and a very few years would perhaps have disposed me to return Mr. Falkland's still unabated passion, if a variety of circumstances had not interposed that strongly forbade our union. Convinced as I was of this, I acted agreeably to the dictates both of my reason and my conscience in persuading Mr. Falkland to make Miss Birchall his wife. I should have been grieved and mortified had he rejected her, and I had determined never to have seen him more. Yet how deceitful is the human heart! This very act which I laboured with so much assiduity to accomplish, and on the accomplishment of which I had founded I know not how a sort of contentment for myself, has been the very means of destroying what little peace of mind I was beginning to taste before. Sure, that man was born to torment me in a variety of ways. If I was disappointed in my early love, I had, however, duty and a consciousness of what I then thought superior worth to support me. If, on his account, I suffered cruel and injurious aspersions, the innocence of my own self-acquitted heart bore me up under it. But he has at length found the way to punish me, without leaving me any resource. My pride is of no use. He has raised himself in my esteem superior to everything. His whole behaviour so generous, so candid, a love so disinterested, so fervent, what noble, what uncommon proofs he has given me of it! And at length what a triumphant sacrifice he has made of that overruling passion to the sober call of reason and humanity. He has left me, my dear, to gaze after him with grateful admiration, and sometimes perhaps to sigh that our fates rendered it impossible for us to meet. But if I do sometimes sigh, it is not at the advantages of fortune, which I might have enjoyed with him. No, no, surrounded as I am with distress, I do not envy Miss Birchall's affluence or splendour. If that motive could have had weight with me, I might have been mean enough not to have acted as I have done. 'Tis the qualities of the man's mind I esteem. I think our souls have something congenial in them, and that we were originally designed for each other. And if I believed the doctrine that teaches us that there are little officious spirits that preside over the actions of men, I should think that our two evil geniuses laid their heads together, in conjunction with Miss Birchall's active demon, to thwart and cross all our measures. I have nothing now left but to pray for the happiness of one whose lot in this life he has suffered me to determine, and to beseech heaven that he may never stand in that fatal predicament which Sir George with such outrageous barbarity marled out in his vile letter. I now return to myself and to my present state, which I think I may say brings up the rear of my misfortunes. Let the chastisement stop here, and I shall bow me to it with resignation. October the 29th. Ah, my Cecilia, what an aggravation is here to the already too deep regret I feel on Mr. Falkland's account. His triumph over me is now complete. In sorting my mother's papers, as I am to leave these lodgings tomorrow, I found that letter which Mr. Falkland wrote to my brother George from Bath. You may remember I told you my mother had in her resentment flung it to Sir George, and that, as it happened to fall on the ground, he had quitted the room in a passion without taking it up. My mother, I suppose, when she cooled, laid it by, though I dare say she never looked into it afterwards. Read it, and see by what a fatality we have been governed. Mr. Falkland's letter to Sir George Bidulph, Bath, May the 9th, 1703. How you mortify me, my dear Bidulph, when you tell me of the happiness I lose by staying so long at Bath. The ladies are impatient to see me, say you. Ah, Sir George, thou hast spoke better of me than I deserve, I fear. I am sadly out of humour with myself at present. I have got into a very foolish sort of a scrape here. My wrist is quite well, and I should have thrown myself at Miss Bidulph's feet before now, but to tell you a secret, my virtue not being proof against temptation, I have been intercepted. 'Tis but a slight lapse, however, a flying affair, neither my honour nor my heart in the question. A little vagrant Cupid has contented himself with picking my pocket, just lightly fluttering through my breast and away. Are you fallen so low as that, Falkland, say you, to buy the favour of the fair? No, George, no, not quite so contemptible as that neither, and yet, faith, I did buy it too, for it cost me £300. But the lady to whom I am obliged knows nothing of this part of her own history, at least I hope so, for my credit's sake. The case, in short, is this. An old gouty officer and his wife, a very notable dame, a fine woman too, happened to lodge in the same house with me. The man came hither to get rid of his aches, the lady of her money and her virtue, if she has any, for she is eternally at the card-tables. Under the conduct of this hopeful guide came a niece of the husband's, an extremely fine girl, innocent too, I believe, and the best dancer I ever saw. I don't know how it happened, but she took a fancy to me, which, upon my word, and I'm sure you have no doubts of me, I was far from wishing to improve. You know I always despised the mean triumph of gaining a heart for which I could not give another in return. I saw with pain her growing inclination for me, but as we lived in the same house and met every day in the rooms, it was impossible for me to avoid her as much as I wished to do. The aunt, I found, had her eyes upon me, and took some pains to promote a liking on my side. I saw her design, and was so much upon my guard that she, who I soon found was an adept in love matters, almost despaired of gaining her ends. The young lady's inclination, however, seemed to increase. A pair of fine blue eyes told me so every day, and I was upon the point of flying to avoid the soft contagion, when an accident happened that totally overthrew all my good resolutions. I had not seen the young lady for 2 or 3 days, and I inquired for her, and her aunt answered with a mysterious smile, "She is ill, poor thing. Why don't you look in upon her and ask her how she does?" I replied, if the lady will permit me, I will do myself that honour, and intended literally to have kept my word by just asking her at her chamber door how she did. "You are very cruel," said the aunt. "Would you persuade me that you don't know the girl is in love with you?" "Oh, your servant, madam. If you think me vain, I thank you for the reprimand." "Come, come," said she, "this is all affectation. We'll drink tea with her this evening." "Upon my word," said I, "if I am to believe what you say, I think you ought not to desire me. I am not blind to the young lady's merit, but I am so unfortunate as not to have it in my power to make such returns as she deserves." I found the occasion required my being serious. "If you have not love," said she, "you may at least have a little complaisance. Was there ever such a barbarian not to go and see a woman that is dying for him? I promised to bring you, and she expects you. What is the pretty creature afraid of?" patting my cheek. "I'll stay by it all the while." There was no withstanding this. I promised to wait on her. She knocked at my door about 6 o'clock, and looking in asked if the coy Narcissus was ready. I went with her, and she led me directly to her niece's chamber. The young lady looked pale and languishing, but very pretty. I was really grieved to see her, and inquired with an unaffected concern after her health. The tea things were set, and I tried to force something like conversation, but I believe I was rather formal. When we had done tea, the aunt looked at her watch, started off her chair, said she had outstayed her appointment with the party she was to meet at cards, and turning to me, "I hope, sir, you will have the charity to stay with my niece," and then hurried out of the room. I begged leave to hand her to her chair, intending to take that opportunity of slipping away, and resolved to quit the house the next morning. that the determined gipsy was prepared for this motion, and insisted that I should not stir, thrust me back from the door, which she shut, and flew downstairs. What was to become of me now, George? My situation was dangerous and really critical. To be short, I forgot my prudence and found the young lady's heart too tender. I never felt remorse before. I never had cause. I accuse myself of indiscretion, but I have not the aggravating addition to my fault of oaths and promises to fly in my face. I made none. Love, foolish love, did all, and led a willing victim to his altar, who asked nothing in return for the sacrifice she offered, and received nothing but unavailing repentance on my side. I know not anything now that would give me so much pleasure as to find that the girl hated me heartily, though I have given her no cause. A just reparation I cannot make her. Everything forbids that thought. I do not consider myself as free, but if I were so, I am not a seducer, and therefore do not think myself bound to carry my penitence to such lengths. The damned aunt has been the serpent. And here let me explain to you what I call buying the lady's favour. You must know the aunt one night, the greatest part of which she had spent at hazard, lost £200 at least. She told me so the next morning, and with tears in her eyes besought me in the most earnest manner to lend her that sum. She said she should be undone if her husband were to know it, and that she would pay me in a very few days, as she had as much due to her from different people who had lost to her at play. Though our short acquaintance could hardly warrant her making such a request, I nevertheless did not hesitate, but gave her the money directly. She meant indeed to pay me, but it was in a different coin, and this, I suppose, was the price she set on the unhappy girl's honour. My reflections on this unlucky affair make me very grave. I have explained my situation to the young lady, and expressed my concern at not having it in my power to be any other than a friend to her. She blames her own weakness and her aunt's conduct, but does not reproach me. She cannot with justice, yet I wish she would, for then I should reproach myself less. 'Tis a foolish business, and I must get off as handsomely as I can. Prithee, Bidulph, say something to encourage me and put me into more favour with myself. You have often been my confessor, but I never wanted absolution so much as now, nor ever was so well entitled to it, for I am really full of penitence, and look so mortified you would pity me. I am ashamed of having been surprised into a folly, I who ought to have been upon my guard, knowing the natural impetuosity of my own temper. I must not conclude without telling you that this very morning the precious aunt, instead of paying me the £200 she had of me before, very modestly requested I would oblige her with another 100 to redeem a pair of diamond earrings that she'd been obliged to part with for the supply of some other necessary demands, and with abundance of smooth speeches she assured me in a fortnight she would pay me altogether, having notes to that value which would then become due to her. I was such a booby as to give it to her. Why, fare it well, I never expect to see a shilling of it. She thinks perhaps there is value received for it. Vile woman! The affair, fortunately for us all, has not taken wind, and for me the names of both aunt and niece may ever stand enrolled amongst those of chaste matrons and virgins. The family quits this place soon, as the old gentleman is better. I thank you for your care in relation to my house. I hope to take possession of it in a week or 10 days. You are very good in fixing me so near yourself. Adieu. I am, etc. What do you think of this letter, my Cecilia, written in confidence to my brother? Mr. Falkland could not conceive it probable that anybody but Sir George should ever see it. He had no reason, therefore, to gloss over any of the circumstances. Had I seen it but in time! Oh, what anguish of heart might we all have been spared! Miss Birchall singly, as she ought, would have borne the punishment of her folly. My mother had not the patience to read this letter through. Nice and punctilious as her virtue was, she passed a censure on the crime in gloss, without admitting any palliating circumstance. But I blame her not. The excellence of her own morals made her scrupulous in weighing those of others. She read the letter in a cursory way, and is plain but half of it, prepossessed as she was before by knowing the material point. The account was given with levity at the first mention of the young lady. Then she understood he had bought her of her aunt. There is a paragraph which looks like it, and to be sure she attended not to the explanation. Fatal oversight! She read not far enough to have this matter cleared up. She took nothing but the bare facts into her account. A young lady dishonoured, her disgrace likely to be public, then her tenderness for the man who had undone her, and that man rejecting her and on the point of marrying another. These were the only points of view in which my mother beheld the story. Her justice, her humanity, and her religion prompted her to act as she did, and her conduct stands fully acquitted to my judgment, though my heart must, upon this full conviction of Mr. Falkland's honour, sigh at recollecting the past. I know that the memory of my mother's own first disastrous love wrought strongly on her mind. She was warm in her passions, liable to deep impressions, and always adhered strictly to those opinions she first imbibed. Her education had been severe and recluse, and she had drawn all her ideas of mankind from her own father and mine, who I have been told were both men of exemplary lives. From all these considerations I must say again that I entirely acquit my dear mother in regard to her whole conduct. However, I have suffered by it. October the 30th. I am now fixed in a very humble habitation. Shall I own it to you, my Cecilia, I was shocked at the change. A room, 2 pair of stairs high, with a closet, and a small indifferent parlour, composed the whole of my apartment. Hither did my faithful Patty, my 2 children, and myself remove this day. It put us not to much trouble, having nothing to take with us but our wearing apparel, which is all the worldly goods of which I am now possessed. When I wrote to Lady V., which was a day or 2 before my mother's death, I mentioned not that she was then in so dangerous a way. I know the generosity and good nature of that worthy woman, but I have already been too much obliged to her to lay any fresh tax on her friendship, which I am sure she would too readily pay if she were acquainted with my situation. I shall, therefore, as long as I can, defer acquainting her with my mother's death, and when I do, I shall not give her room to suspect that my brother has cast me off, which I have now too much reason to believe he has. Otherwise, sure, in more than a fortnight he might have found time to write to me. I neither expect ceremony nor tenderness from him, but the occasion of my letter demanded some notice. November the 2nd. Patty has just now been informed that Lady Sarah Bidulph is arrived in town. She met one of their servants, who told her that my brother is not come with her, it seems. They parted on the road. He is gone to Sidney Castle, which is now his, and Lady Sarah chose to come to London. She has, I found, been in London 4 days, though she has not yet vouchsafed to send me any notice of her arrival. She could not be at a loss where to find me, as I left my direction at my former lodging, in case of any letter or message coming from any of my friends, though I desired the people of the house not to inform any indifferent visitants where I was to be found. Though George has, in his turbulent way, renounced me as his sister, yet sure his wife, whom I never disobliged, ought not to depart so from humanity and common good breeding as not to inquire after the sister of her husband, who has an occasion of grief so recent in which she ought to partake. I shall not, however, take notice of this slight, but am preparing to send Patty to her with an inquiry after her health, and to know when my brother is expected in town. Patty is just returned from her embassy to Lady Sarah. I will give you the conversation she had with her. Patty sent in her message with great respect by a footman, and waited for her answer in the hall, though her pretty figure and genteel morning dress had induced the servant to ask her into the housekeeper's room. Lady Sarah was alone in the parlour, and desired her to be called to the door. "So, young woman," said she, "your mistress desires to know when Sir George will be in town. I'm really surprised, after the letter she received from him, that she can fancy Sir George means to concern himself about her. Do you know her business with him? You are in your mistress's secrets, I suppose?" "I do not know, madam," answered Patty, "what particular business my lady may have, but I believe it would be a comfort to her to see her brother in her present melancholy circumstances." "I don't know that there is anything uncommonly melancholy in her circumstances," replied the lady. "Her mother's years and infirmities made her death a thing to be looked for. I suppose your mistress is not in want." My poor ingenuous Patty said she blushed at the cruel indifference with which Lady Sarah spoke this. "Not in immediate want, madam, I hope, but your ladyship must needs think she is in a destitute way with 2 children and but £50 a year in the world." "What do you mean, woman?" cried Lady Sarah. "It is impossible but Lady Bidulph must have left money behind her. Sir George, I am sure, has got nothing but what she could not keep from him." Patty answered, "Lady Bidulph, madam, left no money behind her more than what was barely sufficient to defray some necessary expenses that occurred immediately after her death." "Well, and so your mistress, I suppose, after having behaved so ill as she has done to her brother, expects he should provide handsomely for her and her children, Arnold's children, for the rest of their lives." "I know not, madam," returned Patty, "what my lady expectations are, but I believe she would be very glad to see Sir George before she goes out of town, or at least inform him of her design." "What is her design, pray?" asked Lady Sarah. "To retire into the country, madam, as she is not wherewithal to subsist on in London." "She can't do better, I think," said the lady. "Where does she live now?" My poor maid, who thought this question tended to the proud woman's calling on, or at least sending to me, made haste to inform her. "She lodges, madam, at a milliner's at the corner of the Haymarket, the left hand as you turn—" "Oh dear, pray stop. You need not be so particular. I have no design of paying her a visit in her corner shop. My only reason for inquiring was to know whether she had thought proper to keep those expensive lodgings her mother was in expectation of Sir George's continuing her in them." "My lady has no such view, I believe, madam." "Well, you may tell your lady that if she will go out of town with her children, I will endeavour to prevail on Sir George to allow her something. He will not be in town this month, so that she need not wait for his arrival. She might, if she would have been guided by her brother, have been a credit to her friends instead of what she now is." Patty owns she was so full of indignation that she wished at that moment not to have been a servant, that she might have reproached her with her hard-heartedness. "Oh, my dear, these are the stings of poverty. It is not the hard bed nor the homely board, but the oppressive insolence of proud prosperity. 'Tis that only which can inflict a wound on the ingenuous mind. As for that mean woman, I despise her too much to suffer myself to be obliged to her. She will endeavour to prevail on my brother. If his own heart cannot prevail on him, I disclaim her influence. I know she means not to use it in my favour. On the contrary, I make no doubt but she will endeavour to irritate Sir George against me by misrepresentations. Her pride makes her wish to have an indigent relation out of the way, yet her avarice would not suffer her to enable me to retire, and she will make my continuing here through necessity a pretence for still withholding any assistance from me. Let it be so. I would rather submit to the most abject drudgery than owe a wretched dependent existence to such a woman. I am sure my brother, notwithstanding his resentment, if he knew what my situation truly is, would not behave with cruelty. But my mind is not become so sordid, fallen as I am, as to turn petitioner for relief. But no more, my Cecilia, let not my fate interrupt your happiness. November the 4th. I have had a letter from Mrs. Falkland, filled with the overflowings of a joyful heart. She says Mr. Falkland is so delighted with the country he is in, and finds his estate capable of such vast improvement, that he thinks of making a longer residence there than he at first intended, the rather as he has some suspicions that his agent has not acted faithfully by him, and as he is sure the extensive plan which he has now laid down will be better executed under his own eye. He purposes building a little convenient lodge on a very charming spot in the centre of his estate, where he may reside whilst his works are carrying on, so that Mrs. Falkland promises herself much pleasure in spending her time partly there and partly in Dublin. She has already made a large circle of acquaintance, and bestows high encomiums on the great politeness and hospitality with which they are received by all the fashionable people in the county. She knows not of my mother's death, yet in my answer to her letter I cannot avoid mentioning it, though I could wish, for obvious reasons, to conceal it. Mr. Falkland well knows the ruin of our fortune, and though he cannot suppose while I have a brother living that I am driven to such straits, yet I know what his liberal heart may suggest to him on this occasion, which might lay me under fresh difficulties. I have but just now apprised Lady V. of the decease of my dear mother, but have not insinuated any other grief than the loss of a tender parent and an agreeable companion. Indeed, I have carried my dissimulation so far as not to desire this lady to change her address to me, lest if I gave her my present direction she might be led to think necessity had obliged me to change my former lodgings for worse. I shall use the same precaution towards Mrs. Falkland, as I have obtained permission from the gentlewoman whose house I lately left to have my letters sent thither. When I go into the country, a general direction to the post-house may suffice. I shall now look out for some little spot to retire to, where I can support life on the cheapest terms. In 2 months I shall have my small pittance due to me, which I reserve to carry me out of town, and to settle me in my new scheme of economy in the country. If I could persuade my poor Patty to quit me, and see her settled in some eligible situation, I should then have no material concern to attend to, but the bringing up my children in the paths of virtue and humility. Humility, that happy frame of mind on which so much of our temporal as well as our eternal welfare depends. End of section 33. Section 34 of Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph by Frances Sheridan, Volume 3, continued. November the 9th. Who shall say, now is the measure of my griefs complete? Providence, thou canst inflict no more. O my sister, in the midst of other sorrows I thought not of one that still remained behind. My children, my 2 little angels, both dangerously ill. The smallpox is their distemper, and of the worst kind. The disease has been hanging over them for some days, and my close attendance on them prevented me from using my pen. The cruel distemper now appears with the most malignant symptoms. The eldest always slept with me. I have resigned my bed to her for these last 3 nights, and have watched by her. Patty has done the same by the youngest. A humane and skilful physician attends them, but my reliance rests not on him. November the 12th. 3 days and nights of sorrowful anxiety have at length produced a little comfort to me. The distemper has now reached one crisis whence the physician can form a judgment with some degree of certainty, and he bids me hope. Oh, if it were not for that healing word, how could the wretched drag on existence from day to day? I will hope, for there is a merciful providence that superintends his works. November the 21st. Thank God, my Cecilia, the dear babes are out of danger. 15 melancholy days and nights has their disconsolate mother watched by the poor little sufferers, but I am fully repaid by having them restored to my prayers. They are now able to sit up and open their pretty eyes, which had been closed for many days, and to add to my satisfaction, I think they will not be marked. But they are still so feeble that it will be at least another fortnight before I can think of venturing their little tender frames out of doors. The physician's care and diligence deserved a greater recompense than I had it in my power to make him. However, what I have done has reduced me to a single guinea. But this affects me not. I shall make no difficulty of parting with some of my now unnecessary fineries, which neither I nor my children probably will ever again have any pretensions to wear. November the 22nd. I have felt the wounds of grief, the pangs of disappointment, and the smart of indignation, yet was my heart never more sensibly affected than it was just now by a circumstance proceeding from a cause very different from all these. I had taken out of my drawers a few superfluous ornaments, which I desired Patty to dispose of, as if they were her own, to the woman where we lodge, being things in her own way of business. The poor girl looked at me for some time with a grief in her countenance that pierced me to the soul. "There is no need, madam," said she, with her voice almost stifled. "There is no need, I hope, as yet for this." "You don't consider, Patty," said I, "that the children's weak condition requires now a more than ordinary attention to their diet, and I have not sufficient to supply them long with such necessaries as they want. I have no occasion for these trifles, and I cannot see my little ones droop for want of such comfortable nourishment as may restore them to their strength." "Nor shall they want it, madam," answered Patty. "Don't be angry with me, madam, if I beg you will let me use my endeavours to supply them." "What do you mean?" said I. "I know the goodness of your disposition, but how have you it in your power?" "You know, madam," said she, "I am pretty expert at my needle, and as our landlady has always abundance of work on her hands, I undertook to assist her, and have for this fortnight past, while I was closely confined to Mrs. Room, finished a piece of curious work, for which she has this day paid me 30 shillings. "You amaze me," said I. "I never saw you employed otherwise than in the attendance on the child." "I was afraid you would be displeased, madam," she replied, "and always hid my work when you came into the room, which I could easily do, as it was only a fine piece of point which I was grounding, and as I sat up day and night, I had an opportunity of sticking almost constantly to it, which enabled me to do it in a fortnight, what to another hand would be a month's labour. Now, madam, with your leave, I can go on in this manner, and though perhaps I cannot always earn so much, Yet I'm sure I can still procure enough to prevent your being drove to the necessity of parting with your apparel, till we are in a condition to leave such an expensive place as London is." "And do you think, my dear Patty," said I, with tears of affection and gratitude in my eyes, "that I will consent to take the fruits of your ingenuous and honest industry from you? No, no. If you can find time by these means to procure a little supply for your own pocket, do so, but I will not suffer you to expend a farthing of what you earn on my account." I saw she looked distressed and confounded. "Excuse me, madam," said she, "but I have made bold to lay out part of the money already. I thought the poor children would want a little wine to nourish them, and indeed, madam, your spirits want some support after your long fatigue. I have bought a few bottles of wine, madam, and some other little necessaries. I hope you will not take it ill." I pressed the affectionate creature's hand. "I cannot be angry with you, Patty, for your goodness, but such proofs of it as these distress me more than my wants could. I accept of your kindness for this time, but insist on your not doing such a thing again. If there be occasion for it, I can apply my needle as well as you, and would sooner do so than part with any of my things, since it gives you so much uneasiness." The poor girl was rejoiced at my acceptance of her friendly and tender offer, and produced her little purchase, which was indeed both seasonable and useful. November the 23rd. I had this day a letter from Lady V. I send you a copy of it. "I condole with you, my dear Mrs. Arnold, on the afflicting loss you sustained in your good mother's death. You mention not any particular consequences from this accident, but I know that by Lady Bidulph's death you are deprived of a considerable part of your income, and on this account I have taken the liberty of friendship to send you a supply which your family cause may require, till your affairs are settled upon a better footing. Let me know how you and your brother stand. If he should not be so kind to you as he ought, I insist upon your looking on me as your banker, who know not how to make so good a use of my income as sharing it with those I love, as do you. I am, etc." The supply which Lady V. mentioned accompanied this letter, and was a bank bill of £300. I own to you, my Cecilia, that my first emotions were only those of joy, surprise, and gratitude for so unexpected and important a donation. But when those were a little subsided, I began to reflect on the nature and manner of this noble act of friendship. I know Lady V. is one of the best women living, that she is generous and compassionate, and has always honoured me with a particular regard. Yet I must confess to you her present now comes to me suspected. I believe I told you that Lady V. had retired into Lancashire to live with an only sister she has there. This lady is a widow, and I have since been informed was left with a very numerous young family, and an income scarce sufficient to support them genteelly. They are now most of them grown up, and all the girls, of which there are 5, unprovided for. Since Lady V.'s departure, I have been told that it was principally on account of these young girls, of whom she is extremely fond, that she went to reside with her sister, in order to support them more agreeably to their rank, their father having been a general officer and a man of high birth. Lady V.'s jointure is £1,000 a year, but as I hear the family make a respectable figure in the country, I am sure Lady V.'s fondness for her nieces would induce her to save what she could in order to leave them something at her death. I cannot reconcile it to her prudence, notwithstanding the liberality of her spirit and the friendship she has for me, that she should make so considerable a present, and at the same time give me, as it were, an unbounded letter of credit on her. Had she sent me the 6th part of the sum, I should not have doubted it being only the effects of her kindness towards me, and in her present situation as considerable a proof of it as she ought, in regard to her family, to have given to one whom she is already bound under strong obligations. But the largeness of the sum renders it suspicious, and to tell you the secret inspirations of my heart, I fear it comes from a different quarter. I made Mrs. Falkland acquainted with my mother's death about the same time that I informed Lady V of it. To neither did I give the most distant hint of my circumstances, yet Mr. Falkland knows they cannot be happy. He too knows better than anybody how far Sir George's resentment may carry him. Is it not natural, then, my dear, to imagine that this man, who is generosity itself, should have taken this method of making Lady V the channel through which he conveys his liberality? I am sure it must be so. It is 3 weeks since Lady V had the notice of my mother's death. Why thought she not sooner of reaching out her supporting hand if she imagined I stood in need of it? I gave her no cause to believe I did, otherwise I made no question of her real friendship, as far as her abilities would go. But she could not know as well as Mr. Falkland how much my brother was exasperated against me, and therefore could not suppose me to be as destitute as I really am. She desires to know how my brother and I stand. This question is not hers. Sir George, for his own credit, perhaps has not told Mr. Falkland what his conduct has been towards me, but he wants to be informed. Contriving man, I will disappoint him, nor shall he heap such obligations on me as must sink me under their weight. I will not receive this suspected gift of Lady V's, but it is a delicate point, and whilst I refuse, I must take care not to offend. I will send Lady V her bill back again, but in such a manner as to show her I refuse her gift for no other reason but its being too valuable. November the 24th. See, my Cecilia, whether I have succeeded in my endeavours to refuse with a good grace my Lady V's offered kindness. This is my answer to her. To Lady V. You oppress me, my dear and ever-honoured Lady V, by a generosity and friendship that shows no bounds. Why will you force me to appear proud or ungrateful by refusing the favours of so true a friend? But, my dear madam, do not believe me either the one or the other. Had you sent me a trifling token of your love, you would have been convinced of my respect for you by the thankfulness with which I would have accepted it. But do not seek to humble me so far, my good Lady V, by heaping favours on me which I can never have a prospect of returning. With equal respect and gratitude, permit me, madam, to return your too considerable present. I cannot in honour receive a liberality which I am so little entitled to, and the less as justice now demands that your bounteous heart, so diffusive in its generosity, should a little restrain itself. I cannot say that my circumstances are as happy as they have been, yet have I thank heaven, accommodated my mind to them. My brother has not been in town since my mother's death, but I am not without hope that he will make my situation easy. On this account I know my dear Lady V will the more readily pardon my refusal of her obliging offer, and I believe that her goodness is not bestowed on an unthankful heart. I am, etc. In this letter I re-enclosed her bill and have sent it off. Did I not well, my Cecilia? If, as I strongly suspect, this present came from Mr. Falkland, I should never endure myself had I retained it. If it should have really come from Lady V herself, I must still approve my own conduct. The sum, circumstanced as she is now, was certainly too much for her to bestow, or me to receive. And in the manner of my refusal, I think I have insinuated this, with as much deference for Lady V's judgment as I could show. She will see my motive, and I think that will be a sort of touchstone, whereby I shall discover from her behaviour whether my doubts are well grounded or not. Patty has, by her inquiries, heard of a little pleasant retirement in the country, about 50 miles off, where my children and I can be tolerably lodged and boarded for £30 a year, at the house of an honest farmer, a relation of hers. Thither I shall repair as soon as my little girls are in a condition to be removed. Continued by Patty. November the 26th. The dismal task has fallen upon me again to keep an account of our melancholy days. My dear suffering lady is seized with a fever, and confined to her bed. She orders me, madam, to write down everything as it happens. Lord keep us, there is nothing but sorrows in this world. I am sure at least my poor lady has had her full share of them. Her close attendance on the children and the loss of rest for so many nights has brought this new affliction on her. Oh, madam, the loss of health is a grievous thing, even when there are riches. But what must it be in my lady's circumstances? But she has the patience of Job himself. To be sure, madam, her trials are enough to put another beside themselves, but I think my lady's courage increases with her troubles. I was obliged today, with an aching heart, to dispose of a fine lace head of my lady's. I heard her say it cost £60, but though it never was wet but once, I got but 15 for it, and this perhaps may all go to the doctor if my lady's illness continues long. What does it signify? We cannot buy health too dear. November the 30th. My lady is better between whiles. The doctor says her disorder is chiefly on her spirits, and though it is not dangerous, he is afraid it will be very tedious. Lord, what will become of us all? December the 3rd. My lady has had a letter this day from Lady V, which she has ordered me to send you, madam, a copy of. To Mrs. Arnold. You cannot imagine, my dear Mrs. Arnold, how uneasy you have made me by your not accepting of the bill I sent you, because I too well know the occasion you have for it. But since you have refused, and I know the sincerity and strength of your resolutions, I must not take to myself the merit of this friendly and generous offer, too liberal indeed, as you with great delicacy hinted, for me to make. To let you into the secret at once, and that your gratitude may be directed to the proper place, it was from our noble friend Mr. Falkland that I received that sum, with instructions to send it to you as from myself, for he well knows you would not have accepted it from him. But since I see you are determined to reject it as coming even from me, I think I ought in justice to him to place this act of friendship to the right account. I had a letter lately from Mr. Falkland, wherein he tells me that, having heard from your correspondence with Mrs. Falkland of Lady Bidulph's death, he fears you are by her loss rendered extremely unhappy in your circumstances. He is not a stranger to the losses you formerly sustained in your fortune, and he says besides, he knows your brother's warm temper so well that he is apprehensive he will carry an unreasonable resentment he has taken up so far as to deny you that brotherly kindness and assistance which you have a right to expect from him. If this should be the case, he adds, what must be Mrs. Arnold's situation? He then conjured me to convey to you that trifle, as he calls it, under the sanction of my own name, that being the only one from which he had a hope it would not be refused. And he farther said that if you should be prevailed upon, on account of the friendship which he knew there was between you and me, to accept of my service, he would contrive from time to time to furnish you with such little supplies as might make you easy, till Sir George and you should be on better terms. Now, my dear Mrs. Arnold, you have the truth of this whole affair. I own it was with great reluctance I lent my name to impose on you, but as it was so much for your benefit, I overcame my scruple. I could wish your extreme nicety had not forbid you to accept this offer. I have reason to be angry with you on this account. Yet, my amiable, sagacious friend, perhaps you had your doubts. Be that as it will, remember you said you would not have refused a small token of my love. I wish I could send you one worthy of your acceptance and the love I bear you. We should then see whose punctilio should get the better. As it is, I send you a very small token, which I insist on your taking, if you have the least occasion for it. If this should be the case, I know the candour of your heart, and that you will be too ingenuous to grieve me by a refusal. I hope Mr. Falkland will not be angry with me for betraying his secret, but what would it now avail to keep it? I would have you, as well as myself, know his worth. Oh, how I lament! But it is to no purpose. Adieu, my dear good creature, you are tried like fine gold, and your excellence is become the more conspicuous by adversity. I am, etc. My lady's spirits were greatly affected by reading this letter. She wept bitterly, and was so cast down all day I was afraid it would make her disorder much worse. The good Lady V enclosed a bill of £50 in it. My lady said she must not refuse it, but would thank her ladyship whenever she was able to take a pen in her hand. God knows when that will be, for though she struggles with her illness, it still gets the mastery. The two young misses mend but slowly. They do not gather the least strength, and one of them has such a weakness in her eyes that she cannot bear the least light. Indeed, madam, this is a most melancholy family. I pray to God night and day to keep me in health, more for their sakes than my own, for I think it would quite break my heart if they should want my attendance, and should not be able to give it to them. December the 6th. I write on, madam, as I am ordered, though I have but little to say, in the confinement of a dismal sick-room where I never see anybody but a doctor and an apothecary. But my lady is unwilling to let this packet go till she is able herself to tell you with her own hand that she is better, for fear my dull account should make you uneasy. December the 7th. There is such changes and turns in my lady's disorder that we do not know what to make of it. One while we think she is a little better, and then again the next hour she seems much worse than before. The doctor would have a consultation, though my lady is quite against it, but these doctors love to bring in one another. My Lady V's present came in good time, but if they go on at this rate it will not last long. My lady said to me to-day, "Patty, I would think that I was of great consequence and mighty happy by this bustle to preserve my life, but there is the tie," pointing to the children. "For their sakes I must try to get well." After an interval of 6 weeks, written by Mrs. Arnold in a hand scarce legible. January the 20th. Restored at length by the mercy of God from the jaws of death, restored to my children, to my dear Cecilia, and just able to tell her with a feeble hand that her Sidney lives. January the 25th. I am now able, my dear, to reassume that task, once the most pleasing of my life, when health, joy, and prosperity gilded all my days. The scene is now changed, and I think I have nothing the same about me but the feelings and affections of my mind. You cannot imagine, my dear Cecilia, how I am altered. You would not say now that you envied my white and red. You would hardly know me, and it is not to be wondered at, preyed on as I have been for near 2 months by a slow but tormenting fever. It is with difficulty that I hold my pen, but my willing hand obeys my heart when it would pour itself out to thee. I have made a shift to scrawl a few lines to my good Lady V to thank her for her kindness. I could not refuse it. It would indeed have been disingenuous, considering the footing on which she put my acceptance of it. I should have been driven to extreme straits if it had not been for her present. confined as long as I have been to the languishing bed of sickness. January the 26th. Patty heard today that my brother has been in town some time, but he takes no notice of me. I have not a relation in the world but himself. He could not sure be so cruel if he knew all, but Lady Sarah keeps it from him. She thinks perhaps I am slunk into some obscure corner where she leaves me to distress. Sir George is not of a savage nature, yet his humanity is not strong enough to seek out the afflicted. His pride, too, I know, is gratified by having me out of the way of observation, and so long as I do not call upon him, I find he will not inquire after me. The winter is now so far advanced, and I am in a condition so extremely weak, that I cannot, till the spring advances a little, think of taking my flight to my peaceful retreat in the country. I look eagerly forward to the time of my enlargement, such I may call it, for indeed, my dear, my spirits are quite exhausted with my long confinement in a little close lodging in this irksome town. January the 27th. The gentlewoman with whom I lodged in St. Albans Street told Patty, who went to her house today to inquire if there were any letters for me, that there have been at different times several people of my former acquaintance to look for me, but I do not find that one inquiry has come from my brother. I had given the gentlewoman instructions not to tell any stranger where I lodged. I believe this caution was needless. There are few who give themselves the trouble to trace out the steps of the unhappy, and I dare say that those whom common form obliged to pay me a visit of condolence on my mother's death were none of them much hurt at the disappointment of not finding me. End of section 34. Section 35 of Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph by Frances Sheridan. Volume 3 continued. January the 30th. I have been laying down a little sort of plan for my future life. I told you the terms I could live upon with the farmer whom Patty found out for me, but as I cannot expect to be boarded at so cheap a rate when my children are grown bigger, I have been devising the means how to enlarge my scanty income against the time that our wants must necessarily increase, for I am firmly resolved my kind Lady V shall never augment the debt I already owe her. You know, my dear, I am pretty dexterous at my needle. The woman where I lodge deals in embroidery, which is much in fashion, and I think I have not seen any, although she pays largely to her artificers in this way, equal to some pieces of my own work. Now, my Cecilia, I have resolved to apply myself to this when I get into the country. I showed the woman a small fire-screen wrought by me when I was a girl, the same which I remember my poor Mr. Arnold accused me of neglecting for my Horace, and which had never been made up. She said the work was so curious that she would give any price for such a hand. Patty is well skilled in this sort of work too, and as I find she is determined not to quit me, I must in return endeavour not to let the poor girl be too great a sufferer for her kindness. I think we shall between us be able to do a good deal, and my landlady has promised to receive and dispose of our work for a small consideration as fast as we can send it to her, which we shall have constant opportunities of doing. You cannot imagine how pleased I am with my scheme. Patty is in raptures at the thoughts of her being permitted to continue with me. I would even now set about my project if my health would allow me. But alas, my Cecilia, I am still so feeble. I am not able to sit up more than an hour or two at a time, and cannot walk across my narrow room without help. Fresh air and a little gentle exercise would, I am sure, more than anything, contribute to restore my strength. but the means to procure these are not conveniently within my power, so that I must wait that slow but generally sure remedy, patience. February the 10th. I have a wonderful incident to relate to you, my Cecilia. I know you will join with me in admiring and praising God for his gracious providence. This morning I was but just risen and got down into my little parlour, when Patty came to tell me a man desired to speak with me. I immediately ordered him to be admitted. Patty accordingly introduced the person who had stood in the entry while she was talking to me. He seemed to be a man between 40 and 50 years old, mean in his apparel, though clean. I nodded to my maid to leave the room, which, when she had done, I civilly demanded of the stranger his business. I was standing when he entered the room, and continued doing so while I spoke to him, not thinking from his appearance that he was entitled to sit down with me. You know I am not proud, but there is a sort of usage established which we naturally fall into. The man, who had advanced some steps into the room, looked over his shoulder as if for a chair, so I understood the motion, and accordingly sat down myself and bade him to do so too. He did so, and with an air as if he considered the civility to be only what was due to him. "I believe, madam," said he, "though you do not remember me, that you cannot be ignorant of your having had a relation of the name of Warner, who went to the West Indies about 25 years ago." I answered, I do remember to have heard of such a person. "You see that unfortunate man before you," he replied. "I am your near relation, madam. Your father was my mother's only brother. I have been very unhappy. I lost in my return to England what almost 25 years' industry had scraped together. The sum was but a moderate one, yet sufficient to have supported me decently for the remainder of my life." I asked him how it happened. "I began," said he, "to grow sickly abroad, and was told that my native air might restore me. This advice so well agreed with my own inclinations, which were for a long time past bent upon returning home, that I took the first opportunity of a ship bound for England. But we were unluckily met by a French privateer, who stripped me of everything but the clothes on my back, and set me on shore on the coast of Spain, whence I begged my passage to England, having nothing to support me but a few shillings, part of a collection made for me and my fellow sufferers among some English gentlemen." Whilst he spoke, I thought I could discover a likeness in his face to my father. He was reckoned extremely to resemble his sister, the mother of this unhappy Mr. Warner. She was a fine woman, and I had seen her picture. His story was credible, and I had no reason to doubt the truth of what he said. And here I will give you a brief account of what occasioned this unfortunate relation to be thus long an alien from his family. His mother, as you have now heard, was my father's sister, who threw her person and her fortune away upon a broken officer. This act disobliged my father so much that from the time of her marriage to the hour of her death he never would see her. Her husband died when this, their only child, was about 9 years old. The poor mother survived him by a short time, and the orphan boy was left to my father's mercy. I have often heard him say he was very unlucky, and never could be persuaded into a love of his book. He was, however, put to school, and my father bestowed the same expense on his education as if he had been his own son. When he was about 16 years old, as he wrote a good hand and had a great capacity for figures, he bound him apprentice to a merchant, in which situation he had been above a year, and during that time he had made several elopements, and was with difficulty reconciled to his master through my father's mediation, when he committed such a misdemeanour in his master's family as obliged him to abscond. Accordingly he stole, unknown to anybody, on board a ship bound to the West Indies, of which his master was partly owner, where he hid himself, and nobody could tell what was become of him, till my father, about 9 months after his departure, received a letter from him, dated from Jamaica, wherein he begged pardon of him and his master for his elopement, told him that he had been taken into a merchant's compting house, and declared that he meant by his diligence and good behaviour to make amends for his past ill conduct. This was the only letter my father or any of his friends ever had from him. He answered it, but had no return, nor could he, from repeated inquiries made 2 or 3 years after, learn anything of him, so that all his relations concluded him dead. These particulars I had heard before from my father, and his relations perfectly agreeing with him in every circumstance, I could have no doubt but that he was the man. "Sir," said I very well remember to have heard your story. Your likeness to my father, who was the image of your mother, leaves me no room to question your being the Mr. Warner of whom I have so often heard. You are indeed my near relation, and it grieves my heart to see you in such distress, and the more so as I have not the ability I could wish to assist you. But we will talk over more particulars after breakfast." I rang the bell and ordered Patty to get some coffee. While we were at breakfast, I asked my new-found kinsman by what means he had discovered me so soon. For, by the way, I should have told you that he said he'd been arrived but 2 days in London. He answered that one of the English gentlemen, who had been kind to him in Cadiz, had given him a letter to a gentleman in London, for whom he was to leave it at a coffee-house in Pall Mall. That, as he was delivering it, he perceived another letter lying on the bar, directed to Sir George Bidulph. The 2 names struck him, remembering them to be those of his cousin. His uncle, he supposed, was dead, but he determined to inquire who that gentleman was, and if he found it to be my brother, to apply to him for assistance. He had soon an opportunity of being satisfied. My brother happened to come in his chariot to the door, just as Mr. Warner was going out. He knew the arms, and had some recollections even of his features. It was past 3 o'clock, said he, and I heard Sir George direct his servant home. I concluded he was going to dinner, and that the morning was the properest time to call on him, and having informed myself where he lived, I accordingly went yesterday morning. He stopped and sipped his coffee for some time without speaking. "And did you see him, sir?" "Yes, madam, I saw him and heard him too. He has got a fine house, and seems to have everything very elegant about him. When I was let into the hall, I desired the footman to acquaint his master that a gentleman newly arrived from the West Indies wanted to speak with him, being commissioned by Mr. Warner, a relation of his, to inquire after him. The footman went upstairs, and returning presently, asked me if I brought a letter from the gentleman I mentioned. I said no, but I had something to say to him. The servant, after delivering this message, came half-way down the first flight of the stairs, and leaning over the banisters, he bid me walk up. I found your brother and his lady, I suppose, in her dressing-room at breakfast. There was tea and chocolate on the table. I bowed very respectfully. The lady scarce moved her head. Your brother said, "Your servant, sir," and viewed me from head to foot, but fixed his eyes earnestly on my face. The footman who introduced me had withdrawn. "Sir," said I, "have you quite forgot me?" "I remember you well," he answered hesitatingly, and with a change of countenance that boded me no good. "I protest, sir, I know nothing of you." "Have you forgot your cousin, Ned Warner?" He looked at his wife, and she at him. He forced a smile at her, which she returned without knowing for what. "I do remember there was such a one related to the family, whom we all supposed to be dead. As for recollecting his person, 'Tis really so long ago that I can't say I do." All this while he let me stand. He was lolling in an easy chair and had a dish of chocolate in his hand, of which he sipped and spoke to me by turns. His wife was feeding a monkey that was perched on her shoulder. "I am indeed more altered than you, Sir George. The hardships which I have undergone, and my long residence in a warmer climate, may readily account for that. But have you no traces of my features, no recollection of my voice? I have carried you many times in my arms." "Sir, I do not dispute the identity of your person, but I should be glad to know your commands with me." "Commands I have none, sir. The poor must entreat, not command." I then proceeded to tell him my unhappy story in the same words I just now gave it to you. His lady seemed not to mind me, but kept talking to her marmoset. He listened to me, but with so much impatience in his looks as quite abashed me. I was still standing, but a little to take off the awkwardness of my posture, I had ventured to rest one arm on the back of a chair. When I had done speaking, your brother got up in a violent passion, to which he seemed to have been working himself up during the time I took to explain myself. He whisked away the chair on which I was leaning and walked to the other end of the room. Then turning to his lady, "Is not this a pretty fellow to force his way in upon us by a sham story of a message from a relation? And now, truly, by way of an agreeable surprise, he turns out to be that very relation come a-begging in his own proper person." "Sir," said I ask your pardon for the liberty I took to gain admittance to you, but you will be the more inclined to excuse me if you please to consider that it was out of respect to you that I would not in the mean appearance I now make acknowledge myself to any of your servants. For the same reasons I imagined that had I not sent a message which I was in hopes would have little interested you in my favour, I might have been ordered to send you my business by your footman, which would, I thought, have been quite improper." "You might have writ," said he, interrupting me. "Ah, sir," shaking my head, "if I had—" and I stopped short. "You might not have been much the better for it. Is that what you would say?" with a contemptuous half-sneer. "In short, sir, I can do nothing for you. What is it that you expect I should do?" "I do not mean to be a burden to you, sir," I replied. "I was bred to business. I write a good hand and understand accounts. I hope to get into some merchant's house, but in the meantime I am starving. I'm an utter stranger here, though in my own country." I observed he had slipped his hand into his breeches pocket, and seemed to be feeling for a bit of money. "Sir George," said the lady, who had observed him as well as I, "'tis to no purpose to give anything to these sort of people. Assist one, and they will send another to you, and so there is no end to such claims." Your brother withdrew his hand from his pocket as if checked by his lady's looks. "Sir, it is not in my power to assist you." I then asked him if you were living, and where I could find you, for though you were not born when I left England, I heard afterwards that Sir Robert Bidulph had a daughter. Your brother replied peevishly he knew nothing of you, as you preferred the friendship of strangers to that of your relations. He then rang the bell and called his man to dress him, went out of the room without casting a look at me. I ventured to ask his lady your name, if you had changed it, and where you lived. She told me your name, but said she knew not where you lodged, adding I might spare myself the trouble of inquiring you out, for to her knowledge you could do nothing for me. I took my leave, but inquiring of a footman whom I found in the hall, he directed me to St. Albans Street, where you formerly lodged. I went there, and it was with difficulty that I could prevail on the woman of the house to tell me where you now lived, but my necessities made me urgent, and I waited on you this morning, madam, to make my distress known to you. but I am afraid the information I had from your sister-in-law concerning you has but too much truth in it." As he spoke this, he cast his eyes round my meanly furnished parlour, looked at the poor equipage of my tea-table, and again sipped his unfinished and now cold dish of coffee. "Sir," said I, "when my sister informed you that I was poor, it is certain she spoke truth. I am not, however, I thank God, so poor but that I can spare you a little. If you will take a cheap lodging near me, I will supply you with enough to pay for it, and if you can eat as I and my family do, you shall be welcome to us every day till something can be done for you. I see but very few people, but I will speak to such as come in my way, to try to have you recommended to some one for employment." I then put my hand in my pocket, and taking out 5 shillings, all the silver I had, I put it into his hand. "Sir, you may owe some little trifle where you've slept these 2 nights. I fear your lodging has been but poor, but if this will not discharge it, tell me freely." He suffered me to drop the shillings into his unclosed hands. He fixed his eyes eagerly on my face, but instead of replying to what he said, he only cried out, "Good God! Good God!" and undoing 2 or 3 buttons at his breast, he sobbed as if his bosom were bursting. I was affected with his gratitude, and tried to disperse the tears that mounted to my eyes. "I wish I could weep," said he, "but I can't, and may these be the last tears that ever you shall have occasion to shed. My worthy, my generous, my pious relation, God forgive me for trying such a heart, but I will reward it. Amply will I reward your goodness." He then drew a red letter-case out of his bosom, and opening it, he put a bill into my hand for £2,000 on the Bank of England. Think, my dear, how I stared at such a vision. "Sir, you amaze me," was all I could say. "I beg your pardon for deceiving you," said he, "but it was with a good intent. I suppose it is needless to tell you that I am not that poor forlorn wretch that I represented myself to you. Hear the real truth of my circumstances. You see before you, of a private man, one of the richest subjects of these dominions. You have heard that my setting out was no other than that of a common writing clerk in a merchant's counting-house at Jamaica. From thence I wrote twice to your father, but never had any answer. I interrupted him to tell him I had heard my father say he had got 1 letter from him, and had writ to him in return, and afterwards made many inquiries after him, without success. "Perhaps he might," said he, "but I never received it, nor heard of any inquiries made, which piqued me so that I resolved never to write again. In a little time I made myself so useful to my master that he grew exceedingly fond of me, and having no heir but an only daughter, who, it seems, had conceived an inclination for me, though without my suspecting it, but which her father had by some means discovered, he frankly made an offer of her to me in marriage, with an assurance of leaving me all that he was worth at his decease, and an immediate proffer of entering into partnership with him. The only return he required on my part was to change my name and assume his, which was Collett. I made no scruple of complying, for though my regard to the young lady had never risen to what is commonly called love, I yet thought her in all respects an unexceptionable match. I married her. My patron punctually fulfilled his promise, and at the end of 3 years I found myself by his death in possession of a considerable estate. The following year I lost my wife in childbed of her first child, who died with its mother. The changing of my name was probably the occasion of my not being found out by those employed to inquire after me, and I perhaps ought now to acknowledge myself careless in not acquainting my friends with my good fortune. I had such uncommon success in trade that my wealth increased amazingly. In about 5 years after the decease of my first wife, I married the widow of a merchant with whom I got an immense fortune. This lady I truly loved. She was an amiable creature. I had one son by her, a fine youth, and we lived happily together for 12 years, at the end of which it pleased God to take from me both wife and child. Poor man, his tears began to flow here. He proceeded. After this loss my own life began to grow tiresome to me. I had more riches than I knew what to do with, and had nobody to leave them to. My health began to decline. I grew weary of the place, and resolved partly to defer my melancholy, and partly through affection to my native country, to see England once more. I settled my affairs in the best manner, sent considerable sums of money over before me, and brought a large one with me. During my voyage the whim took me that I would inquire privately after your family, and present myself to you as I have done, in order to make trial of your dispositions, resolving, according as I found you worthy of it, to share my fortune amongst you, as I knew I had no other relations in the world. I have been in England above a month. The first thing I did was to go down into Wiltshire, where I was soon informed that your father and mother were dead, and that your brother was married and resided for the most part in London. You, I was told, had been married and was a widow, but I could learn no more about you. On my return to town I soon found where your brother lived, and had the pleasure to hear a good character of him. But I had determined to make my own experiment on him, and I did intend, had he received me ever so kindly, to have made the same experiment on you, before I disclosed my plot to either of you. I dressed myself in these old clothes on purpose, and what the success of my scheme has been, you know. Your brother, narrow-hearted, inhuman wretch, I blot for ever from my thoughts. It will be the better for you, though I have more than enough for you both. Your kindness, I tell you again, my valuable relation, I will repay 100-fold. Accept of that bill in your hand for your present use. I am sure you want it, and accept of it only as an earnest of my future friendship towards you. That brother, in affluence himself, who could see his sister, such a sister, want, must have lost all regard to ties of blood, and 'tis no wonder that I, so much further removed in kindred, met with such treatment at his hands. See, my Cecilia, what an amazing turn of fortune! What could I do but lift up my eyes, as I did my heart, in silent adoration of that God who is a father to the fatherless, and defendeth the cause of the widow? It was some time before I could frame my mind to discourse on ordinary subjects. I gratefully accepted my cousin's noble present. He inquired minutely into my situation. There was no need of concealing anything from him, nor did I attempt it. He was very inquisitive as to my brother's behaviour towards me. I told him the whole of it. He was even bitter in his invectives against him and Lady Sarah. But, said he, I will have my revenge on them. I will make you triumph over him and that proud upstart, his wife. What lodgings you are in, my poor dear creature! Is this your best room? I told him I had nothing but that, and a bedchamber, where the children and I lay, and a closet for my maid. He desired to see the children, and I had them both brought in. He kissed them tenderly, poor babes. You have a cursed uncle, but you have a very good mamma, and I will take care of you all. I will dine with you tomorrow, said he. Let us eat a comfortable morsel together, and for your life not a word of what has passed to anybody. He then took an affectionate leave of me and departed. Let me here lay down my pen and wonder at my fate. I have got into a flow of spirits, my dear. What scenes of happiness might now open before me, if happiness consisted in riches alone! But no, it does not. My heart, broken by vexation, cannot recover its tranquillity so soon. Yet is there room for joy, joy springing from a rational, from a humane, from a commendable motive, and I will a little indulge it. I can now, in part, return the vast obligation I owe Mr. Falkland, as far at least as relates to pecuniary debts. I can now repay manyfold the kindness of my good Lady V. I can provide for my affectionate worthy Patty. I have the delightful prospect of giving my children an education suitable to their birth, and if my life is prolonged, of seeing them honourably and happily settled in the world. I shall have the glorious power of diffusing benefits. Oh, my dear, 'tis good for me that I have been in trouble. It has so enlarged my charity that I feel transports which prosperity is a stranger to, at the bare idea of having it in my power to succour the afflicted. Who would not suffer adversity to have the heart so improved? End of section 35. Section 36 of Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph by Frances Sheridan, Volume 3 continued. February the 11th. My new-found relation dined with me today according to promise. Patty had provided 2 dishes of the best things in season, and dressed them admirably. I need not tell you in what satisfaction Mr. Warner and I enjoyed our little cheerful meal. He had sent me in the morning a hamper of excellent wine, and seemed to relish his bottle with an extraordinary good gusto. When Patty had carried the children upstairs and we were left alone, he told me that he had been that morning looking out for a house for me. "You must quit these lodgings directly, and submit a little to my management, for I will mortify your paltry brother and his wife. You shall have as handsome a house as his, and better furnished too, or I'll know why. You must know I mean to set you out like a duchess, and you shall roll by that worthless puppy's door in a better equipage than his minx is carried in. But I do not intend to live with you as well as I love you, for though I am an old weather-beaten fellow, you are young and handsome, and the world I know is full of scandal. I shall therefore content myself with a lodging somewhere in your neighbourhood, and come and see you now and then." I thanked him for the prudence of his generosity, and begged that he would suffer me to live in that moderate state which, if I had ever so much riches, would be my choice. "Don't oppose me, coz," said he, "pray don't. I must have my way in this. I have set my heart upon it. You shall blaze for a while at least. When I have had my revenge, you may live as you please afterwards." I was unwilling to contradict him in his odd humour, yet was very much afraid of the consequences of blazing, as he called it, all at once. "But, dear sir," said I, "what will the world think of my emerging thus from obscurity into the splendour you talk of? Though you do not live with me, as I am still young, may it not give room for censure? Busy people will pry into the source from whence I draw my affluence, and envy will not be backward in putting wrong constructions on an appearance by which it will be so much excited." He listened, looked me earnestly in the face, then nodding his head with a very grave countenance, said, "You are a sensible woman, coz, and I commend your prudence. But I must have my will for all that." I could not forbear smiling at his manner, and going on, I said, If I were to enter again into public life with a moderately genteel appearance only, nobody's curiosity would be excited, as it might easily be supposed that my brother had enabled me to support a decent figure in the world. I soon found that I had made use of a wrong argument, which put my friend into a violent passion. "A fiddlestick for you and your brother too," said he. "Do you think I will let that whelp have the credit of what I mean to do for you? No, no, set your heart at rest about that. What I do all the world shall know, and my reasons for it too. I'll have my own way. There is no hurt, I hope, in providing for a near kinswoman that is left to starve by a still nearer relation. I make you my heir, look you, and I'll spread it all over the town. Is there any harm in that? God knows I have no more ill in my heart than one of your children, but I am a little resenting, maybe, so say no more of it." I found Mr. Warner was pretty positive, therefore thought it the wisest way to insist no farther upon the argument, but told him I would submit entirely to his discretion. "It will be best for you," said he. "Consider me as your father, and I will be a father to you." He then told me that he had been trying to get a house for me near my brother's, that I might nose him, as he called it, but that as there was none empty in the square, he had fixed on a very handsome one in an adjoining street. "I did not like the furniture," said he, "so I ordered it out, and have bespoke new of an upholsterer, who promises me in a week or 10 days at farthest to have everything completely fitted up. In the meantime I can't bear to see you in this sorry room. Poor soul, how long have you been here?" I told him near 4 months, and that with his permission I would continue in these lodgings till the house was ready, as it was not worth while to change them for so short a time. "Well," said he, "you may do as you will for that. I'll see that everything is to your satisfaction." I took his leave with an affectionate shake by the hand. How miraculous is all this, my dear! This messenger of good tidings, is he not sent to me by Providence? As I found he intended not to make a secret of his designs in my favour, I was in haste to divulge the joyful news to my friends. I have accordingly writ to my Lady V, giving her an account of the wonderful revolution in my affairs, and I intend, as soon as I can fix upon some curious present worth her acceptance, to make her a large return for all her favours. I have also acquainted Mrs. Falkland of the happy turn in my fortune, and I design a magnificent present for her as soon as I have time to prepare it. To neither of these ladies have I hinted at my brother's behaviour, either to myself or Mr. Warner. I have made the good women with whom I lodge stare wonderfully at the relation. I could get nothing from her but exclamations of astonishment, her hands and eyes lifted up. "Good God! Lord bless us, what strange things come about! What luck some people are born to! And this was your own cousin that you never set eyes on before? My goodness, what a swarthy gentleman he is, but tumbling in gold, I warrant him. It would be long before such good fortune would happen to me, though I have a cousin beyond seas too." I could plainly see that this poor woman envied my prosperity, though she tried to congratulate me, but it is the less to be wondered at as she knew not that I was born to any better prospect than that of working for my bread in a 2 pair of stair-rooms. February the 15th. I have not seen my honest kinsman these 4 days, but he sent me a note to inform me that he was busy in seeing everything put in order in my new house, and that he abstained from visiting me out of discretion. This word he marked, the more to impress his full meaning. He says I shall not see anything till all is ready, neither has he yet so much as told me the street where I am to live. I find he will, as he himself says, have his own way. February the 22nd. Now, my Cecilia, I may reasonably hope that my afflictions are at an end, As far as wealth can promote felicity, that felicity is mine. I had just settled with my landlady, and having paid her for her lodgings, made her a present a little to reconcile her to my prosperity, when a new chariot, most superbly gilt, stopped at my door. A black and a white footman in rich laced liveries behind it. One of these brought me a note from Mr. Warner, who informed me that he had sent my own equipage to carry me home, where I should find him waiting to welcome me to my own house. Patty seemed to have got wings to her feet. She flew up to me with the welcome notice, and begged of me to observe from the window that the servants were in our own family livery, with this difference, that the lace was silver instead of what we used to give. On expressing my surprise at this, Patty told me that Mr. Warner had at his second visit inquired of her, as she let him out, what liveries we used to give, but bid her not mention it to me, which she said she would not do, as she guessed he meant to surprise me. But this was not all. He had been so minutely correct as to have the Arnold arms in a lozenge elegantly painted on the doors. What these were he was at the pains of informing himself elsewhere. My Patty, almost frantic with joy, hurried the two children downstairs and stuck them up in the chariot, telling them both it was their own, as she put them into it. But the poor babes fell a-crying, and were not to be pacified by the novelty or finery of the thing till I came to them. She stayed behind to send our little baggage after us, and I drove to my new house in Pall Mall, where I found my generous benefactor waiting, as he had promised, to receive me. Oh, my dear, he is a princely man, such grandeur, such elegance. He led me through every room, where wealth and magnificence were displayed even to profusion. From top to bottom there is not the smallest article wanting that luxury itself can imagine. The carpets, screens, cabinets, and an abundance of fine china are beyond comparison more beautiful than anything of the kind I have ever seen. 'Tis but 11 days since my kinsman mentioned his design to me, and you must believe he has been indefatigable in his diligence, since he has left nothing for me to do, but at once to take possession of this splendid mansion. All the necessary domestics are hired and ready in their respective stations, and I am already as much settled in a few hours as if I had lived here so many years. Mr. Warner told me that as a trifle would not be sufficient to keep up everything in proportionable state about me, he intended to allow me £3,000 a year. This appointment, said he, you are to consider as your own property, and just call upon me as you would on your steward. I am sure you will employ it well. You gave me a proof of that in your 5 shillings. You need not be afraid of being too profuse in your charities. When I die, you will find yourself possessed of the means of continuing them. Dear sir, said I, long may you live to feel and rejoice in the blessings which your bounty will, through me, I hope, draw down on us both. I leave you to enjoy yourself, said he, but I am impatient till your brother knows what he has lost by his hard-heartedness. He cannot long be ignorant of it, sir, replied I, but indeed I flatter myself that he is not quite so much to blame in regard to me as we have both imagined. You see, he seemed to know nothing of my situation when you inquired after me, and even threw out something like a reproach for my having withdrawn myself without acquainting him where I was. I am very sure Lady Sarah never informed him of my having applied to her. It was his duty to have inquired you out, said he. Did he not know you were poor? He knew, said I, that my circumstances were very much straitened, but he did not know how much. Well, well, answered Mr. Warner, it is good in you to excuse him, but I know him to be a narrow-hearted poltroon. He took his leave, and said he would see me soon again, having taken lodgings for himself in my neighbourhood. February the 23rd. I begin to doubt, my Cecilia, whether I am really awake or not. 'Tis all enchantment. I am afraid my old kinsman is a wizard. I have been talking to and examining my servants to see if they are real living people or only phantoms. I look at and handle the rich furniture of my apartments to try if it be substantial. 'Tis all so, everything real. I beg my cousin's pardon for suspecting him of sorcery. I believe he deals in no charms but that all-powerful one, money. Now, my sister, what a spacious field is there open before me. £3,000 a year. How many hearts will be in my power to make glad, and I will make many glad. O Lord God, who has showered down thy blessings in abundance on my head, vouchsafe me such a portion of thy grace that I may become an humble instrument of thy mercy to those whom the rod of adversity has laid in the dust. Teach me so to use this thy bounteous favour, that thy honour, not my worldly desires, may be promoted, that thy praise, not my pride, may be exalted. And if, O Lord, thou hast chosen me to be the dispenser of thy fatherly kindness to the afflicted that cry unto thee, quicken in my heart such diligence, humility, and integrity as may render me not unworthy of the important trust. But if, O my God, thou hast sent riches only to be a trial of my strength, unsupported by thee, be merciful, take them from me, and restore to me that poverty which first taught me to know myself. Upon my knees I have poured out this prayer to the Almighty, and it is the fervent wish of my soul that he would grant it. February the 26th. You will smile, my dear, as I did, in pity of the meanness of poor Lady Sarah. But proud people are always mean. I have been here but 4 days, yet I find she has already heard of my metamorphosis. Indeed, she could hardly do otherwise, so near her as I am. Mr. Warner has been very urgent with me to drive out in my new chariot. This I readily complied with, as both the children and I wanted air and exercise, and yesterday we drove to Hyde Park. I did not, however, go at the hour where there is most company, but I conclude I was seen either by Lady Sarah herself or by someone who told her, for this morning, prodigious, she sent her woman to me with a message. I had her called upstairs, and inquired very civilly after my brother and his lady. She told me that Lady Sarah sent her humble service to me, and was very much surprised that she had not heard from me in so long a time, that she supposed I was gone out of town, but as Sir George seemed uneasy that I never wrote to him, her ladyship had sent her to inquire for me at my old lodgings in the Haymarket, from whence she had been directed to me here, and that she was ordered to tell me that her lady had talked to my brother about the affair that I knew of, and that Sir George would act agreeably to her request if I would call or write a line to him. I found the woman had been instructed to feign an entire ignorance on her lady's part of the change in my circumstances, but I was resolved to let her see I had detected this paltry artifice. I could observe that the servant, though she endeavoured to avoid it, eyed everything in my apartment with surprise and curiosity, and I concluded that Lady Sarah had sent her for no other purpose but to satisfy herself, from her maid's account, whether the report she had heard concerning me was true. "Tell your lady," said I, "she needed not to have been at the pains of framing such a message to have gratified her curiosity. My house is open to anyone who has a mind to look at it, even to Lady Sarah herself. You shall see all over, and may report to her ladyship what my cousin Warner's bounty has done for me, and she may then judge whether I stand in need of the assistance she now pretends to offer me." The woman looked abashed, and though she seemed inclined to ask questions, was ashamed to do so. This was the very servant who had so unceremoniously led me up the back stairs when I went to visit her lady. But I appeared in a quite different light to her now. I rang the bell and ordered a footman to show her the house. She curtsied in silence and withdrew. What a poor creature is Lady Sarah! Mr. Warner called upon me before her woman went away. I told him the whole passage. Oh, how he chuckled and rejoiced, shrugging his shoulders and rubbing his hands. He wanted to see the servant, but I was afraid he would be too strong in his insults, and turned him from the point. He told me he invited himself to dine with me, and accordingly he favoured me with his company and stayed during the greatest part of the evening. He is a man of a strong natural sense, though he is careless of improving it. He has passed his life in business and in acquiring riches. He does not let me into the particulars of these, though he is in other respects very communicative and entertaining. There is a whimsical vein runs through his conversation. He now for the first time desired me to give him the particulars of my life from my childhood, which he had but a partial account of at different times from myself. I took up my story at the earliest period of my life wherein anything interesting had occurred, and traced every circumstance minutely to the hour he first saw me. I could easily see that he had a tender, sympathizing heart, for he was moved to tears more than once during my relation. Nor was he ashamed of them, for he suffered them to run down his cheek while he listened with mute attention to my story. He praised Mr. Falkland highly, said he was a man after his own heart and deserved the best woman in the world. "I wish you had married him," said he. "Such a princely fellow deserves a princely fortune." He owned my brother had some reason to be nettled at my refusal of such a man. "Our sex," said he, "does not have such chimera notions as you women have, but still that does not excuse his sordidness." I took this opportunity of telling Mr. Warner that my brother did not really know the very great distress I was in, and that I had reason to believe from the general tenor of Lady Sarah's character that she had either concealed it from him or made misrepresentations of my case. Doubtless she had not informed him to what straits I was reduced immediately upon my mother's death. And who knows but Sir George, having left me for a while to feel the effects of that resentment with which he had threatened me in his last letter, still meant to show himself a brother. For if he were ignorant, as I am willing to believe, of that particular which I have mentioned, he could not suppose that I was driven to absolute want. And from Lady Sarah's insinuations, perhaps he thought that my mother left a sum of money behind her. He knew not of the illness that my children and I were visited with, and indeed it appears to me from what he hinted to yourself that he was quite unacquainted with my situation. To say the truth, my Cecilia, as you know, I am of a placable disposition. I should be glad to be on good terms with my brother, the only relation, my kinsman excepted, that I have in the world. I was willing, therefore, if possible, a little to reconcile Mr. Warner to him, as I durst not, without his permission, seek a reconciliation with Sir George. "There may be something in what you say, coz," answered my friend. "Perhaps he had a mind to let you bite on the bridle for a while, and I'm willing to suppose with you that hereafter, maybe, he would have given you some dirty trifle for a generous thing I'm sure he's not capable of, from his sordidness to me." I found this stuck most with the good man. "Oh, sir," said I, "but consider, Lady Sarah's influence stepped in there too. My brother, you acknowledge, was going to give you something till she interposed." "Half a crown, I suppose," said he. "To say the truth, I believe she is the worst of the two. "She has a great deal of pride, sir," answered I. "She has communicated some of it to my brother. Probably he was mortified and disconcerted at the sight of so near a relation in his wife's presence, whose exterior appearance could do him no credit. Perhaps, had you applied privately to him, he would have behaved better." "You have not much worldly wisdom," replied my cousin, "to excuse him thus. However, I think the better of you for it, whatever I may do of him. But speak honestly now. Don't you want to be friends with Sir George, that he and his wife may have an opportunity of seeing you in all your finery?" As I knew Mr. Warner's temper, I was resolved to humour him in it, and thought I could not give my desire of seeing my brother a better turn than this, to one of my kinsman's disposition. "To deal openly with you, sir," said I think our triumph over Lady Sarah will not be complete unless she herself is a witness of that high fortune of which she might have been a partaker, had it not been for her own meanness of spirit. And to be sincere with you, my Cecilia, I did think Lady Sarah deserved this mortification, though it did not so far influence me as to make me desirous of being on terms with her. As for my brother, I was governed by no other motive than affection towards him." "Well," said Mr. Warner, "suppose you were to invite them both to dine with you, and to have me at table handsomely dressed out, for I can dress fine when I please, and let them see that the man who was not thought worthy to sit down in their presence they had better have used with more ceremony." "Oh, sir," said I, "that would be too severe an insult. Besides, I doubt whether my brother would come. You know he is angry with me, and thinks he has reason. If you will permit me first to call on my brother, when we are reconciled I can afterwards ask both him and his lady to my house, and though I am sure you have too much good nature and politeness to shock them all at once by violating the laws of hospitality in this house, which your bounty has made mine, yet will you have sufficient room for retaliation by treating them in your turn with neglect." "Thou art a milky thing," answered Mr. Warner, "but as I am willing to please you, you may do as you like, but by God they shall never have a cross from me." End of section 36. Section 37 of Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph by Frances Sheridan, Volume 3 continued. February the 27th. Having obtained Mr. Warner's consent, I went this day to my brother. He was not at home, but I was introduced to Lady Sarah, for whom I inquired. Poor woman, how she looked! My resentment was disarmed. Even my contempt subsided, and I felt nothing but pity. Her confusion was so great, she knew not how to receive me. She curtsied without knowing what to say or how to behave. I would not embarrass her too far, but taking a chair by her, "As you favoured me with a message yesterday, Lady Sarah," said I, in as obliged a tone as I could speak, "I thought it a sisterly duty to wait on you and Sir George. I hope my brother is well. I long to see him, and flatter myself he will forget all former coldness, and again be my brother." I spoke this long sentence on purpose, to give her time to recover herself. She rubbed her hand over her forehead, I believe to hide the glow that was in her face from my first entrance. "Lord, Mrs. Arnold, I am so surprised. This visit was so unexpected. I thought you were in the country." Her woman, you know, had been with me the day before. I passed this by, however. "I have not been out of town at all, madam. I was detained by illness." "I am mighty sorry for it. I hope you are quite well recovered. Pray, why did not you let me know you were ill?" "As I had heard nothing from you, madam, after my first message, I was afraid that the mediation you were so kind as to promise me had failed, and that my brother's resentment was so great he would not hear of me." "Oh dear, that is true indeed. It was a sad affair. I mentioned you to your brother when he came to town, but he was in such a passion I durst not name you to him again." She durst not name me, observe that, my dear. Poor George, whom she governs with despotic sway. "Then probably, madam, my brother knew not at all my distress." "I protest I don't know," said she. "You know your brother is very warm, and whenever I attempted to speak of you he always stopped me short, so I don't know how it was, but I never could get to tell him your situation." "I should think I had great reason to resent my brother's cruelty, madam," said I, "if he had known those particulars of which my maid informed you. But since he did not, I will not reproach him, neither will I accuse your ladyship of unkindness in concealing them from him. My sufferings are, thank God, at an end, and I am now come to offer you and Sir George my sisterly love. I hope he will not refuse me his love in return. I have nothing else now to ask for." She blushed again and seemed in great confusion. "You are very good, Mrs. Arnold. We must forget and forgive." "Shall I not be permitted to see my brother, madam? By the message I received from you, I was in hopes you had prevailed on him." The poor woman was now struck dumb. She felt for her snuff-box and would not find it in her pocket, but got up to look for it to gain a little time, rummaged her toilet, and at last took it out of her pocket, offered me a pinch of snuff, then sat down again. "Why, that message, to tell you the truth," said she, forcing a conscious, silly smile, "your brother knew nothing of. But not having heard from you in so long a time, I was resolved to inquire after you, and was determined myself, out of my own pin money, to offer you what I could spare, till I could get Sir George in better temper. But I made use of his name, because I thought you would more readily accept of anything from him than from me. Your brother thought you were actually in the country. Try till we were surprised with the account of the wonderful fortune that has come to you lately." "Then you had heard of it, madam," interrupted I, "before you sent to me?" An untoward question, my dear. It plunged her again in the mud, and she flounced and floundered to get out, which only sunk her the deeper. "We had heard a strange flying report," said she, "of which I did not believe a word, and therefore sent Holmes," this is her woman's name, "to you to offer you my service." I was not ill-natured enough, my Cecilia, to persist in embarrassing this mean woman any farther, though the insincerity of her whole behaviour and the low falsities she had recourse to very well deserved reproof. I was glad to find my brother was not so culpable as he had at first appeared, for I could easily discover from the whole tenor of her discourse she was so far from giving him any intimation of my distress that she had prevented him from inquiring after me, by telling him that I was gone out of town, probably, too, with some aggravating circumstances, either of a pretended neglect on my side towards them both, or perhaps some other falsehood still more injurious. It was very apparent that she had sent her maid only as a spy and by way of passport, with a sham offer of kindness of which she knew I stood not in need, and she depended on my pride and resentment, so justly provoked, for my never coming to any explanation either with her or my brother. No wonder, then, she was confounded at the sight of me, and the more so as she apprehended I might reproach my brother, who could so well excuse himself by pleading ignorance of my situation, and her conduct must then appear so despicable to her husband that, hardy as she is, she would be at a loss to justify it. All this being very obvious to me, I determined to make her easy at once. "I shall think no more of what is past, Lady Sarah," said I. "I only wish to be on terms of friendship with my brother and you, and since he knows not of the message you sent to me, I will not mention it to him, nor anything else that can recall past unkindness. I hope this visit will be taken as it is meant, out of pure affection, and that you, madam, will be so kind as to make my peace with my brother, who I am very sorry I was under a necessity of disobliging, but as I never did offend him, and I am sure never should, but in that one instance, wherein I was so much more nearly interested than himself, I hope he will think no more of it, but restore me to a share of his love, which is all that is now wanting to my happiness. This declaration, as I intended it should, entirely restored Lady Sarah's tranquillity. Her countenance brightened up. "I'll take upon me to answer for Sir George," said she, "that he shall restore you to his affection. I shall insist upon a general act of oblivion being passed on his side, and I beg, sister, on your part, that you may not, by reproaching your brother, revive the memory of your past coldness." The weakest people are often very cunning. This caution of Lady Sarah's, artfully enough introduced, conveyed an obvious meaning to me, very different from her pretended reason. She was afraid of an eclaircissement. I promised her I should meet my brother whenever he would permit me, as if nothing had ever happened to disturb our friendship. "See, my dear, how this woman, who durst not name me when I was poor, took upon her now to make her husband, whose anger had so much intimidated her, subscribe entirely to her opinion. But I was now become an object of attention. A finer house and a finer equipage than her ladyship's gave me an indisputable title to that regard, to which, as a sister, and in distress, I had not the least claim." She now ventured to ask me some particulars relating to the very extraordinary change in my fortune. I satisfied her minutely, not without mentioning the cause of Mr. Warner's having made me the sole object of his bounty. Poor Lady Sarah could not conceal her vexation at the thought of what she had lost by her ill-timed pride and parsimony. A strange, whimsical old mortal, she called him, to come upon them so abruptly and in such a scandalous garb that Sir George was quite ashamed of him. I am glad, however, Mrs. Arnold, that he has made you the better for him. I hope he will continue his fondness, but such odd humourists are not to be depended on. Don't tell him, however, what I say. I should be glad to show him any civility in my power for his kindness to you." I took my leave of her ladyship with a cordial invitation to come and see me, which she said she would not fail to do. Mr. Warner called on me for a few minutes in the evening to know the result of my visit, as I had told him I intended to make it. I related everything that had passed between Lady Sarah and me. He enjoyed her confusion, as I described it, with a triumphant satisfaction which nothing but a very strong resentment could have excited in so good-natured a man as he really seems to be. He has added to my store of china to-day, of which I have already an abundance, a pair of most magnificent jars, above 4 feet high, which he values at £150. These, with an entire service of the finest Nankin china, and a most beautiful Persian carpet, I have set apart as a present for Lady V, and shall send them to her the first opportunity. Mr. Warner very much approves of my design, as he knows the obligations I have to her. I have also got him to bespeak a set of jewels to the amount of £1,500, with which I intend to present Mrs. Falkland. This sum will not exceed my debt to Mr. Falkland if his agreement with Pivet stands in force for the term prescribed. Mr. Warner, who mightily loves to be employed, has undertaken to get these jewels made up for me in the most elegant taste. The man's generosity is as inexhaustible as his riches. I fancy he is still some way concerned in trade, though he does not tell me so. These jars, he said, he had just received by the arrival of an East India ship, and I understand that his former dealings were extremely extensive. All over the world, he said, where there was commerce, he put in for his share. February the 29th. Lady Sarah has returned my visit. She was not slow, you see, in her ceremony. So obliging, so polite, everything praised and admired, and sister at every second word, and the children caressed, Arnold's children. What a fine thing it is, my dear, to be independent. I showed her all my house, but not with ostentation. I thought it would have looked affected not to have recommended so much wealth and elegance to her notice. My sideboard, she says, is absolutely the handsomest she ever saw. Indeed, both for workmanship and richness, it does surpass any I have seen. She told me she had talked to my brother, and that though he still resented my obstinacy, as he called it, yet as I have made such advances towards a reconciliation, he was very ready to meet me, and desired everything might be forgotten on my side as it should be on his. He would have come to see me, added Lady Sarah, as he does not choose to meet Mr. Warner. He would rather that the first interview between you were at his own house. I told her ladyship I would breakfast with her the next morning, and we parted upon wonderful courteous terms. February 30th. Just returned from my brother's. Sir George received me with open arms, and I returned the embrace with the utmost cordiality of affection. Surely, my dear, there is something wonderfully powerful in the natural affections. Sir George, spite of his resentment, his turbulence, and the threats denounced against me, could not, at sight of me, after an absence of so many months, resist the first impulse of his heart in giving me strong tokens of brotherly love, though probably had he not seen me, the latent tenderness might have lain for ever dormant in his heart. I entered immediately on the topic of my extraordinary acquisition, as I was determined not to lead to a subject which might bring on the explanations so much dreaded by Lady Sarah, and I could observe that my brother avoided anything tending that way as much as I did. He congratulated me heartily on my good fortune, but said, between jest and earnest, that if he could have divined his cousin Warner had come to him to make experiments, he should have taken care to have treated him better. But I don't know how it was, said he. He came in an evil hour, and I was in an ill humour. Lady Sarah kept up the conversation with a great deal of vivacity, always taking care to keep us clear of the rock she was afraid of, till a lady with whom she was engaged to go to an auction called to take her up. Sir George would fain have detained me, but she insisted on my going with her, to have my judgment, she said, on the things she intended to buy. It appeared to me that she did not choose to leave my brother and me together, for fear mutual confidence in the fullness of our hearts might have brought her disingenuous proceedings to light. But cunning people often overact their parts. She was so extremely pressing that my brother could not but take notice of it. I acquiesced, to avoid giving her uneasiness, having first engaged my brother to dine with me on Friday. Lady Sarah and he both consented, but premised that Mr. Warner was not to be of the party. This I ventured to promise, as I was resolved, if Mr. Warner invited himself, which is his usual way, to put him off by fairly telling him the truth, and trusting to his good nature for the consequence. March the 2nd. After the trivial incidents of these 2 last days, my Cecilia, now hasten to more interesting particulars. But first, a word or two of my cousin Warner. I had not seen him since the day that my brother and I met, till this morning, when he called to ask me how I did, and to know how the puppy, George, as he calls him, had behaved to me. After having satisfied him in this inquiry in a way the most favourable I could for my brother, I told him that as I had really found both him and his lady extremely penitent and mortified, I had asked them to dine with me that day. "I am glad of it," said he, very quick. "I'll be here to snouch them." "Dear sir," said I, "for heaven's sake have a little compassion. You cannot conceive how humbled they are. They dare not look you in the face, and it was one of their conditions with me before they would consent to come that they should not see you." "Ho, ho!" said he exultingly. "Have they changed their note? Well, I will not distress you so far in your own house as to mortify them with my company at dinner, but if I should take it in my head to drop in the afternoon, you must not take it amiss. I only want to see them look a little like fools." I could not venture to oppose him in this, but resolved to make it as easy as possible by preparing my brother and sister for his visit. I told him that would do extremely well, and he went away rejoicing at the thoughts of his intended triumph. Mr. Warner had but just left me when I was surprised with a message that Sir George was below. I went down to him directly, and seeing him in his morning dress, imagined that something had happened which prevented their dining with me, and he called to excuse himself. But he undeceived me presently. "As I had not an opportunity," said he, "of asking you any questions the other day, and shall be prevented probably in the same manner this day, I am come to have an hour's chat with you before dinner. And first, pray inform me, Sidney, where you have lived ever since my mother's death, and how it came to pass that in all this time you never took any notice of either Lady Sarah or me." "As to your first question, brother, it is easily answered. I have never been out of London. For the rest, let us avoid all retrospection, which can now answer no end to either of us." "You surprise me," said he. "I understood you had been in the country. Lady Sarah was told you were gone to Lady V." "She was misinformed," I replied. "What was the meaning, then," said he, "that you never called or sent to her? She had no resentment to you, though I had." "Dear Sir George, ask me no more questions. I thought it had been premised that we were not to talk of the past." "I see, Sidney," answered he, "there is something you have no mind to explain. You know I love and respect my wife, and that I cannot easily be brought to take anything ill of her. But she was so extremely earnest with me not to ask you any questions that it made me suspect there was something she had in mind to conceal from me. What confirms me in this opinion is that I know you are ingenuous and open to conviction. You would have made me some apology for a neglect both of me and Lady Sarah, which you could not but suppose offended me, if you had not looked upon yourself as by much the most injured person. You urge me very home, brother. I thought I was injured when you disclaimed all relationship to me, if I did not comply in a certain particular, which I was not at liberty to do. I was very angry with you," said he, "but should not have carried my resentment any length after my mother's death, if you had made any concession or desired to throw yourself under my protection instead of a stranger's, for Lady V comparatively is one. I could not suppose you were in immediate want of my assistance, as I understood my mother's private purse was not inconsiderable, and to tell you the truth, I was resolved, till you did condescend to inform me of your situation, not to give myself any pain about you. I can only tell you in 2 words, Sir George, that you have been extremely misled in regard to me. I wish not to revive so disagreeable a subject. Pray say no more of it." "But 1 word more," said he, "just for my own satisfaction, and then I have done. Was Lady Sarah made acquainted with your circumstances? You must have lived in miserable obscurity to be so long in London without my knowledge. You love and respect your wife, brother. You must not take anything ill of her." "I am answered," he replied. He walked about the room, and I could see he was ashamed and affected. "You will make me very unhappy, Sir George," said I, "if you resent anything on my account to your lady. She did not think, perhaps, that things were quite so bad with me as they really were. But if she heard, which, by the way, I knew was an invention of her own, that my mother left anything behind her, she was deceived. There really was nothing. But let us call another subject. When did you hear from Mr. Falkland? It is some time since I have had a letter from his lady." "His lady!" he repeated, and stamping with his foot, cursed the hour which gave her that title. "Dear Sir George, you shock me. How can you be so uncharitable, so unchristian?" "If you knew her as well as I do," said he, and shook his head. "You are so strong in your indignation against her," I replied, "that you almost make me suspect that you do know more of her than I do. Her weakness in regard to Mr. Falkland excepted, I could never entertain an ill thought of her, but you have raised a curiosity which, though I tremble to have it gratified, yet I must beg you to speak out." "Do not think me malicious, Sidney," said he. "A woman's reputation is too sacred a thing to be trifled with. If her weakness, as you call it, had been confined to Mr. Falkland, hers should be so with me. But I cannot think with temper on the sacrifice that noble fellow has been forced to make to caprice." "Dear brother, explain yourself. You terrify me." "My heat on this occasion," he answered, "would be unjustifiable if I had not proof of what I say. Miss Birchall, for I will not call her by my friend's name, is that monster, a female libertine, a rake, in the worst sense of the word." "Monstrous!" cried I. "Your prejudice makes you believe every cruel tale you may have heard." "Heard?" he interrupted with an indignant smile. "The devil's in it if I have not more than hearsay for my knowledge." "Lord, brother, you make me shudder. What do you mean?" He replied, "You will not believe me, perhaps, when I tell you that I am as much obliged to Miss Birchall's favour as Mr. Falkland was." If Sir George had plunged a dagger in my heart, I could not have felt a sharper pang. He saw me struck with amazement and grief. "I knew it would shock you," said he, "but you extorted the secret from me. For a secret it has and ever should have remained. But in my own justification you compelled me to disclose it." "You know," said he, "that from the first I never considered Falkland's engagement to her as a serious one, nor in any shape binding. This judgment I formed without knowing anything of the woman but from Falkland's own representation of the fact, though to say the truth he always spoke of her with more tenderness than she deserved, and imputing her frailty to her love of him, was, as most men are apt to do on such occasions, disposed to judge favourably of her. The first time I saw her was at Sidney Castle, that time when my mother invited her, and when, you may remember, I went down there in compliment to my mother. I own I thought her extremely agreeable, which was alone sufficient to make me a little more than barely polite. But my mother's extraordinary attachment to her engaged me to go still further, and to oblige her I was more than ordinarily attentive to please Miss Birchall. When I assure you upon my honour that I had no farther views, I believe you will not doubt my veracity. But whether Miss Birchall mistook my civilities for fondness, or whether, as I rather believe, her natural disposition was so loose that every man she saw lighted up a flame in her heart, I know not. but certain it was she made me such advances that I must have been extremely stupid not to have understood her, and absolutely frozen to have repelled her. My good mother's unsuspecting temper permitted us too many opportunities, and the light ones of your sex do not easily forgive the neglect of those. In short, Miss Burchell yielded to the impetuosity of her wishes, and I followed her lead more through vacancy and a want of better employment than out of inclination. I was very glad when she was recalled home, for I was heartily wearied of her. The day before she left Sidney Castle, when we were alone, she said to me, "I have too great a reliance on your honour to suppose you capable of injuring my reputation by ever divulging what has passed between us. I am easy, therefore, on that head, but there is one circumstance on which you must give me the most solemn promise that is in your power to make, without which I shall be the most unhappy creature in the world. I know there is friendship between you and Mr. Falkland, and I am not ignorant that you men, in your unreserved moments of confidence, do not scruple to disclose such secrets as I have trusted you with. I do not fear your imprudence with regard to anyone else, but it is of the utmost importance to me that he, in particular, should never know what my tenderness for you has led me into. You know I have a son by him. He has hitherto provided liberally for the child's maintenance, and to let you into a secret which nobody besides must know, I myself am indebted to him for the principal part of my support, though he, as well as the rest of the world, believe that I have a fortune. Now, though I do not entertain the least hope, nor indeed wish ever to be Mr. Falkland's wife, yet would it be of terrible consequence to me to forfeit his regard, which you may naturally suppose would be the case if he were to come to the knowledge of what has happened. He has given me to understand by his housekeeper that when he comes to England he will provide for me. The woman hinted something like a design of his making a handsome establishment for any worthy man of whom I shall make choice, insinuating at the same time that this depended on my conduct. I have no thoughts of marrying, but as mine and my child's future welfare must be chiefly owing to Mr. Falkland, you see the necessity there is for my preserving his good opinion. For this reason, then, my dear Sir George, you must swear to me that you will never betray me to him." The reasons were so plausible and the request so natural that I made no scruple of giving her a solemn oath to preserve the secret inviolable from Falkland's knowledge, for so she herself worded the promise she urged me to make. In regard to anyone else, she said she was satisfied all assurances were needless. End of section 37. Section 38 of Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph by Frances Sheridan, Volume 3, continued. You see, continued my brother, that by this declaration she laid me under a double tie of secrecy. As I had no conception that Falkland could ever be brought to think of marrying her, I thought myself bound not to injure her in his opinion, and therefore religiously kept my promise. Falkland was not then in England, but when he returned and came to visit me at Sidney Castle, just at the time you parted from your husband, he spoke of Miss Burchell in a manner which, though it convinced me he had a regard for her and wished to see her happy, yet was it far from alarming me on his own account. I therefore should have thought it the highest baseness and cruelty to have hurt her in his esteem. I have never had the least intercourse, either by letter or otherwise, with Miss Burchell since we parted. I make no doubt but she has dispensed her favours wherever her inclination has led her, and you see she has had the good fortune to keep all her amours secret. But what hope can there be that such a profligate will keep her faith to one man, though that man is the most amiable in the world? Oh, brother, what a scene of iniquity you have disclosed! I would to heaven you had kept the horrid secret to yourself, or divulged it in time enough to have prevented the misery into which I, unhappy that I am, have precipitated your friend. But I ought not to blame you. You acted agreeably to the dictates of honour. Detestable woman, I cried in the bitterness of my heart, I do not wonder at her cautioning me against letting you into my design of urging Mr. Falkland to marry her. I then little knew the reason you had for the opposition she said you would give to this fatal match. Everything fell out to her wish and coincided to promote her successful guilt. Your absence from London, mine and my mother's urgency, and the too generous yielding of our dear unhappy Falkland. I burst into tears. My heart was torn with anguish, and in that instant my tenderness for him revived. Sir George strove not to comfort me. He was too much affected himself. I have but one hope, said I, and that is the extraordinary love she has for Mr. Falkland, and his uncommon merit, which may probably secure to him the continuance of it. You know not what you say, answered my brother. The merit of an angel could not secure the fidelity of such a heart as hers. Her love is gross. A new object will always have charms for her. Had I been as credulous as Falkland, I should have thought myself the idol of her soul, so lavish was she in her expressions of tenderness. Is it not strange, though, I asked, that with so loose a mind she should have so long preserved an attachment to Mr. Falkland? For most certainly her affection to him has at least been sincere. Her affection to his estate, answered my brother, has, I believe, all along been sincere. Do you not know she is a beggar? I told him in this she has imposed on him to answer her own ends in engaging him the more firmly to keep her secret, for to my knowledge she had £7,000, as I was informed by Lady V, who knew her circumstances. Sir George vented 2 or 3 curses on her head. I am not surprised at any instance of her falsehood, said he. She is made up of deceit. Such characters as hers are not uncommon, but none of them ever fell in your way before, and I hope never will again. If you will look back on her whole conduct, however it may surprise you, you will find there is nothing inconsistent in it. She is only a sly rake in petticoats, of which there are numbers that you good women would stare at if you knew their behaviour. She considers men just as the libertines of our sex to women. She likes for the present. She seduces. Her inclinations cool towards an old lover and are warmed again by a new face. She retained not Falkland long enough to grow tired of him, and therefore possibly still preserved some tenderness for him. Indeed, his uncommon attractions must have made an impression even on her heart, but this did not hinder her from indulging her inclinations elsewhere. You must throw into the account, too, that she had by accident got a sort of hold on him, of which, by my mother's indulgence and some other concurring circumstances, she hoped one day or other to avail herself. With so pretty a person as she has, and the fortune you tell me she is mistress of, do you think she could have failed of marrying creditably, if that had been her view? No, no, she meant not to confine herself. Her passion for Falkland, whether real or pretended, gave a colour to her preserving that liberty in the licentious use of which she placed her happiness. Nor would she in the end have confined herself within the bounds of marriage, if an immense fortune had not sweetened the restraint. I pray heaven it may, answered I. 'Tis all we have now to trust to. You have given me an idea of a character which I thought was not in the female world." "I own," replied Sir George, "I live in perpetual fears of her relapsing into vice. A woman without principle, Sidney, is not to be relied on. Love, if in such a breast it can merit that name, even towards the most deserving object, is never permanent. Fear and even shame are subdued by repeated crimes. What hold then remains? Interest alone, where that happens to interfere. But if detection can be avoided, even that can have no farther influence." Sir George took his leave of me in order to go home to dress, but I was not to say a word of his morning visit, so that I found I needed not to be under any apprehensions of reproaching Lady Sarah with her behaviour towards me, for he meant not to let her know he was informed of it. So much the better. I should be extremely sorry to be the occasion of any difference between them. They came at the appointed hour. I entertained them magnificently, and we were all harmony and good humour. When dinner was over, I told them they must not be surprised if we should have a visit from our West Indian relation in the evening, for that it was very probable he would call, and if I should be denied, he would never forgive me, as he possibly might find it out. Lady Sarah looked frightened, and said she would not stay, but Sir George declared he would arm himself with a few bumpers and stand his ground. I affected to treat the interview with pleasantry, and reconciled them both to it, for I was really apprehensive that Mr. Warner would take it very ill, and think I betrayed him if I let them escape. I supposed, too, that after he had indulged himself in a short triumph, all would be over, and they might afterwards meet on better terms. In less than half an hour we heard a loud rap. Lady Sarah turned pale. Sir George laughed at her, but was himself a little disconcerted. The parlour door flew open, a footman entered, Mr. Warner, and in stalked my kinsman with a very stately tread. He was dressed out, I assure you. A large well-powdered wig tied with a rose, a suit of the finest cinnamon-coloured cloth, and over it a surtout of the richest mohair and silk, with gold frogs, and a fine clouded cane with a gold head, silk stockings of the same colour with his coat, a fine lace cravat, his hat under his arm. He really looked very gentlemanlike and venerable, for he appears older than he is. He glanced his eyes with a supercilious scorn over my brother and sister, who stood up at his entrance, and making up directly to me, saluted me and took his place by me. A short silence ensued, which was broken by my asking Mr. Warner to drink a glass of wine. I could almost have smiled at the embarrassment of my brother and Lady Sarah. The old gentleman enjoyed it, and looked at them both, but as if he knew neither. My brother had recourse to the bottle. He drank my health, and civilly enough bowed to Mr. Warner, just pronouncing the word "Sir." The other scarce returned it by a slight inclination of his head. At last, addressing himself to me, "Cousin, if you have no aversion to tobacco, I should be glad you would oblige me with a pipe. 'Tis my custom after dinner, but I have not smoked yet." As I had never observed him to do this when he had dined with me before, I took it for granted the compliment was meant for Lady Sarah. I said I had no objection, and referred myself by a bow to Lady Sarah. She made no reply, and my kinsman, without seeming to mind anyone else, rang the bell, saying, "If you don't dislike it, there is no more to be said." The black whom he had given me presenting himself at the door, Mr. Warner desired him to stop at his lodgings for his pipe and some tobacco. The man quickly returned with a long japanned reed with a bowl fixed at the end of it. Mr. Warner called for a lighted taper, and throwing himself back in his chair with one leg crossed over the other, lighted his pipe with much composure, puffing large clouds of smoke across Lady Sarah's nose, who sat at his right hand. My sister, who had really an unaffected aversion to tobacco, could not bear this. She coughed excessively, and with tears in her eyes rose off her chair and retired to the other end of the room. My old gentleman laughed till he wheezed, nodding his head after her and looking at me as much as to say, "I am glad I have sent her off." Sir George, though determined not to be put out of humour, thought this was going too far. I was really uneasy myself, and hardly knew how to act, for if I showed any mark of distinction to Lady Sarah, I knew it would be construed by Mr. Warner as an affront to him. I ventured, however, to tell her that if she would step into the drawing-room, I should order coffee and wait on her immediately. "Ay," said my brother, approaching his lady and taking her by the hand, "let us get out of the horrid atmosphere that this honest gentleman has raised about us." The honest gentleman vouchsafed not to look at him, and my brother and sister withdrew into the adjoining room. As soon as they were gone, Mr. Warner threw down his pipe, and stroking the table with his clenched fist, burst into a loud laugh. "Lord, Lord," said he, "pride will have a fall. I think I have brought them down a little. How like asses they both looked. Well, now I am satisfied. I have had my revenge. You may go and drink your coffee with them. I will bid you good-bye." He immediately withdrew, and I joined my brother and sister, who were heartily rejoiced that they had got rid of him. Sir George said he saw his design, but was resolved not to give an opportunity for insults, and so held his tongue. "As he is your friend, Sidney," said he, "I would not distress you by engaging you as a party on either side, which must have been the case, for that old fellow would not have suffered you to remain neutral." I told him our kinsman was whimsical, but that as he was now thoroughly satisfied at having paid them in kind, I was sure he would never again seek to give them any offence, and they ought to forgive him by the law of retaliation. They laughed at the singularity of his manner, and the whole passed off in mirth, though Lady Sarah declared he had made her quite sick with his nauseous tobacco. March the 3rd. The ridiculous scene of yesterday, my Cecilia, for a while called off my thoughts from the melancholy subject which is now nearest my heart. I mean the shocking account which Sir George gave me of Mrs. Can I bear to call her Falkland? But it now recurs to me with all its horrors. Oh, my dear, what a fatal wretch have I been to Mr. Falkland! My best purposes by some unseen power are perverted from their ends. I wonder the food which I take to nourish me is not converted into poison when I touch it. But I will calm my troubled mind with this reflection, that I meant not to do evil. Mr. Falkland, ignorant of his own misfortune, may, as hundreds of others in the same situation are, still be happy, if that light creature has but a single grain of honour or gratitude. I will not think of it. Anticipating, as you used to call me, I will banish the hateful idea from my mind. March the 12th. What do you think, my Cecilia? Mrs. Gerard has eloped from her husband, and is now at Paris, in quality of mistress to a young nobleman who maintains her in vast splendour. I had this news in a letter from Mrs. Falkland to-day. Poor Peevey wrote his master an account of it. Upon Mr. Arnold's death, Peevey, tired of the termagant spirit and intolerable coquetry of his wife, was very glad to relax his discipline, and declared were he to have had 1,000 a year, he would not undertake to keep her within bounds, and that nothing but his great respect for Mr. Falkland could have engaged him in the task so long. He acknowledges that he is very glad to be rid of her, and as Mr. Falkland enabled him to set up very handsomely in his business, I really think he is happy in his loss. March the 14th. I have been deeply affected, my Cecilia, within these 2 days. If it had not been in my power to relieve the distress I have been a witness to, how unhappy it would have made me. I was stepping out of my chariot yesterday morning, when a young woman who stood at my door in an old linen gown presented to me a little bandbox, open and filled with artificial flowers. She spoke not, but the silent anguish in her looks drew my attention. She seemed about 18 and very pretty. As an appearance of industry, I think, doubles the claim which the poor have to our compassion, I took out of her box a small sprig of jessamine, very naturally imitated, and asked the young woman if she made those flowers herself. She modestly replied she did. "And cannot you, child," said I, "find anyone who would give you constant employment in this way, to prevent your wandering about the streets to dispose of your work?" She answered, "Yes, madam, but I have a poor decrepit father in jail, who cannot be without my assistance. I live with him, and only come out once a week to sell my flowers. I might go to service, but he would die if I were to leave him." Her gentle speech, her youth, and the unaffected tender sorrow that appeared in her face when she spoke of her father, touched me to the heart. I bade her come in, and taking her into the parlour, was desirous to ask her some questions. "You look," said I, "as if you had not been bred in poverty. Pray, what is your father?" She blushed, and with downcast eyes replied, "A clergyman, madam." "A clergyman," I repeated. "What misfortunes, for such I must suppose they were, drove him to the distressed situation you mention?" "It was a misfortune, madam, and not any crime," answered the girl with tears in her eyes. "My father is as good a man as ever was born." I asked his name, and she told me it was Price. My curiosity was excited by her manner. I desired her to sit down and relate to me the particulars of her story. She obeyed with a sensible politeness that pleased me. "About 12 years ago," said she, "my father had a little cure in Berkshire. He was reckoned a fine preacher and a very great scholar, and, what was more than either, one of the best of men. In the parish to which my father belonged lived a gentleman of a very great estate. His name was Ware. He was himself a very worthy man, and had so high an opinion of my father that he pitched upon him to go abroad in quality of governor to his only son, then a youth of about 19. As my father had travelled in the same capacity once before, he was very well qualified for the employment, and had no objection to the acceptance of it, but his leaving my mother, of whom he was very fond, and me, his only child, then scarce more than an infant. The elder Mr. Ware assured him he would be a friend and guardian to us both, and so he was, and that he would, in his absence, allow us double the income which my father received from his cure. This, together with the appointment which he was to receive as his son's governor, was too handsome an offer to be refused, especially as the gentleman promised he would never want a patron in him while he lived, and everybody knew he had interest enough to make his promise of consequence. My father was then past 50, but as he was of a very healthy, strong constitution, he did not think it too late to undertake, for the good of his family, what he said was a very troublesome task. I could not help interrupting the young gentlewoman to ask her how it came to pass that her father, such a man as she represented him to be, was not better provided for at this time of life, especially as she said he had before been entrusted with the care of a pupil, whom I presumed to be a person of fortune, as scarce any others are sent to travel. She said he had a small patrimony of his own, and that his original design was to study physic, but being persuaded by the particular love he bore a young gentleman, to whom he was private tutor at the university, to go abroad with him, he had for some years, while they continued on their travels, been obliged to decline this study. When he had brought his pupil safe back to England, he intended to pursue it, and for this purpose was preparing to go to Leyden. But the gentleman, who really had an affection for him, declared he could not part with him, and that if he would consent to stay and take holy orders, he would get him a living which was in his father's gift, a nobleman then alive, as soon as it should become vacant, of which there was a good prospect on account of the age of the incumbent, and that in the meantime he should live with him. As the young gentleman had been married immediately after his return from his travels to a lady of a vast fortune, and was settled with a family of his own about him, my father, who fondly loved him, did not disrelish the proposal, and without much difficulty consented to it. He now laid aside the thoughts of physic, and turned his attention to the study of divinity, nor was he in haste, for the promised livings being vacated, as he was resolved not to take orders till he was properly qualified for the holy profession he was now destined to. He continued thus 4 years with his young patron, the gentleman who possessed the living, though very sickly, still holding it. My father then being inclined to go into orders, his friend got him nominated to a cure in town, the duties of which he constantly performed for 2 years, still living with his benefactor. But it was his misfortune then to lose him. He was drowned in crossing a deep water on horseback, which he thought was fordable. My poor father had now lost, as it proved, his only friend, though he then but lamented him as a son he loved, and I have heard him say he was more afflicted for his death than his real father was. As that nobleman was well acquainted with his son's intentions in regard to his tutor, my father had no doubts of his fulfilling them, especially as he had given his promise to do so. About this time, the curate of the parish in Berkshire, which I mentioned to you before, having a mind to make an exchange for one in London where all his friends lived, proposed it to my father, who had been at college with him. As he had now no attachment in town and preferred a country life, he readily agreed to the change, and having first waited on the father of his late friend to remind him of his promise, which he again confirmed, he went down to Berkshire. Here it was he fell in love with my mother, who was the daughter of the rector whose cure he served. She liked him, and as her father looked upon him as a man certain of preferment, and every way estimable in his character, he did not scruple to give her to him. In a few months after their marriage, the incumbent of the long-promised living died. My father immediately waited on the nobleman, so sure of success that he thought he should have nothing to do but to thank him for it. But that lord told him with a pretended concern that he had disposed of it, having heard that my father was well provided for in Berkshire, and had married a lady of great fortune. He returned home shocked and disappointed, more on account of the family he had married into than on his own. He now found himself at nearly 40 years of age, with a family coming on him, and no other provision than a curacy of £40 a year. My grandfather pretended he had been deceived by him, and made that excuse for withdrawing all his favour from him. My mother had children pretty fast, but they all died young, excepting myself, and as he loved her too well to let her feel the inconvenience of straitened circumstances, he was content to let his own little patrimony, which he had preserved till now, gradually waste, for my grandfather never gave her any fortune. At his death, which happened a few years after, it appeared he could not, for he left but a little behind him. In this situation my father, having lost all hopes of being better provided for, with the melancholy reflection of having thrown away the best part of his days in a fruitless attendance and expectation, dragged on a life of obscurity and toil for 11 years. and then it was that Mr. Ware applied to him in the manner I have mentioned. I told this amiable girl I was glad I had interrupted the thread of her story, as by that means she had obliged me with so many interesting particulars of her family, and then requested she would proceed. She bowed with a pretty, modest grace, and went on. I informed you, madam, that my father, having accepted of the tuition of Mr. Ware's son, prepared to attend him on his travels. He took his leave very reluctantly of my poor mother and me, whom he tenderly recommended to Mr. Ware's patronage, and set out with the young gentleman, having give up his cure, as his absence was to be of long continuance. Mr. Ware, who was a truly good man, was punctual in the performance of his promise towards my mother and me, and behaved while my father was away like a second parent. His son continued abroad upwards of 4 years, and returned a very accomplished gentleman. Mr. Ware was exceedingly pleased with my father's conduct, for which he told him both his son and himself owed him the utmost gratitude. He has now far advanced in years, and grown indolent from infirmities. He therefore thought it better to be himself the rewarder of my father's merit than take upon him the trouble of soliciting other people to provide for him, and accordingly resolved to give him an annual income of £200 during his life. He told him at the same time that as his estate was entailed, it was not in his power to confirm this grant by a will, but he was sure his son was too sensible of what he owed him not to promise in the most solemn manner to continue to him this income, when he should come to his inheritance. The young gentleman who was present handsomely acknowledged the obligations he had to my father, and assured him he thought he could never sufficiently repay him. My father, who now wished for nothing more than to sit down peaceably on a competency, thought himself very happy. He retired to his little house in Berkshire, where my mother and I lived, and gave himself up to domestic contentment. End of section 38. Section 39 of Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph by Frances Sheridan, Volume 3, continued. The old gentleman was punctual to his agreement, constantly paying my father £50 every quarter. He died in something less than 3 years. His son, immediately on his accession to his fortune, being at that time in London, wrote my father a very affectionate letter, assuring him of the continuance of his friendship. Nor did he fail in his promise. For 2 years he was punctual in his remittances to my father. He did not during that time come down to Berkshire, having another country seat of which he was fonder. At this time I lost my dear mother, who had been for some years in a declining way, and though during her health, as she was an exceedingly good economist, my father might have laid by some of his income, yet the frequent journeys she was prescribed to Bath and other places for change of air, together with the expense of physicians at home, put it out of his power to save anything, which on my account gave him great uneasiness. But, as he was still strong and hale, he was in hopes he might yet live to lay by something for me. I was now about 15, and the darling of my father's heart. He was inconsolable for my mother's death, but I endeavoured to comfort him, and at last in some measure succeeded. Mr. Ware, whom my father had not seen since the death of the good old gentleman, came down to revisit his paternal seat. He would not omit paying a visit of condolement to his old friend and tutor, and accordingly came to our house the day after his arrival in the country. Though I had seen him before, as it was in my childhood, I had taken but little notice of him. He is indeed a handsome, genteel young man. The innocent girl blushed as she spoke these words, but I seemed not to observe it. She proceeded with a sigh. My father, who loved him, was rejoiced to see him. Mr. Ware behaved with a tenderness and respect almost filial towards him, and was very obliging to me. He continued about a week in the country, calling to ask my father how he did every day. When he was about to return to London, he pressed my father to pass a few weeks with him in town. "You are melancholy here," said he. "Changing the scene a little will divert both you and your daughter." My father thanked him for the honour he did him, but modestly declined it. Mr. Ware guessed at his motive, and told him, smiling, "I know your objection, but to obviate it at once I must tell you that I have prevailed on my sister to come and keep house for me, and I expect to find her at home on my return." I knew his sister, a maiden lady some years older than himself, who had on the death of his father gone to live with a near relation of theirs. My father, smiling in his turn, told him he had guessed his mind rightly, and since that was the case he would not deprive his poor girl, looking at me, of the happiness of the good lady's company for a while. Mr. Ware said we might go to town with him in his coach, and as we had but little preparation to make, we set out with him next day. When we arrived at his house in London, he welcomed us with all the marks of politeness and respect. I was surprised we did not see his sister the whole night, but as she was not apprised of our coming, I thought that either she was abroad, or had not yet quitted her friend with whom she lived. The next morning at breakfast Mr. Ware made an apology for his sister's absence. He said that the lady at whose house she lived was ill, and that she could not possibly leave her till she was better, which he supposed would be in a few days, as her sickness was no other than the consequence of her lying in. Meanwhile he hoped Mr. Price would not be uneasy, as he was himself his daughter's guardian. Though my father was not pleased at this excuse, he however concealed his thoughts from Mr. Ware, but told me if Miss Ware did not come home in a few days, he purposed that we should take our leave and return to the country. We had very handsome apartments assigned us, and my father was put in possession of Mr. Ware's library, a very noble one, where the gentleman knew he would pass his most agreeable hours. For my part, as I did not care to go abroad till I had a proper person for me to appear with, I declined the offer Mr. Ware very obligingly made of getting some ladies of his acquaintance to take me to public places. I expected his sister every day, and if she came, as I knew my father purposed staying a month, I thought I should have time enough to see everything. So I chose to entertain myself with working and reading in my own room. But, madam, I soon found that Mr. Ware was a very base man. The third day after we came to his house, his behaviour towards me began to change entirely from what it was before. He took every opportunity of being particular to me in his compliments. I received them at first with that distant civility which I thought would neither encourage nor offend. I looked upon him as a worthy young man, and my father's friend and benefactor, and thought, in my humble station, I should not be too quick to take exceptions, as there had nothing as yet appeared in his behaviour which exceeded the bounds of respect. But he did not preserve this long. On the 5th day he came into a closet where I was reading, and there in the warmest manner declared himself my lover. I would fain have turned his discourse into pleasantry, but he had recourse to oaths and protestations, and swore he would not live without my favour. I represented the cruelty of the insult he offered me in his own house, and begged he would leave me, as I was determined to depart immediately. I will not, sir, said I, let my father know the unkind return you have made for all his care of you, but I can easily prevail with him to leave your house. He fell at my feet, begged my pardon, and talked all that sort of stuff which I have read in romances. At length I got him out of the closet and locked the door, resolving never to sit alone without using the same precaution while we stayed in his house, which I hoped would not be above a day or two longer, for I concluded there was no sister to come, and that this was only made use of as a snare to draw us to town. As I had a mind to try the young girl, I asked her, "How came you to receive Mr. Ware's addresses in the manner you mentioned? How do you know he did not intend to marry you?" "Ah, no, madam," said she, "I could not entertain such a thought. I have not troubled you with the particulars of what he said to me, but young as I was, I knew too well what it tended to. Besides, the fear he showed lest my father should know of his pretended courtship was enough to convince me what his designs were, without anything else to guide me." "Did you like him?" I asked. The ingenuous young woman blushed. "I could have liked him, madam," she replied, "better than anybody I had ever seen, if there had not been such a distance between us." I desired her to proceed. "I told my father that same evening that, as I saw there was no likelihood of the lady's coming to her brother, and as I led but a melancholy life, having no woman to converse with, I had much rather be at home amongst my neighbours and acquaintance, and begged he would return to Berkshire. My father said it was what he had determined on after completing our week in town, unless Miss Ware came in the interim. "I have just told our friend so," said he. "He seems to take it unkindly, and says he is afraid he has disobliged me, but I assured him my only reason was that I did not think the house of a handsome young bachelor a proper place for a pretty little country girl, even though her old father was with her. He assures me his sister will come, and wants to protract our stay a few days longer. I hardly know how to refuse his entreaties, but I shall be uneasy till we are at home." I told my father Mr. Ware had too much sense to take his refusal amiss, and begged of him to stick to his day. I gave Mr. Ware no opportunity of speaking to me the remainder of that day, nor all the next, though he came to my closet door where I always sat and entreated for admission. But I was peremptory in my denial, and he went away reproaching me with cruelty. Mr. Ware made an apology to my father on account of his being obliged to spend the evening abroad, the first time that he had been absent from us since we came to his house. He had twice entertained us with a very agreeable concert, at which there was a great deal of company, both gentlemen and ladies. He had got it performed at his own house on purpose to amuse my father, who was a great lover of music. But excepting those 2 mornings, I had never seen any company with him, as he said he would not invite strangers till I had got a companion of my own to keep me in countenance. My father and I supped alone. We were to go out of town the next day, and we retired to our respective chambers about 11 o'clock in order to go to bed. The poor girl paused at this part of her story as if she were ashamed to proceed. "I hope," said I, "Mr. Ware did not violate the laws of hospitality by intruding on you that night?" "Oh, madam, he did, said she. "The vile wretch hid himself somewhere, I know not where, for it was not in my closet. The housekeeper slept in my room in a little tent bed, which had been put up for that purpose, but she was not as yet come upstairs. The chambermaid, who had attended me to my room, told me there was to be a great deal of company to dine with her master the next day, and as the housekeeper was very busy in making jellies and pastry, she was afraid she should sit up late, and hoped I should not be disturbed at her coming into the room. I always dismissed the maid immediately, as I was not used to having a person to undress me. I went to bed, But not being a very sound sleeper, and knowing a particularity I had, which was that if once roused I could not compose myself to rest again, I resolved not to attempt it at all till the housekeeper came to bed. I placed the candle on a stand near me, and took up a book that I found on a chair by my bedside, which I had been reading in the evening. I had been about an hour thus employed when I heard somebody treading softly in the room. As I had not heard the door open, I called out in a fright to know who was there. I received no answer, but immediately Mr. Ware presented himself on his knees at my bedside, and half leaning on my bed. I shrieked out. I knew not what he said, but I remember the most wicked of men held me fast, and talked a great deal. I continued shrieking incessantly, and struggling to get loose from him, which at last I did by giving a violent spring, which threw me out of bed on the floor. I had hurt myself sadly by the fall, but dragging the quilt off the bed after me, I wrapped it about me and shrieked louder than before. The vile man tried to pacify me, and said I should disturb my father. Providentially for me, my dear father had not gone to bed, for his room was a great way from mine, but was reading in the study which was over my bedchamber. He had heard my shrieks from the first, but little dreaming it was his poor daughter's voice, he imagined the noise was in the street, and had lifted up the sash and looked out to try whence it was proceeding. Finding everything quiet without doors, he ran downstairs, and was led by my cries into my room, for my vile persecutor had not locked the door, very well knowing none of his own people could dare to molest him, and he did not think my cries would have reached my father's ears, as indeed they would not if he had gone to bed. Think, madam, what my poor father must feel when he saw me on the floor, for I was not able to rise. Such a spectacle of horror! My cap was off, and my nose bleeding with the fall. The wretch was endeavouring to lift me up, and I trying to resist him. "Good God, defend me!" said my father. "What is this I see?" "Oh, sir," said I, clinging round him, "carry me out of the house. Carry me out directly from this monster." My father looked aghast. "You do not mean Mr. Ware, my child," said he. "It cannot be he who has put you into this condition." Mr. Ware quitted the room the minute he saw my father, which was not till I catched hold of him, for he had his back to the door, and, I suppose, was in too much agitation to hear him coming in. My poor father, speechless with astonishment, took me into his arms and put me sitting on the bed. Then, stepping into my closet, brought out a bottle of water, some of which he made me drink, and afterwards washed the blood from my face, which he soon found only proceeded from my having hurt my nose a little. When I had recovered breath enough, I told him all that had passed. His despair, madam, is not to be described. He tore his hair and was like a madman. "Where is the ungrateful villain?" said he. "I will go this minute and upbraid him with his treachery." He ran to the chamber door, but it was locked on the outside. My father, thus prevented from going out, had time to cool a little. He considered it would be to no purpose to reproach a powerful tyrant with the injuries he did us. He resolved to quit the inhospitable house as soon as anyone in the family was up to open the door to him, and without ever seeing his face again, commit himself to Providence for his future subsistence. It would have been happy for us if he could have executed this design, but the profligate man prevented us. We spent the remainder of the night in lamenting our misery. At daylight Mr. Ware entered the room in his nightgown, for I suppose he had gone to rest after he left us. He told my father he was sorry for what had passed, and imputed it to his having drunk too much. "I own," said he, "I love your daughter to distraction, and could not bear the thoughts of losing her, as I found you resolved to go out of town so suddenly." My father answered, "I will not reproach you as I ought, but my tender care of your youth did not deserve this return. Suffer us to depart out of your house, and you shall never more be troubled with us." Mr. Ware entreated to speak with my father by himself, and with much difficulty prevailed on him to go into his study with him. They stayed together near half an hour, and I heard them talking high. My father then entered my room with tears streaming from his eyes. I threw myself into a chair in an agony of grief. "The villain," said he, "has finished his work. He has stabbed your father's heart." I ran to him, almost frantic. I thought he had made an attempt upon his life. When I found he was not hurt, I asked him the meaning of his words. "He would have me sell you to him," said he. "He would have bribed the father to prostitute his child." "Oh, sir," said I, "why do we stay under this detested roof?" "There is no safety for us here," said he. "Come, my dear, let us get out of the house, and then we will consider which way we are to turn ourselves." My father laid hold of my hand, and I followed him just as I was, in my morning gown. We thought if we could once find ourselves in the street we should be happy, though neither of us knew where to go, having no acquaintance in London. I had never been there before, and my father had been so long absent that he was forgotten by everybody. We got out of my room into a little sort of antechamber, but found the door of that fast locked. We now gave ourselves up for lost. Our despair is not to be expressed. We sat down and consulted what was the best to be done. I saw now there was nothing that our base persecutor would not attempt, and I told my father I was resolved at all events to make my escape. He said that the shocking wretch had given him till the next day to consider of his proposal, and he hoped by that time both father and daughter would come enough to their senses to think he had made them a very advantageous offer. I told him in that lucky interval I hoped to be able to effect my deliverance, which I thought I might accomplish with his assistance by tying the sheets of my bed together, and so from the window sliding into the street. We were both pleased with this expedient, but the next thing to be considered was what place I should go to, as I could not make this attempt till late at night, and must go alone, for my father being in years and pretty corpulent, I could not think of letting him run the same hazard, which might have put his life into imminent danger, especially as I could not give him the same help which he could afford me. This was a difficulty, till I recollected a mantua maker, who was then making some clothes for me, and I happened to know where she lived. To her house I resolved to go, having first settled all my previous steps, and to remain concealed there till my father should get an opportunity of coming to me. I told him as I was the unhappy object on whom Mr. Ware had designs, I supposed he would not detain my father after I was gone. He shook his head, but said he hoped he would not. Having now settled our little plan, we were more composed. A servant brought breakfast into my apartment at the usual hour, and dinner and supper in the like manner. We did not appear troubled, but as carefully avoided seeming cheerful, for fear of giving suspicion. The housekeeper was generally the last person up in the family, so that I was either to seize the opportunity before she came up to my room, or wait till she was asleep. The last I thought the securest method, as she was an extremely sound sleeper. I lifted up the sash in the bedchamber to be in readiness, and closed the shutters again. Very fortunately, my father, having received his quarterly payment from Mr. Ware just before we came to town, had 50 guineas in his purse, half of which he insisted on my taking in case of emergency. About 12 o'clock, the housekeeper came into the room where we were sitting, as she was obliged to pass through that to go to the room where we lay. We heard her at the door, and my father suddenly changed the subject of our discourse, made me a sign which I understood, and as the woman entered, affected to be representing to me the charms of wealth and grandeur, whilst I seemed to listen with a sort of pleasure to him. He stopped when the woman came in, but not till he was sure she had heard what he said, for we observed she stayed at the outside of the door a little while, as if to listen to our conversation. On seeing us engaged in discourse, she made a motion to withdraw, saying she would come up again when Mr. Price was retired to rest, but I told her she might, if she pleased, then go to bed, as we should not sit up long. But as I suppose she had orders to lock me in after my father had left me, she did not choose to do this. She said she was not sleepy, but would come up in half an hour, and left the room smiling. This was an opportunity which I thought was not to be lost. I repaired to the window, and hearing a watchman cry the hour, I waited till he came under it, and having prepared a piece of paper in which I had put a weight to carry it down, I lighted it and dropped it at his feet. It was fastened to a string, and at some distance from it above was fastened another large piece of white paper folded up, in which I put a guinea, and in 2 lines, written in a large plain hand, beseeched him to assist me in getting down, for which I would reward him with another guinea. The lighted paper, as I concluded it would, attracted the man's notice. He stopped and took it up, and finding another paper hanging to the string, looked up at the window. I leaned my body out as far as I could, and in a low voice, but loud enough for him to hear me, bid him read it. He opened the paper, and by the light of his own lantern read the lines, at the same time taking out the guinea, which I could perceive he also examined by the same light. He then said, "I'll help you. Stay a little." He made what haste he could away, and I was afraid he intended to leave me and return no more. My terror was inexpressible during the man's absence, especially as several people in that interval passed by. However, he soon returned with a companion, and the street being now clear, I saw he had brought a sort of plank or board under his arm, which he fixed from the iron palisadoes across to the stonework which jutted out from the bottom of the lower windows. On this he without difficulty mounted, and being now much nearer to me, he told me he would receive me if I could contrive to get down to him. My poor father hastily kissed and blessed me, and having my apparatus ready for descending, he had the farther precaution to fix some strong ribbons, which I had tied together for the purpose, under my arms. These he held in his hands, whilst I slid down by the sheets, which I had fastened together cornerways with a knot. The trusty watchman caught me in his arms and lifted me over the palisadoes to his comrade, who set me safely down on the street. End of section 39. Section 40 of Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph by Frances Sheridan, Volume 3, continued. It was very dark, but I could distinguish when my father drew in the linen and heard him shut the window. I then told my deliverer that I must beg a farther act of kindness from him, which was to see me safe to the street where I wanted to go. He readily complied, and leaving it to his comrade to carry away the plank, took me under the arm, and we got without being molested to the mantua-maker's house. The family were all in bed, when after repeated knocking a maid looked out of an upstairs window and asked us what we wanted. I told her an acquaintance of her mistress had urgent business with her, and begged she would step down and speak to me from the parlour window. After keeping me a long while waiting, she at length came down. I then gave the watchman the other guinea I had promised him, and dismissed him very well pleased with his night's adventure. After he was gone, I told the woman my name and begged she would let me in, which she immediately did. I, without scruple, acquainted her with the manner of my escape and the occasion of it. She was shocked and affected with my story, and promised to keep me concealed till my father should come to carry me to some place of greater safety, for, she said, as Mr. Ware's housekeeper was her acquaintance, I might be discovered at her house. This terrified me exceedingly, but the good-natured woman gave me the most solemn assurances that I should be safe for the short time she proposed I should stay with her. She invited me to part of her bed, as she told me she had never a spare one, and I readily accepted her offer. I remained all the next day in the utmost grief and anxiety at hearing nothing from my poor father. In the evening of the second day, a porter brought a letter to the mantua-maker, which served only as a cover for a note directed to me. Seeing it writ in my father's hand, I eagerly opened it. But, oh, madam, how shall I tell you my grief and horror when I saw it dated from a prison? My poor father told me that our cruel persecutor, enraged at my escape, which he did not discover till next day, had charged my father with it, who immediately acknowledged he had assisted in delivering me from ruin. That Mr. Ware, after treating him with the most injurious language, demanded payment of him for the sums he said he had lent him from time to time since his father's death. To this, my father, making no other reply than that Mr. Ware knew he had not in his power to refund any of that money, which, though it was a free gift, he would restore sooner than lie under any obligation to such a base man. The villain was barbarous enough to have him arrested and sent to jail, where he said he should remain till his stubborn spirit should be glad to yield up his daughter to him. My father desired me to come to him directly, and to bring somebody with me to protect me by the way. I instantly obeyed, and sending for a hackney coach, the mantua-maker got her husband, a decent tradesman, and his apprentice, to accompany me. We drove directly to my poor father's melancholy habitation, where they delivered me safe into his hands. His joy at seeing me again made him for a while forget the sorrows which surrounded us. He told me that after he had seen me get safe into the street, and had recommended me to the care of Providence, he had put everything out of the way which had assisted me in my escape, and putting out one of the candles left in my room, that the housekeeper, when she came up, might suppose me in bed, he then went to his own. He concluded that the woman, when she went into my room, supposed me asleep. Mr. Ware was at home the whole evening, and had before that retired to rest, so that there was no discovery made that night. My father now informed me that Mr. Ware had said, when he first made the odious proposal to him, that if I complied, he would allow my father £400 a year, and settle the like sum upon me for life. At the same time, in case of refusal, insinuating the threat which he afterwards put in execution, thinking, no doubt, he should by this intimidate my poor father so much that upon reflection he would use his endeavours to prevail on me to comply, and it was for this wicked purpose he was permitted, or rather compelled, to pass the whole day with me. I would not, added my father, relate this particular to you, for fear your tenderness to me might shake your virtue. But the trial, God be praised, is now past. You are here, my poor child, at least in safety. We have some money to support us for a while. Perhaps the wicked wretch may relent. If he gives me my liberty, I may still obtain a livelihood, and if I can get you received into some worthy family, that will protect you from his violence. I shall be contented. My father, unwilling to expose his ungrateful pupil, and thinking when he cooled a little he would be ashamed of his conduct and release him, resolved not to apprise any of his friends in Berkshire of his situation, but wrote a long expostulatory letter to Mr. Ware, which he concluded with requesting no other favour but his liberty. To this Mr. Ware wrote an answer that he was still ready to make good his first proposals, and since he now found he had got his daughter with him, he should obtain his liberty on no other terms. My father, still loath to believe him so lost to humanity as to persist in this barbarous resolution, patiently waited another month, at the end of which he again wrote him a very affecting letter, but to this he received no answer, being told Mr. Ware was gone into Berkshire. He wrote to 2 or 3 gentlemen of his acquaintance there, informing them of his deplorable situation and begging them to use their influence with Mr. Ware in his behalf. He did not disclose the enormity of his behaviour, but only said that on a quarrel he had with him he had confined him under colour of a debt, which it was not in his power to discharge. This he did as much in tenderness to Mr. Ware's character as to avoid exasperating him more against him. He ordered me at the same time to write to an old maid-servant, who took care of our little house in the country, to send me my clothes, my father's books, and such other things as belonged to him. As I had come to town but for a month, and was in deep mourning for my mother, I had left the best part of my apparel behind me, and I had taken nothing with me from Mr. Ware's but a little bundle of linen. My father had been permitted to carry his with him to the prison. As the furniture in this little house was of no great value, my father having purchased it as it stood in the house of the former curate, he made a present of it to his old servant, who had lived with him from the time he married. He received no answer to any of the letters he wrote to the gentleman, but I got a letter from this old servant at the same time that she sent the things which I wrote for, and you will scarce believe, madam, to what a height this abandoned wretch carried his crimes. Not contented with having plunged my poor father and me into the deepest distress, he endeavoured to blast and destroy our characters in the country. He gave out that my father, taking advantage of his, Mr. Ware's, being a little overcome with wine one night, had put his daughter to bed with him, and would have insisted the next day that he had married them. To punish the ungrateful, designing old rogue, he said, he had put him in jail, where he intended to keep him a month or 2 till he repented. Though the respectable character my father bore in his neighbourhood made this story incredible, yet Mr. Ware's power and influence was such that people seemed to believe it, and applauded Mr. Ware's clemency in my father's punishment. No wonder, then, that his letters were unanswered. They were shown to Mr. Ware and laughed at. The old servant, who was sure we were both cruelly belied, lamented our unhappy fate, but, poor creature, she could do nothing but lament. This last blow quite subdued my father's courage. He fell sick upon it, and languished many weeks in a most melancholy condition. When he recovered a little from his sickness, he was suddenly struck with the dead palsy on one side, by which he lost the use of his right hand, so that I am obliged to dress and undress him like a child. When the money which we had brought with us to the prison was spent, we were obliged to sell most of my father's books, and the best of my clothes. We had repeated messages from the merciless man by his vile housekeeper, who used all her rhetoric to persuade us to compliance, but my father constantly repulsed her with contempt and indignation, till at length Mr. Ware, tired, I believe, with persecuting us, left us to perish in peace. He supposed my father could not hold out long, and he then concluded I should be at his mercy, for as I never stirred out of the jail, he had no hopes of getting me into his power while my poor father lived. If I had even had a place of refuge to go to, I could not think of leaving him in the wretched, helpless condition to which he was now reduced. I thought, therefore, of applying myself to something by which I could obtain bread for our support. I set about making those little artificial flowers which had formerly been one of my amusements, and a woman who was confined in the same prison with us and worked for some shops undertook to dispose of them for me. She had a daughter who came often to see her, and used to carry her work and mine to the people who bespoke it. In this manner we have languished, madam, near 18 months. When hearing lately that Mr. Ware was gone to Bath, and the girl who used to visit her mother being sick, I ventured out myself with the work. The person who employs us did live in the city, but has lately taken a shop in this street, and though it is a journey from what I now call my dismal home, I have come to her once a week for this month past, with the product of my own, and I may say my fellow prisoners' labours. She this day told me she was overstocked with such flowers as I brought her, and have picked out a few of the best of them. She left those which you see in the bandbox upon my hands. I was returning home very disconsolate, when to avoid your chariot, which drew up close to the house, I stood up on one of the steps, not knowing it was going to stop, and something in your countenance, madam, I know not how, encouraged me to offer my little ware to you. I have given you this affecting story, my Cecilia, pretty nearly in the girl's own words. I was much moved by it. If this be all fact, said I, what monsters are there among mankind? She replied it was all very true. Though the girl was very young, as I told you, had a modest and ingenuous look, yet, as I had seen such cheating faces before, I would not yield up my belief implicitly. This story might be invented to move compassion, at least the most material circumstances of it, and though I could not suppose she had contrived it on the spot, yet I did not know but it might have been contrived for her. "I have a mind to see your father, child," said I. She answered quite composed, "Then, madam, you will see an object that would greatly move your pity." She rose up as she spoke this, saying her poor father would be very uneasy at her staying so long, and was preparing to go. I was seized with a strong inclination to visit this unhappy father directly. "If," said I, "the case be as she represents it, I cannot be too speedy in my relief, and if she has falsified it in anything, I shall probably detect her by not giving her an opportunity of seeing and preparing him first." It was not more than 11 o'clock, and I resolved not to defer the charity I intended. I desired the young woman to stay a while, and ordering Patty to bring down a plain black silk hood and a scarf of her own, I made the poor girl, to her great astonishment, put them on. I then ordered a hackney coach to be called, and said I would go with her to her father. She looked surprised, but not startled, which made a favourable impression on me. She appeared decent, and I desired her to get into the coach, which I ordered, according to her direction, to drive to the jail where her father was confined. When we arrived at this mansion of horror, for so it appeared to me, I let her go upstairs before me. She stopped at a door and said that was the room where her father lay. I bid her go in first. She entered, and I stood with outside the door, where, as the lobby was dark, I could not readily be perceived. I saw there a man of about 60, and, as she had told me her father was corpulent, I did not at first take him to be the person, for he looked worn out, pale, and emaciated. He wore his own grizzled hair, and had on a cassock girded about him with a silk sash. One of his hands was slung in a black crape. He sat pensively leaning on a table with a book open before him, which seemed to be the Bible. Upon his daughter's going into the room, he lifted up his eyes to see who it was. He had a fine countenance. Candour and sincerity were painted on it. "My dear, you made a long stay," said he, in a melancholy voice. "I was afraid something had happened to you. What has detained you?" "Oh, sir," said she, looking towards the door, "I believe I met with a good angel who is come to visit you in prison." I entered at these words. The venerable man rose. "A good angel indeed, if her mind be like her face." He bowed respectfully. "Pray, sir, keep your seat." I took a chair and placed myself by him. He did not seem in the least embarrassed, but gravely and modestly demanded to what it was that he owed the honour of a visit from a lady of my appearance, for, said he, affluence and prosperity seldom seek the dwellings of the wretched. I informed him that, having met with his daughter by accident, she had given me a melancholy account of his situation, and that I wished to hear the particulars from his own mouth. He made an apology for the length of his story, but said if I had patience he would relate it. I told him I had come for that purpose. He then repeated to me every particular as I had before heard them from his daughter, enlarging on certain passages which she had but slightly touched upon. He showed me the copies of his 2 letters to Mr. Ware, and that gentleman's answer to the first, as also the old servant's letter to his daughter, which convinced me of the truth of everything he had said. I asked Mr. Price what Mr. Ware's demand on him might amount to. He said £400, which was what he had received from him since his father's death. "Take courage, sir," said I, "you shall not long remain here." "Ah, madam," cried he, "may God be the rewarder of your goodness, but my enemy is a hardened man. He is not to be influenced by honour or virtue." I perceived by this that the poor gentleman had no thought of my paying his debt, but supposed I would endeavour to soften Mr. Ware in his favour. "Have a little patience," said I, "and we will try what is to be done." I requested he would give me Mr. Ware's letter, wherein he promised to make good his first proposal if he would consent to yield up his daughter to him. I took my leave and slipped my purse, which had 10 guineas in it, into his daughter's hand as I went downstairs. As soon as I returned home, I sent for Mr. Warner, and related to him circumstantially the distresses of this worthy father and child. His honest indignation burst forth against the base betrayer of them both. Honest I must call it, though he vented his wrath in oaths and execrations on his head. "These are proper objects," said I, "to exercise our humanity on. I mean to pay his debt, and make the remnant of his days comfortable." "You are a good girl," said he. "You know my purse is open to you." "Oh, sir," said I, "there is no need to tax your generosity upon this occasion. The £2,000 you so lately gave me is but little diminished." "Pshaw," said he, "I give you that to make ducks and drakes of it. It is not to go into the account. You know your quarter's income is commenced. You may have what you will." I begged he would immediately write to Mr. Ware, who is now at Bath, and make him a tender of his money, that we might get the poor man discharged from confinement as soon as possible. I gave him that vile fellow's letter, and advised him to let him know that he was acquainted with the whole truth of the story, which perhaps might frighten him into better terms than insisting on his whole demand. Mr. Warner said there was a merchant of his acquaintance at Bristol, to whom he would write immediately, and order him to pay the money directly if it was insisted on. He said he knew his friend would readily undertake the thing and execute it as soon as possible. He called for pen, ink, and paper, and wrote before me the following letter to his correspondent, which, as he left it with me to seal and send it to the post office, I first copied. Dear Sir, I beg immediately on the receipt of this you will take the trouble of riding to Bath, and there inquire for a man of fortune, one Ware, who is the greatest villain in England, and you may tell him I say so. He has kept a poor honest clergyman starving in jail this 1.5 years, because he would not sell his daughter to him. He pretends the parson owes him £400, which is a lie, for though he received that sum from him, it was paid him for value received by agreement. However, as the man can have no redress, I request you will immediately tender him that sum, and get a discharge, for I will have the poor fellow out. I herewith send you enclosed a letter which that scoundrel Ware wrote. Pray show it to him as a token that the parson's case is known, and that he has got friends to stand by him. Your speedy execution of this affair and answer will oblige your friend and servant, Edward Warner. To Mr. William Blow, merchant at Bristol, London, March the 14th, 1707. My honest kinsman desired I would immediately send this letter off. I suppose his correspondent will have more discretion than to let Mr. Ware see the contents, but I hope we shall have a good account of this negotiation. March the 22nd. I have been very impatient, my Cecilia, for an answer to Mr. Warner's odd letter, and this day he received one. His friend at Bristol, I take it for granted, acted very prudently, for he says that having waited on Mr. Ware, which word Mr. Warner took great exceptions to, he acquainted him with his commission, and at the same time produced his letter to Mr. Price by way of identifying the person, as Mr. Ware at first seemed not to recollect anything of the matter. He said Mr. Ware blushed upon seeing his own letter in the hands of a stranger. I remember the silly affair now, said he. The man is an old hypocrite, and his daughter is a young one, but as I never meant to ruin him, I will forgive him the debt, and accordingly wrote a full acquittal, which the merchant transmitted with his answer. Nothing now remained but to pay the usual fees and get the poor old gentleman out as fast as we could. Mr. Warner undertook to do what was proper on the occasion, and instantly set about it with an alacrity that showed the goodness of his heart. How wonderfully shame operates on some minds! This wretched man Ware, whom neither the laws of God nor man could restrain, has by this single passion alone been subdued. He found his base conduct was known by people whom he could not impose on, and his forgiving the pretended debt no doubt was meant as a bribe, to prevent his disgrace from being propagated, for though he could sit down and enjoy himself under the accumulated guilt of fraud, perfidy, cruelty, oppression, and ingratitude, he was not proof against the reproach and ridicule of the world. This shows at least that he was not long practised in crimes of this sort. March the 24th. I did not see Mr. Warner again till this morning, when he entered my room making flourishes with his hands. Mr. Price and his daughter were with him. "Here they are for you," said he, "and it has done my heart good to deliver such honest people from their misery." The good old man poured forth such fervent prayers and thanks for my kindness towards them, that my heart exulted with rapture at being the means of conferring such happiness as this worthy parent and child seemed to enjoy. The young girl's gratitude was silent, but not less ardent than her father's. She had kneeled down before me and kissed my hands. I was greatly touched with the humility and tenderness of her acknowledgment. I put an end to the grateful effusions of these honest hearts. "I have done but little for you," said I, "as yet. As Mr. Ware had the grace to refuse the offered sum, I shall apply that money which I intended for him to your future use, or your liberty will avail you but little. We shall think of some method of settling you comfortably for life. In the meanwhile, your daughter and you shall be welcome to live with me." I stopped him from renewing his thanks, and insisted on him saying no more on that subject. The poor old gentleman is extremely feeble, and languishing from his long confinement, but I hope, with proper care, as he is naturally strong, he will recover his health. End of section 40. Section 41 of Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph by Frances Sheridan, Volume 3 continued. April the 1st. What true delight springs from benevolent actions, my dear! I never experienced such heartfelt satisfaction as I have received from restoring comfort to these truly deserving people. I have bought the young lady some new clothes, plain but genteel, and you cannot imagine what a pretty creature she is now she is dressed. I find the old gentleman a man of admirable understanding and great reading. He has a simplicity in his manner which is truly engaging, but at the same time a politeness that shows he is no stranger to the great world. Of his integrity he has given convincing proofs. Praised be the Lord, who has made me and honest Mr. Warner the instruments of delivering such a man from the depths of affliction. He mends apace in his health, but I am afraid he will never recover the use of his hand, though as it is not painful, it seems not to give him any uneasiness. April the 10th. I am infinitely charmed with the conversation of this couple, for the girl is very sensible and prettily accomplished. I wish she were married to some honest man that knew her value, for I find she has still terrors on Mr. Ware's account, nor is her father without his apprehensions. He said to me to-day, "If I were to die, madam, I would conjure you, as my last request, to take my daughter into your service. With such a pattern before her she must be virtuous, and with such a protector I am sure she would be safe." I told him he might rely on me, but that I hoped he would live long enough to see her happily disposed of in marriage. "If I could see that day," said he, "I should then have no other worldly care to disturb me." Here, my dearest Cecilia, I will close my very long narrative. The packet is already swelled to an enormous size, but you never think them too large. May the 14th. After so many trifles, my dear, as my journal for nearly a month past contained, you will be glad of something a little more serious. I mentioned in my last week's journal that I had cast my eyes on a young man, who I thought would make a suitable match for Miss Price, if he were approved of by her and her father. This person is a linen draper in the Strand, a second brother of my Patty's. You can't have forgotten Harry Mayne, my dear, whom we both knew when a boy, remarkable for his sober behaviour, modesty, and sweetness of temper. He is just now out of his time, and his eldest brother has set him up in a handsome shop. You may be sure I am his customer. 'Tis on this lad that I have turned my thoughts as a fit husband for the amiable girl. I went yesterday morning to buy some linen for Miss Price, and carried her with me, as I had done once or twice before. After we had made our markets, I told young Mayne, with a freedom which a long acquaintance gave me, that I thought he was so well settled he wanted nothing but a good wife to complete his happiness. He replied he should think himself very happy if he could light on some good young woman as a partner for life. "Why do you not look out for one?" said I. "They are not so hard to be come at." "I believe, madam," he answered, "I must get someone else to do it for me. My friends laugh at me and say I am too bashful to speak for myself. But I fancy were I to meet with a person that really touched my heart, I should make a shift to find courage enough to tell her so. And have you never yet seen such a person? Said I. He blushed, and by an involuntary motion of his eyes turned on Miss Price, of whom I concluded his sister Patty, as she often visits him, had given him the history. He said if I commanded him to tell his secret, I should know it another time. This was enough. I asked in a jocose way, would he take a wife of my choosing? Sooner than of anybody's in the world, madam, he replied. We took our leave, and I asked Patty when I went home whether she had ever mentioned anything about Miss Price to her brother. Poor Patty coloured for fear she had committed a fault, but owned directly she had told him every circumstance of her story, her brother having been very inquisitive about her from the first time he had seen her with me, and added that she believed he was downright in love with her. I told her if Miss Price liked her brother, and her father did not disapprove of the match, I saw no reason why they might not make each other happy, as I should give Miss Price a fortune worth the young man's acceptance. Patty said she was sure her brother would rejoice at the offer, and that she herself could not wish him to make a better choice. It only remained now to know how the young lady herself stood affected towards him. I put Patty, for whom Miss Price had conceived a great affection, upon this task. I thought she would speak her mind with less reserve to her, as I feared the obligation she thought herself under to me might have such an influence on her gratitude as to prevent that freedom which I wished her to use, for I was resolved not to put the least shadow of constraint on her inclinations. Patty succeeded so well that without seeming to have any design in it, she drew a confession from Miss Price very much in her brother's favour. Being now sure that the young people liked each other, I thought I might open my design to the old gentleman, which I did in a few words. How the good man was delighted with the happy prospect which his deservedly beloved daughter had before her. He has left the affair entirely to me, so that I hope to have the girl disposed of very much to all our satisfaction. May the 18th. I am charmed with Mr. Warner's noble behaviour. I claim an interest, said he, in these honest creatures that you have taken under your protection. I like the old fellow mightily, and admire the little girl so much that if you had not provided a better husband for her, I should have been half tempted to have taken her myself. But since it is as it is, we must do handsomely by her. I told him I had inquired into the young man's circumstances, and found that about £1,000 would set him forward extremely well, and that this was the portion I intended to give him with the young gentlewoman. Well, said he, I believe that will do, but I must make the poor thing a present myself for wedding trinkets. And the old man too? Must we not take care of him? Dear sir, said I, how good you are. You would remind me of my duty if I myself were forgetful of it, but I have already settled £100 a year on him. Is that enough? Said he. Will it make the good fellow easy? Oh, sir, it exceeds his wishes. He intends to live with his daughter, as his growing infirmities require her tender care. Everything is to be this day settled. Mr. Price is exceedingly pleased with his son-in-law elect, and the wedding will be no longer delayed than till Mr. Main receives the answers to those letters which he has wrote to his friends in the country, to apprise them of his approaching marriage. May the 26th. I am sure my dear Cecilia will rejoice with her friend in the acquisition she has received to her own happiness by conferring so much on a worthy family. The bride is this day gone home to her new house, her delighted father with her. Their prayers and blessings, poured out from truly grateful and virtuous hearts, remain with me. A reward, my dear, and a rich one too, for the self-satisfying part I have acted. My worthy Patty, whose merit alone raises her much above her station, I shall no longer consider as my servant. She has been my friend, in the tenderest and most enlarged sense of the word, and she shall continue so. I have hired another maid to wait on me, and with a sort of merry ceremony enfranchised Patty on the day of her brother's marriage, for I had her dressed elegantly as bridesmaid to her new sister, and she sat on her right hand at the wedding dinner. I look on her as my companion, but I cannot persuade her to forget that I was her mistress. She shows this by her actions, not by words. Here follows an interval of 13 months in which nothing material to the thread of the story occurs. The journal contains only a continued series of such actions as showed the noble and pious use which Mrs. Arnold made of the great fortune which Providence had blessed her with. The rest is filled up with a variety of little incidents, many of them relative to her brother and his lady, to Mr. Warner, and several letters from Lady V., with whom she constantly corresponded. At the end of that period, the journal proceeds thus. June the 28th. And shall I really be so blessed, my ever-beloved Cecilia, as to see you at the time you mention? Oh, my dear, after an absence of 5 long years, how my heart bounds with joy at your approach! The 2 months that are to intervene before we meet will appear very tedious to me, but it is always so with happiness that is within our view. Before I expected you, though I regretted your absence, yet did I patiently acquiesce under it, and could entertain my thoughts with other objects. But I am now, I cannot tell you how anxious and impatient to see you. And yet, my Cecilia, we shall have nothing new to say to each other, knowing as we both do every circumstance of each other's life since we parted. Mine has been a strange one, but my lot is now fallen on a fair ground, where I hope it will please Heaven to continue me while I am to remain in this world. The noble, I may almost call it princely, fortune that my kinsman has settled on me will enable me to leave my children greatly provided for, whenever it shall be God's pleasure to take me away. Let me but live to embrace my Cecilia, and then, Providence, thy will be done. June the 29th. Gracious God, for what am I yet reserved? My trembling hand can scarce hold my pen, but I will try to tell you the event which yesterday produced. I was but just set down to dinner, nobody with me but Patty and my children. A note was brought in to me, which they said came by a porter who waited for an answer. I opened and read it. My eyes were struck with the unlooked-for name of Orlando Falkland at the bottom. The contents filled me with terror and surprise. I know not what I have done with the note, but he informed me in it that he was just arrived in town, and begged I would appoint an hour that evening to see him alone, adding that his arrival was and must be a secret to everybody but me. Troubled and shocked as I was, I returned for answer by the same messenger that I should expect him at 6 o'clock. I need not tell you how I passed the interval till that hour. It was impossible for me, amidst 1,000 conjectures, to form one which could probably occasion this amazing visit, so strangely introduced, so unthought of, and from one I imagined to be in another kingdom. Precisely at 6 o'clock I heard a coach stop at the door. Patty was in the way to receive him, and presently Mr. Falkland himself entered the drawing-room. Distraction was in his looks. I rose to receive him, but shook from head to foot, and felt the blood forsaking my face. He ran to me as if with a design to salute me, but started back without making the offer. I made a motion to a chair for him, and sat down myself, for I was not able to stand. "You are welcome to England, sir. I am glad to see you." Scarce knowing what I said, "I hope your lady is well?" He looked wildly as if in horror at the question. Then suddenly catching both my hands, he fell on his knees before me, his eyes fixed mournfully on my face, and it was some time before he could answer. I could not speak. I burst into tears. There was something dreadful in his silence. He kissed both my hands, but I withdrew them from him. "Sir, sir, speak! I conjure you, you shock me to death." "I see I have," said he, "and I am afraid to proceed. You will die at the relation. For God's sake, sir, explain yourself." "You see a man," said he, "whose life is forfeited to the law. My wife is dead, and by my hand." I don't know whether he said more, for I fainted away. It seems he did not call for help, but by his own endeavours at last brought me to myself, and I found him weeping bitterly over me. The sound of the last horrid words I had heard him speak still rung in my ears. I begged him to explain them. "That wife," said he, "that woman whom you persuaded me to marry, I caught in adultery, and I punished the villain that wronged me with death. She shared in his fate, though without my intending it. For this act of justice, which the law will deem murder, I myself must die, and I am come but to take a last look. What recompense, then, can you make the man whom you have brought to misery, shame, and death?" His looks and the tone of voice with which he spoke this made my blood run cold, and my heart die within me. I wrung my hands, and redoubling my tears, "I do not need your reproaches," said I, "to make me the most miserable woman on earth. What recompense indeed can I make you? None. None but to tell you that if you will fly this instant, my fortune shall be at your disposal, and I will take care to supply you in whatever part soever of the world you shall choose for your residence." "And can you, after all that is past," said he, "persist in such barbarity as to drive me from you? Or are you determined to see me perish here? If that be so, I will soon rid you of this miserable, hated wretch." He drew his sword like a madman, and with a dreadful imprecation which made me shudder, and swore that if I did not that minute promise to bear him company in his flight, he would plunge it into his breast and die before my eyes. Good God, what a scene of horror was this! I catched his arm, fell down on my knees, and was more mad, if possible, than himself. I begged of him to put up his sword, which he did, seeing me almost dead with fear. "You know," said he, "the means of dying are always in my own power. Take care you do not trifle with me, or plead in excuse for falsifying your promise that you made it to save me from immediate destruction." I beseeched him to calm himself a little, and to permit me to send for my brother. "Sir George, you know, has an entire affection for you," said I. "You may trust him with your life and safety." "I had forgot him," said he. "Poor Bidulph! He will be afflicted when he hears my story." I instantly wrote a line to my brother requesting to see him immediately. By good fortune he was at home, and came to me directly. In the meantime, as I saw Mr. Falkland's mind was exceedingly disturbed, I endeavoured, by giving him an account of my own situation, to divert his thoughts from the trouble that preyed on them, for I was apprehensive of his relapsing into that same frenzy that had so much terrified me, if I touched on the cause, and therefore chose to defer inquiring into the particulars of his misfortune till my brother should be present. Sir George was equally astonished with me at the sight of Mr. Falkland. They embraced tenderly. Poor Mr. Falkland wept upon my brother's neck. It was easy to discover he laboured under some extraordinary affliction. My brother looked at me as if for explanation. He seemed to guess at least part of the fatal truth. "Are you come to England alone, Falkland?" said he. I prevented the reply. "He is alone," said I. "He has a dreadful story to relate to you. Mrs. Falkland is dead. I dare not ask the manner of her death till you were by to calm the transports of your friend." "My heart forebodes," answered my brother, addressing himself to Mr. Falkland, "that the ungrateful woman you married has betrayed you." "She did," replied Mr. Falkland, "but I did not mean to stain my hands with her blood, perfidious as she was. Her death be on her own head." Sir George looked astonished. "That she is dead, I rejoice," said he, "but how, my dear Falkland, were you accessory to it?" We were that instant interrupted. Mr. Warner, passing by, called to ask me how I did, and as my brother's chariot stood at the door, I could not be denied to him, though I had ordered that nobody should be let in. I was called down to him, and indeed was not sorry to have an excuse for absenting myself for a while, for my spirits were quite overpowered. Mr. Warner quickly observed that something extraordinary had happened, and as he was already acquainted with the greatest part of Mr. Falkland's history, some particulars relative to his wife excepted, I made no scruple, relying on his prudence and secrecy, of telling him the cause of my present distress, in which he seemed to take a friendly and even paternal share. When he was gone, I returned to the room where I had left my brother and his friend. They both seemed in extreme agitation. They were walking about. "This is an unfortunate affair," said my brother, "and may be attended with dreadful consequences if Falkland does not show more regard to his own safety than he seems inclined to do. I have been persuading him to retire to a place which I can provide for him, where he may lie concealed for a day or two, till he is recovered from the fatigue of his journey, for he has travelled night and day for these 3 days without sleeping." Sir George looked at me, and by a sorrowful sign which he made, I apprehended he feared his unhappy friend's head was disturbed. "For heaven's sake, sir," said I, "be advised by my brother, who loves you. Suffer him to conduct you to some place of security. When you have had a little repose, we will both come to you, and concert such measures as shall be best for your safety." He snatched my hand. "Sir George is my true friend," said he. "Take care that you do not deceive me. I find myself giddy for want of rest. I am satisfied to be disposed of for to-night how you please, but give me your word of honour that I shall see you in the morning." "You shall indeed, sir," I replied. "Depend upon it," answered Sir George. "I'll bring her to you myself." He looked irresolute, and as if he knew not what to say. Then turning to my brother and leaning on his shoulder, "Do, dear Bidulph, carry me to some place where I may lie down, for my spirits can hold out no longer." "Come," said Sir George, taking him under the arm. "My chariot is at the door. I will bring you to a house where you may be quiet at home." Mr. Falkland riveted his eyes on me as my brother led him out of the room, but he did not speak. Sir George whispered me that he would return again. They went into the chariot together and drove away. It was 10 o'clock before my brother returned. He told me he had lodged Mr. Falkland safely at a friend's house in whom he could confide, as he did not think his own, in case of a search, a place of security. He said he had seen him in bed, and hoped a little sleep would compose his mind, which seemed very much disturbed. I requested my brother to give me the particulars of that terrible affair which Mr. Falkland had mentioned. Sir George related to me what follows, though Mr. Falkland, he said, told the story but incoherently. Mr. Falkland said he had no reason to be displeased with his wife's conduct for more than a year after their marriage. Her affection for him seemed lively and sincere, and he had made her the most grateful returns, it being the study of his life to render her happy. Her love abated not of its ardour, and he had all the reason in the world to imagine himself entirely possessed of her heart. Whilst Mr. Falkland's house in the country was building, he had been invited by a neighbouring gentleman, who lived at the distance of about 3 miles from his own place, to stay at his house, which obliging offer Mr. Falkland had readily accepted, as by that means he had daily opportunities of seeing and expediting his own improvements. Mr. Bond, that was the gentleman's name, had a wife and 2 or 3 daughters, all very agreeable women, with whom Mrs. Falkland had, by living so much in their family, contracted a great intimacy, but particularly with the eldest, a sprightly, fine young woman of about 20 years old. They had been 3 or 4 months at Mr. Bond's. Their house, which was nothing more than a little lodge, was finished, and they only waited till it was thoroughly dry to move into it, as Mr. Falkland had laid out extensive gardens, in the finishing of which he proposed to amuse himself some time, for he acknowledged to my brother he was in no haste to return to England. During their residence with this gentleman they had made 2 or 3 excursions to town. On their return from one of these, after an absence of about a fortnight, they found a visitor at Mr. Bond's. His name was Smith. He was an officer, a genteel, handsome man, and they were given to understand he made his addresses to the eldest daughter, of whom he had been an admirer a long time, but durst not make his pretensions known to her father, till, having lately been promoted in the army to the rank of major, the young lady's parents admitted his visits to their daughter. She had long before then acknowledged to Mrs. Falkland in confidence her attachment to him. Mr. Falkland, who had learned this secret from his wife, was very glad to find that Miss Bond, for whom he had great esteem, was likely to have her wishes accomplished, as he saw that Major Smith was treated with distinction by her parents, who complimented him with a bed at their house, for he generally stayed 2 or 3 nights with them every time he paid them a visit, as his regiment was then quartered at a town about 15 miles distant from their house. The Major, without being a man of very shining parts, had such talents as made him acceptable to the ladies. He sung prettily, was lively to extravagance, full of agreeable trifling, and always in good humour. Miss Bond loved him, and as he was considered in the light of a person who would shortly be one of the family, Mr. Falkland soon contracted a friendship with him, which the Major on his part seemed very solicitous to improve. The marriage was now agreed on, and was only deferred till the young lady's brother should be at an age, as he was to join with his father in making a settlement on his sister. This desirable event was at the distance of 4 months, but as the lover was in the meantime permitted to enjoy so much of his mistress's conversation, he seemed to submit to the delay with patience. End of section 41. Section 42 of Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph by Frances Sheridan, Volume 3 continued. Mr. Falkland, thinking it time to remove to his own house, proposed to his lady, but she objected to it, declaring she did not think it safe, as the house had been so lately built, though indeed it was now perfectly well seasoned, for the shell had been entirely finished some time before Mr. Falkland had gone to Mr. Bond's house, and it was only the inside work and a kitchen that was built apart from the lodge that wanted to be completed. Mr. Falkland was unwilling to oppose his lady in anything, but he was the more solicitous that she should comply with his request in this particular, as he thought he had observed that the eldest Miss Bond had, of late, behaved with more coldness towards her than usual. Though he was far from guessing the cause of this, he thought it, however, a sufficient reason for their removal. He was afraid they had already stayed too long, and that perhaps, notwithstanding the good nature and hospitality of the family, they all now secretly wished their absence. This, though he intended to make a suitable return for their friendly reception of him during so long a time, made him resolve not to continue there, and the more so as Miss Bond, who was present when he proposed it to Mrs. Falkland, seemed to wish for their departure, as she dissented from that lady with regard to her opinion of the state of the new house, and seemed to think there could be no danger attending their immediate entrance into it. Mrs. Falkland seemed nettled at this, and immediately assented to her husband's proposal. The next day they took their leave of Mr. Bond's family and repaired to their own house. Mr. Falkland from this period remarked a change in his wife's behaviour. She grew melancholy and peevish, but as she complained of not being well, he imputed the alteration in her temper to that alone, and the more so as she did not abate in the tokens of her seeming affection for him. Mr. Bond's family frequently visited them. Major Smith always made one of the party, and often came without them. Though they lived but at the distance of 3 miles from each other, yet as the road for carriages between the two houses, being across one, was very bad, the ladies were often prevailed on, if they stayed late, to lie a night at Mr. Falkland's, and in consequence of this Mr. Bond and the Major had frequently done the same when they were of the party. Though Mr. Falkland was far from having any injurious suspicions of his wife, yet he could not help observing that all her complaints vanished whenever this family were at their house. This, however, he ascribed to nothing more than her being fond of the company, though he thought a coolness between her and the eldest Miss Bond was full apparent. The principals of the family, however, behaved with their usual frankness and good humour, and Mr. Falkland thought there might be some little female pique between the two ladies, which was not worth inquiring into. As they punctually returned the friendly visits of these agreeable neighbours, Mrs. Falkland always proposed passing the night there, to induce them, as she said, to use the same obliging freedom at her house. Mr. Falkland on those occasions observed that his lady always rose much earlier than usual, but unsuspecting as he was satisfied with the reason she assigned for it, that of enjoying the pleasant hours of the morning in a very delicious garden, a pleasure which they could not have at home, as Mr. Falkland's improvements were only in their infancy. The usual intercourse between the two families was thus carried on for more than 3 months, when the time drew near that Miss Bond and her lover were to be united, and everything was preparing for the purpose. The young Mr. Bond was come home from the college, and the house on this occasion was more cheerful than ever. Mr. Falkland and his lady were there at a ball one night, when the latter, after dancing a long time, complained suddenly of being violently ill, and either really did, or pretended, to faint. She was immediately conveyed to bed, and at her request another room prepared for Mr. Falkland. He, extremely alarmed at her indisposition, came to her bedside, purposing to sit up by her the whole night, the youngest of the Miss Bonds offering to do the same, but Mrs. Falkland absolutely refused them both, and about midnight, saying she found herself inclined to sleep, insisted on their retiring, nor would she admit a servant to stay in the room, but contented herself with having a candle burning on the hearth. Mr. Falkland, who really had an affection for his lady, was impatient the next morning to inquire after her health. He found her in bed, the complaints of the preceding night all renewed. The family were extremely disconcerted at this unlucky accident, and expressed the utmost uneasiness, all but the eldest Miss Bond, who was silent, and heard her mother and sisters condoling with Mr. Falkland, not only with unconcern, but with a suppressed smile of contempt, which did not escape Mr. Falkland's observation. He now began to resent such a behaviour, which he thought very unkind, and told his lady he wished she was in a condition to be removed, as he was fearful in her present situation it might be very inconvenient to the family to have her remain sick in their house, especially as it quite broke in on the mirth and festivity which was now going forward. To this she replied that she found herself so very weak and dispirited, which she said was always the consequence of these faintings, to which she had been subject from her childhood, that she could not think of leaving her room. She made a shift, however, to rise, and said she hoped in a day or two to be able to remove. Mrs. Bond, who was of an extremely humane and tender disposition, begged of her not to think of stirring till she found her health perfectly re-established. Mrs. Falkland thankfully accepted her offer, and Mr. Falkland, though reluctantly, was obliged to acquiesce. They remained thus 2 days longer, Mrs. Falkland's complaints still furnishing her with a pretence for sleeping alone, and under colour of not giving trouble to the family, she would not suffer a maid to sit up with her. Major Smith, who had been in the house all this time, had now some call to his regiment, which obliged him to go to the town where it lay, and Mr. Falkland heard him give his man directions for their journey. Mrs. Falkland still kept her room, and had not left it since the time she had first taken ill. It happened that the chamber which was assigned for Mr. Falkland immediately joined his lady's, and was only separated from it by a wainscot partition, by which means he could hear the least stir in her chamber. The unsuspecting injured husband, whose anxiety for his faithless wife had always made him watchful and attentive to her motions, happened this night to be more than ordinarily so. The family had now been for some hours buried in sleep. Everything was profoundly silent for some time. Mr. Falkland, who hoped his lady was settled to rest, was endeavouring to compose himself to sleep, when he heard her stir. This immediately roused him, and raising his head off the pillow, he found she got out of bed. Though she seemed to use the utmost precaution, he nevertheless heard her very distinctly open her door and go out. Surprised as he was at this motion, no other thought occurred to him than perhaps Mrs. Falkland, finding herself ill, had got up to call some of the female servants. Prepossessed with this belief, he started out of bed, and hastily slipping on his clothes ran into his lady's room, where he found her candle still burning. As he concluded she would presently return, he waited some minutes in her chamber. At length, perceiving her clothes lying on a chair at her bedside, he was afraid she had gone out without putting anything on her, and though the night was not cold, he was apprehensive that in her apparently weak condition her health might be farther injured. On this account he determined to go in quest of her, and concluding she had gone to the apartment of the female servants, which was on the floor over that on which they lay, he ascended the stairs as quietly as possible. As he was passing by a room on the top of the first flight, he heard someone speak in a low voice, and listening fancied it was his wife's. As he knew not who lay in the room, he made no doubt but that it was she who was calling the person that slept there, and without farther reflection hastily opened the door and went in with the candle which he had taken in his hand. On his sudden entrance, the person who was in bed eagerly called out, "Who is there?" He soon perceived by his voice that it was Major Smith. He was about to make an apology for his intrusion, when perceiving his lady's wrapping gown, which he had seen her wearing that morning, lying on the floor, and in the same instant recollecting that he had heard a woman's voice when he was outside the door, the horror of her guilt rushed upon him at once, and without making any answer to the Major, he suddenly threw back the feet curtains of the bed, where he plainly perceived that the Major had a companion, though she had hid her head under the clothes. The Major instantly leapt out of bed, and though he saw Mr. Falkland was unarmed, he snatched up one of his own pistols which lay on the table, and which his man had charged that night as they were to go on a short journey the next morning. Mr. Falkland, in the first transports of his rage, seized the other. The miserable woman, observing their fatal motions, threw herself out of bed. Mr. Falkland was too much distracted to be able to give a distinct account of this dreadful incident. All he can say is that Major Smith snapped his pistol at him, which he thinks misfired, and he instantly discharged his, with more fatal success. For Mrs. Falkland, who had in the instant rushed between them, shrieked out, and dropped on the ground, and the Major, reeling a few steps, fell against one of the pillars of the bed and cried out, "He has killed us both!" Mr. Falkland says that after this dreadful action, without knowing what he did, he ran downstairs and, opening the front door, made the best of his way home on foot. The frenzy of his mind was such that he thought not of providing for his safety, but having got into his house he had no intention of going farther, when in less than a quarter of an hour one of his servants, whom he had left behind at Mr. Bond's, a faithful fellow who had lived with him many years, came to him, scared and breathless, having ran himself almost dead to overtake his master. "Oh, sir," said he, "for heaven's sake get away as fast as you can. Mr. Bond's family are all in an uproar. You will be taken if you do not make your escape this instant." "Have I killed anybody?" demanded Mr. Falkland. "Oh, sir," answered the man, "you have killed my lady, and Major Smith is mortally wounded." "I know not what I did," cried Mr. Falkland, "but I did not mean to hurt your mistress." "I believe it, sir," replied the servant, "but I fear nobody else will, for that wicked wretch, though they think he cannot live many hours, would take away your life if he could. The report of the pistol alarmed the family, and we all ran into his room, gentry and servants and all. The Major was able to speak, but my lady was quite dead." The account he gives is that my lady's candle having gone out, she got up to get it lighted, and was endeavouring to find one of the maids' rooms, when passing by his and seeing a light, for he was but just got into bed, she stepped in, and before she had time to retire again, you rushed in like a madman, and seeing his pistols lie on the table, you snatched them both up, and discharging one at your lady, which killed her on the spot, you fired the other at him while he was leaping out of bed. I am sure, sir, this is a false story, yet as the family may all believe it, I beg you on my knees to provide for your safety. Miss Bond was tearing her hair for her lover, but I heard her say she was glad that wicked woman, meaning my lady, had lost her life. They had sent off some of the people for a surgeon, and I ran as fast as I could to warn you of your danger." This honest fellow, not contented with urging his master, soon saddled a very swift hunter, which he had in the stable, and Mr. Falkland, now convinced of the necessity of flying, mounted it directly, and attended only by one groom, galloped off to Dublin, which he reached by 7 o'clock in the morning, and was lucky enough to arrive just as a packet, which was going off with an express, was ready to sail. He went on board and landed at Holyhead in 12 hours. From thence, without stopping night or day, except to change horses, he rode post to London, and presented himself in the manner I have already told you before me. Such, my Cecilia, are the dismal particulars of this sad story. My brother stayed with me till it was very late. Our time was passed in consulting on measures for Mr. Falkland's preservation. He said he would advise him by all means to get over to Holland as fast as he could, for if that story which the execrable Smith had invented should be believed, and it was very likely to gain credit in case he died of his wound, and persevered in it to the last, Mr. Falkland, having no witness to disprove any part of the charge, would be in imminent danger of losing his life. I need not describe to you the horror in which I passed last night. I rose this morning at daylight, and was but just dressed, when I was informed Mr. Warner wanted to speak to me. I went downstairs to him directly. "I could not sleep all night for thinking of your affairs," said he, without any previous salute, "and I am so impatient to hear Falkland's story that I could not rest till I came to you to be informed of it, for I suppose you heard everything last night." I related all the particulars minutely, as I have done to you. Mr. Warner never once interrupted me. When I had ended the story, "What do you intend for Falkland?" said my kinsman. "I know not what to do, sir," I replied, "but this I am sure of, that if it were in the power of wealth to relieve his afflicted mind, he has an undoubted right to a large portion of the fortune I possess. This I think myself bound to bestow on the man who, when I was destitute, offered me his. If we can prevail on him to take care of his own safety, which when he is a little more collected I hope we shall be able to do, I must entreat your assistance, sir, in helping me to make him as easy as his unhappy circumstances will permit of." "And is this all?" demanded Mr. Warner sternly. "Does not your gratitude suggest a warmer recompense than giving him a paltry income?" I was startled at the question, and not replying immediately, "You must marry him," said he in a peremptory tone. "There is nothing now to hinder you. The heavy misfortune which has fallen upon him puts it in your power to make him such a return as his prosperous days would not have allowed you. You can confer an obligation on him now, so that scruple is rubbed out. As for any former idle aspersions, you have already done more than enough to convince the world they were without foundation. I could wish indeed that Jezebel of a wife had been cut off in the common way, but since he was guiltless in his intentions, it would be barbarous to make that an objection, and I dare answer for it, all mankind will acquit him, though the law perhaps may not, of that scoundrel's death who so well deserved it at his hands." I told Mr. Warner that though Mr. Falkland had proposed something like this, I was sure it was owing to his distracted mind, for that he had at first declared he only came to take a last look at me, and that I hoped, when he came to the cool use of his reason, he would be far from urging such a request. "The more you are bound, then," said he, interrupting me, "to deal generously by him. What does your brother say upon the subject?" "He has not touched upon it," I replied. I was so taken up with hearing Mr. Falkland's melancholy story from my brother that I mentioned not to him his wild proposal, and as Sir George told me Mr. Falkland was much more composed when he left him to rest, I presume he hinted nothing of that kind to my brother. "Ay, ay," cried Mr. Warner, "Sir George, to be sure, will change his note. Falkland is now a fallen man, therefore depend upon it he will not be for you marrying him. But for this very reason I insist on your doing a noble thing. If you have a grain of honour or of gratitude in you, you will not hesitate a moment. I will not desire you," continued he, finding me silent, "to carry your gratitude so far as to marry a madman, if he should prove so. But if on your visit to him this morning you find him composed and in his right mind, make him a frank offer of your hand, and see you do it handsomely. Consult not Sir George upon the subject. I will have it all my doing. Go," added he, "if I did not know that at the bottom of your heart you love Falkland, I would not make this a point with you. But notwithstanding all your pretended demurs, I am sure that is the case." "I should be disingenuous to deny it," answered I. "Far from doing so, I will own that I should prefer him before all the world, if the strangeness of his present situation did not frighten me." "Trouble not your head about that," cried Mr. Warner. "If the man is in his senses, do as I bid you, and take care that you acquit yourself with honour." He left me without waiting for a reply. What can I say or do, my Cecilia? My heart and my reason are at variance. What a strange dilemma am I driven to! Nobody to advise me. Mr. Warner, precipitate and fanciful in his determinations, urges me on to I know not what. Marry Mr. Falkland, receive a hand stained with... Oh, the very thought is terrible. What would the world say to such a union? It cannot be. He will not, sure, when he comes to the use of his cooler reason, insist upon a promise. which my own terror and his desperation extorted from me. I hope he will not obstinately persist in pressing me to what I dare not comply with. My brother is just come to carry me to Mr. Falkland. Heaven grant I may find him restored to his right mind. End of section 42. Section 43 of Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph by Frances Sheridan, Volume 3 continued. Just returned from my visit to Mr. Falkland. What a scene! He wrung my very heart. I would I had never seen him. We found him up and walking about his room, his looks much more composed than they were last night. On our entering his chamber, his eyes sparkled with pleasure. He ran to my brother and embraced him. "Thank you, my dear, dear Bidulph," said he. "You at length give her to me, and with her own consent too. My bride," turning passionately to me and snatching my hand. My brother seemed shocked, and cast his eyes mournfully at mine. Mine moistened, and I was obliged to apply my handkerchief to them, turning my head away. "Tears?" cried Mr. Falkland in a tone of surprise. "And on our wedding day?" I could not bear this. I sobbed aloud. My brother was willing, if possible, to give his thoughts another turn, for not knowing what had passed the day before, he thought this was some sudden start of frenzy. "My dear Falkland," said he, "you affect my sister too much. We have been consulting for your safety and come to talk with you upon it. I think there is no time to be lost, and that you ought immediately to retire into Holland." "I am ready," replied Mr. Falkland, "but Mrs. Arnold goes with me. I have her promise for it." "Sidney shall follow you," answered my brother, making a motion to me to show he would have me humour him in his ravings. "I will not go without her," cried Mr. Falkland. "The universe shall not part us now." I was almost distracted with apprehension, and I knew not what reply to make. My brother looked confounded and was silent. Mr. Falkland approached me, and with a look of gloomy despair, "You are both mute," said he. "Bidulph, I always thought you loved me. Mrs. Arnold, I hope, did not wish my death. But I am deceived in you both. I have no farther business with life. The friend I most confided in betrays me. The woman whom my soul worships, and to whom I sacrificed all my hopes of happiness, repays me with ingratitude. Why should such a wretch any longer submit to life? I have borne it too long already. But there's my remedy," pointing furiously to his sword, which lay in the scabbard on a table. I could no longer contain myself, but bursting into tears, "Oh, sir," said I, "accuse me not of ingratitude. I would to heaven my death could repair the heavy afflictions I have brought upon you. If it could, I would welcome it this hour. Your reproaches, cruel as they are, I forgive. I own myself the unhappy cause of all your misfortunes. We have been mutually fatal to each other. You know I always esteemed and valued you, and have in your calamity already been sufficiently punished for the share I have had in bringing it on you. What shall I say to you, sir? My whole fortune I think too small, too poor a recompense to the man who had obliged me beyond a possibility of return. Yet what have I to offer more? Can you, sir, can you urge me to a marriage at so strange a juncture? Think how it will expose us both to censure. Your long attachment to me has not been a secret. Think what dreadful constructions may be put on your conduct, nay, on mine, should a union now take place, brought about, as it must appear, by so terrible an event." Mr. Falkland was silent, his eyes fixed on the ground. My brother took up the argument. "Indeed, my dear Falkland, my sister has reasons for her fears. You know I ever was your sincere friend. You know, too, I always was of opinion that Sidney ought to have been your wife. Her former objections, I thought, were romantic scruples, and hardly forgave her refusing you. The present obstacle has more weight in it. Do not mistake me," added he hastily, seeing Mr. Falkland raise his eyes full of resentment at him. "I wish my sister still to be yours, and will consent to your marriage with my whole heart. But let me conjure you to take a more favourable juncture. Withdraw yourself but for the present. Your affairs may not be so desperate as you imagine. If that villain Smith should chance to recover, perhaps his conscience may awaken remorse, and he may be prevailed on to do you justice. In that case you must be cleared from the most distant imputation of what my sister hinted at, and what has but too justly alarmed her. Cleared as your character will then be, and conscious as we both are of the innocence of your intentions, there will remain no bar to Mrs. Arnold's giving you her hand." "Smith cannot recover," interrupted Mr. Falkland suddenly. "There is no hope can spring from that." "Then," answered my brother, "at worst you can but live abroad. All parts of the world are alike to such a philosopher as my sister is, and probably, circumstanced as your marriage will appear, she may like best to reside out of England." Mr. Falkland shook his head, and with a smile of indignation, "Leave me, Bidulph," cried he. "I cannot bear your attempting to deceive me. You think me mad, and are cruel enough to endeavour at imposing on me. I know my mind is disturbed, but who has driven me to despair, to madness, to death?" And he cast a look at me that chilled my blood. "Be satisfied, madam. You will soon be rid of this fatal, hated, betrayed, abandoned wretch." He spoke this with his hands grasped eagerly together, and his eyes lifted up to heaven. Then, striking his breast, he burst into tears, and rushing suddenly into his closet, he shut the door violently, locking it on the inside. He wept aloud, and his agonies reduced me almost to the same condition with himself. I begged my brother would endeavour to prevail on him to open the door, for I was fearful of his making some dreadful attempt upon his own life. But Sir George quieted me a little by showing me his sword, which still lay on the table, and which at my desire he put out of the way. My brother approached the closet door, and in the most soothing language beseeched him to open it, but he could get no other answer from Mr. Falkland than to beg he would leave him to himself. I found this was not a time for arguing. I told my brother we had better suffer him to vent his passion alone, and that perhaps, when he had had time to reflect a little on what had been said, he would permit his cooler reason to govern him. Sir George was very unwilling to leave him in such a distracted state of mind. He renewed his efforts to persuade him to come out of the closet, but to no purpose. "I beseech you to leave me, Sir George," said he. "I am not in a condition to speak. I cannot bear the sight of Mrs. Arnold. Let me recover myself. Another time perhaps I may be better able to discourse with you." "Will you promise me then," said my brother, "that you will in the interim do nothing that may be injurious to your life or health? Indeed, my dear Falkland, you distress my sister and me more than you can imagine. Name the hour when you will permit me to come to you again, and for heaven's sake, think of your own immediate preservation. That once secured, there is nothing which my sister and I will not afterwards do to make you happy. Can I rely on you, Falkland? Do you promise me not to be rash?" "You have my sword in your possession," answered Mr. Falkland, still speaking within the closet. "I have no other weapon about me. Leave me, Sir George, I cannot talk." "Say but that you wish to see me again," replied my brother, "and I will go, and give you no further trouble." Mr. Falkland sighed deeply. "Say I wish to see you," he repeated. "Ah, Bidulph," and his voice seemed choked. My brother could not refrain from tears. "I will come to you in the evening, Falkland. You will find me your true friend. I should be loath to lay you under any restraint here in the house of my friend. Do not say there is no need of it. Promise me. The slightest word will suffice. I know my dear Falkland will not break his word." "Well, I will not attempt my life," cried he impatiently. "Let that satisfy you. Leave me, and let me not be exposed to any insults here." "I leave you," answered my brother, "and hope to find you more composed a few hours hence. Mrs. Arnold, too, begs you will be calm and think of preserving a life which is so dear to us both." Mr. Falkland was silent, and my brother and I withdrew. He thought it best I should not speak to him. Sir George left me at home, and said he would call again on Mr. Falkland in the afternoon, and bring me word how he should find him. My brother is extremely affected with his situation, and says he knows not what to advise. He is fearful that Mr. Falkland's frenzy is not to be calmed, but by consenting to marry him, and circumstanced as he now is, that thought is terrible. Yet if I persist in my refusal, I drive the noblest of minds to desperation. Oh, my Cecilia, is this the return I ought to make to the most generous of men, whose fervent love for me has been a constant source of torment to him for so many years? Yet how can I yield him my hand? All my former scruples, weighty as they appeared to me, were light to the dreadful bar that now interposes. Had that ill-fated woman died the common way, with what joy, with what exultation could I have rewarded his honest, persevering love! All my duties fulfilled, obedience to my mother, justice to the woman I thought injured, reverence to the memory of my husband, the respect due to my own character. Should I not, my Cecilia, after thus being acquitted of all other obligations, have been to blame, if after a series of misfortunes all brought on by my strict adherence to those duties, should I not have been to blame for refusing at length to do justice to the most deserving of men? When I reflect on the past, when I survey the present, and my foreboding heart whispers to me the future sufferings of our dear, unhappy Mr. Falkland, all my philosophy forsakes me. I have borne up under my sorrows. His quite subdue me. I must lay by my pen. My eyes are brimful of tears. Ah, my dear, what will become of us? Rash, unhappy Mr. Falkland! He has fled from the house where my brother concealed him. I know not what I am writing, my fears distract me. 'Tis but 2 hours since we left him, Sir George, relying on his promise, and unwilling to provoke him by any appearance of constraint, gave no caution to the gentleman with whom he was lodged to observe his motions. He is ready to kill himself for this neglect, but relying on Mr. Falkland's promise not to make any attempt on his life, he suspected not that he would endeavour to escape. Escape do I call it? Rather, let me say, to throw himself into certain destruction. He is set out on his way for Ireland. Heaven knows what will be the consequence of this, if my brother does not overtake and persuade him back. He is gone after him, my cousin Warner with him. Both rode post. My thoughts are so confused, I can put nothing in order. It seems we had not long quitted him when he called in his servant, that groom who, as I informed you, had come over with him, and telling him he was going out of town, ordered him to go directly to an inn somewhere in the city and hire 2 post horses, and that he would follow him presently. The man obeyed, and in about half an hour his master came in a hackney coach to the place where he had directed him to wait for him. Upon the innkeeper's inquiring whither the horses were to go, Mr. Falkland replied, "To St. Albans." The man objected to the length of the stage, and named Barnet. Mr. Falkland seemed impatient and angry. His unusual earnestness, his wild looks, and the road he purposed taking alarmed his servant, a discreet elderly man, and he had the prudence immediately to dispatch the master of the house, whom he prevailed on by a piece of gold, to go directly to my brother with this intelligence. He had the precaution not to mention his master's name, only bade him find out Sir George Bidulph, and tell him that his friend was set out for St. Albans, and that his man had dispatched him with the news, and would if possible endeavour to detain him on the road, that Sir George might overtake him. The man was punctual in delivering his message. My brother, wild with amazement and horror, just called as he passed my door to tell me this new and unexpected misfortune. Mr. Warner had that instant come in to inquire what had passed between Mr. Falkland and me in our interview this morning. I had no time to tell him anything. He looked very much displeased at my brother and me upon hearing Mr. Falkland was gone, but said he would accompany Sir George, and they both hurried away together. The man said Mr. Falkland had set off before he could leave his house, the servant having scarce time to give him the message. I fear it will be impossible for my brother to overtake him. He will be lost for ever. What then will be my portion? Happy had it been for me indeed, as my dear mother once said in the bitterness of her heart, that I had died in my cradle. Tuesday night, 12 o'clock. Heaven be praised, they are returned, all returned. Mr. Falkland has been prevailed on to come back. Mr. Warner has prevailed on him. He has saved his life. But, my Cecilia, thy friend's temporal happiness and peace of mind is the only price that could ransom this desperate self-devoted victim. Mr. Warner has bound himself by a solemn oath that I should become his wife, or Mr. Falkland, determined on his own destruction, would, spite of all they could do, have pursued his fatal journey to Ireland in order to deliver himself up to justice. It was near 10 o'clock before they returned to town. My brother carried Mr. Falkland back to the gentleman's house where he was before lodged, and my kinsman left them together in order to come and give me an account of what had passed. He said the gentleman at whose house he was lodged by my brother was extremely surprised to see him again, Mr. Falkland having with great composure taken his leave of him in the morning, and after thanking him for the shelter he had afforded him, told him he was going out of town. My brother and my kinsman overtook him above a mile on this side of St. Albans, for which success they were entirely indebted to the prudence of the servant who attended him. For the poor man, finding him pushing on with the utmost eagerness, and Mr. Falkland no longer making a secret of his intention of returning to Ireland, resolved at all events to prevent his ruin, and hoping that by a little delay Sir George might overtake them, contrived at their first stage so dexterously to slip a nail in between the horse's shoe and his hoof, that he knew he could not go far without being lame. This succeeded so well that the poor animal was soon disabled, and Mr. Falkland, not having it in his power to mount himself better, was obliged to go on at a very easy rate, till they arrived at the next stage. Mr. Warner and my brother overtook him in this situation. Sir George knew him as soon as they came in sight of him, and followed him at a proper distance, still keeping him in view, till he lighted at the post-house. They then at once entered the room into which he had retired while fresh horses were getting ready. Mr. Falkland started at the sight of my brother. He looked earnestly at Mr. Warner, whom he had never seen before, but spoke not to either of them. Sir George, pursued my kinsman, accosted him affectionately. Dear Falkland, was this kind of you, thus to fly from your friends that love you? He presented me to him at the same time, naming me as his relation. Mr. Falkland grasped the hand which I reached out in salutation to him. He fixed his fine sparkling eyes on my face. "Is it Mr. Warner whom I have the honour to salute? Sir, I am no stranger to your worth. I honour, I revere you. You are too good to interest yourself thus for an unhappy wretch, cast off and forsaken by all the world." "Do I forsake you, Falkland?" cried your brother kindly enough. "No, Falkland, I am your constant, sincere friend, and will prove myself so, if you will but let me." Mr. Falkland made no reply. "Dear Falkland, am I not your friend?" "You are Mrs. Arnold's brother. You are not the man you were." "Indeed, Falkland, I am. I am your true friend. Suffer me to be so. Come back with me. Mr. Warner and I have followed you in the hope of prevailing on you to return with us. Do, Falkland, let us persuade you to preserve a life so dear to us all." "What am I to live for?" answered Mr. Falkland sternly. "You have tried to deceive me. The man I loved most, now I am fallen, rejects me. Your sister persists in her obstinate cruelty towards me. She breaks her promise, and you encourage her in it. I have neither friends, fortune, or country, and do you talk to me of life on such conditions? No, Bidulph, it is a burden of which I will rid myself. Mr. Warner, you are a generous man. You have an enlarged mind. May a stranger ask a favour of you?" "I could have wept," continued my kinsman, "to see such a frank, noble fellow driven to such desperation." "Ay, command me, sir," I replied. "There is nothing I would not do to serve you." "Thank you, sir. I have a little son. Let me recommend the unhappy orphan to your protection. He will soon want a father. Will you be one to him, sir? I will send him over to you." He lay hold of my hand and repeated his question. "Will you, Mr. Warner? You have an enlarged mind, and do not despise the unfortunate." I cried downright. He touched me to the very quick. I never was so affected in my life, and I own I was heartily displeased, both with you and your brother, for driving him to such extremities. You especially, on whom I laid injunctions to act in a contrary way. As for Sir George, I am not surprised at his behaviour. "From Mr. Falkland's discourse," proceeded my kinsman, "it was apparent to me that his distraction proceeded from no other cause than his belief that you and your brother slighted him in his misfortunes. It was plain, when he fled to England, that he was sufficiently in his senses to be anxious for his own safety, and though the sight of you, joined to the hurry of his spirits, his fatigue and want of sleep, might, in a man of such violent passions, have created a temporary frenzy, yet I am very certain it would all have subsided if you had behaved to him as you ought to have done, and as I desired you would. Nor do I see how you can answer it to yourself after the miseries you've already brought on such a glorious man, for I never saw his equal either in mind or person, to persist in a behaviour which has already turned his brain, and must in the end occasion his death. For death he is determined on, if you refuse to become his wife." "Oh, sir," cried I, "leave him not to himself, I conjure you. You see the influence you have over his mind. You have done wonders in bringing him back." "Hold," replied Mr. Warner, "till I inform you of the means I was obliged to use. I have told you how I was affected with his situation, and the request he made me to take care of his child. This was not the suggestion of madness. It was plain to me that if the cause were removed, he would soon be restored to the perfect use of his reason, and I could not bear to see the desolation of such a noble frame, and all charged to your account. "Sir, I hope you do not mean," said I, "to return to Ireland. Do you not know the risk that you run by putting yourself into the power of an exasperated family, from whom you can expect nothing but the most malevolent persecution?" "I deliver myself up to the laws," replied Mr. Falkland. "My life is devoted. 'Tis indifferent to me how I die." "Suppose," said I, "Mrs. Arnold should consent to marry you, would not that reconcile you to life?" "Oh, sir," and he shook his head, "I am not to be deceived twice." Your brother walked about the room without taking part in the conversation. "I do mean it, sir. Mrs. Arnold must be yours. I can influence her. Do but return back with me. I give you my honour I will do my utmost to prevail on her to give you her hand immediately." "Her heart is hardened, sir. She will not consent," replied he. "I have no friend to urge her. I am an outcast and not fit to live." "I will urge her, sir. She respects me. She will be guided by me. She shall fulfil the promise she made you." "Oh, sir, you but deceive yourself. She will find out new excuses. I am not to be again allured by false hopes." He stepped towards the door as he spoke these words, and was about to open it. Your brother followed and laid hold of his arm. I did the same. "Sir George," said he, "expose me not to insults. Why do you persecute me? Leave me, sir. I am not a madman, but I am determined." And he spoke it as if he were indeed so. "For heaven's sake, Falkland," said your brother, "be composed. You have Mr. Warner's word of honour. You shall have mine too, that we will do our utmost to persuade Mrs. Arnold to consent to your wishes. You have my full consent. You have won Mr. Warner to your interest. My sister will yield to our joint entreaties." "Yield," he repeated. "No, no, Sir George. She has a stubborn heart. I once thought it otherwise, but it is turned to stone. Nothing but my death will satisfy her, and she shall be satisfied." He made an effort to break from us. "Stay, Mr. Falkland," said I, again laying hold of his hand, "and I here swear to you, by everything that is sacred, that if you will suffer me to conduct you back into Mrs. Arnold's presence, I will insist on her immediately accepting of you for her husband, or I will for ever renounce all friendship with her. I know she esteems and values you above all men. I am therefore sure I do no violence to her inclinations, and if she perseveres in her obstinate punctilios, I swear to you by the same other that I will no longer oppose you in your resolutions, let them be what they will." "Sir George," added I, "do you join me in giving your friend the same assurances?" "I do," answered he, solemnly addressing himself to Mr. Falkland, "and swear by all my hopes of happiness hereafter to act in conjunction with Mr. Warner in every particular as he has promised." Mr. Falkland seemed to be moved. He looked wistfully at us by turns, as if willing, though unafraid, to yield to our entreaties. At length, "I think I may rely on you," said he. "You will not break an oath to Sir George, but that woman has such an inflexible heart. You cannot change that." "We will do our utmost," we both answered together. "Remember then," said he, stretching out a hand to each of us, "you have sworn, if she persists in her resolution, that you will leave me to myself and oppose me no longer." "We have." "I will go back with you then," cried Mr. Falkland, and stepped again nimbly to the door. "It will be best," said I, "if we can hire a coach to carry us. There is no necessity for our riding post, and we shall be less liable to observation than if we were on horseback." Mr. Falkland looked as if he suspected some design. "Do you not mean," said he, "to go directly back to London?" "Certainly," I replied. "And shall I see Mrs. Arnold to-night?" "Without doubt, if you desire it." "Let us go then," said he. "I think a coach is a tedious way of travelling, but I submit to your guidance." End of section 43. Section 44 of Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph by Frances Sheridan, Volume 3, continued. I left Sir George with him and went out to inquire whether we could be provided with a coach and four, which after some delay was procured for us. We prevailed on Mr. Falkland, whilst it was getting ready, to take a little refreshment. He asked us by what means we were informed of his departure. Sir George, unwilling to let him know that his servant had discovered it, evaded the question, and only replied, "Do you think, Falkland, that in the humour I left you I could be inattentive to your motions? I am not a madman, Bidulph. I must not be treated like one." "I do not think you one," answered your brother, "but I know you are warm and too fearless of danger." When the coach was ready, Mr. Falkland very willingly got into it with us. He spoke but little, and appeared very thoughtful during our journey. The coachman stopped at an inn after we had driven about 15 miles, to bait his horses for a while. He seemed startled at it, and said he would not alight. We told him there was no occasion, but your brother and I chose to go into the house, that he might not think we watched him. He seemed pleased at this, and smiled when we set forward again, but did not speak. When we arrived in London, "Now, sir," said I, "we will, if you please, go directly to Mrs. Arnold's house. As I am sure your absenting yourself in the manner you did exceedingly afflicted her, so am I certain your return will give her sincere joy. I am ready, therefore, to attend you immediately to her, but if I may advise you, I think it were better that I should first see and talk to her. It will be proper to prepare her by giving at least one night to reflect on the important event which I expect will take place tomorrow. Sir George, what are your sentiments?" "I am of your mind," replied your brother. "I think my sister ought by all means to have so much time given her for reflection. If Falkland has no objection to it, we will go to my friend's house, where he was before. When you have seen my sister, you may come to us there with her determination." "I have submitted myself for the present," answered Mr. Falkland, "to your guidance. Tomorrow, remember, I am to be at liberty. Bidulph, beware how you watch my motions again." Your brother then directed the coachman to his friend's house, Mr. Falkland not opposing the motion. I went in for a few minutes, merely to satisfy myself in what manner Mr. Falkland had escaped from thence, in order to inform you. Mr. Falkland was very urgent with me to go to you. "Keep me not long in suspense, sir," said he. "I may as well know my fate to-night as tomorrow." I left him with a promise to return with your final answer. You know my sentiments, you know your brother's, and it rests on you to pronounce a sentence of life or death, for your answer imports no less, on a man who is worthy of the greatest queen in the universe. What do you say, Mrs. Arnold? Must Falkland die?" "Heaven forbid!" cried I. "No, sir, I should be inflexible indeed, if after what you have told me I were any longer to resist. I yield, sir, to your request, to to Mr. Falkland's and to my brother's, and I will own at the same time that my heart strongly impels me to consent. Yet, my dear sir, believe me, I should have resisted that impulse if I could hope that my refusal would not be followed by consequences too dreadful to be thought on. There is therefore no alternative. I must be the wife of Mr. Falkland. The sooner the affair is finished, then, the better, said he. Falkland stands here on slippery ground. Perhaps some of the Bond family may by this time be arrived in England and in pursuit of him. Therefore, let your marriage be dispatched immediately, and send him away directly to Holland. I suppose, when he is made sure of you, he may be prevailed on to go without you. Oh, sir, said I, urge this request to him, I beseech you. It is the last importance to me that he should comply with it, and the only preliminary that I have now to make to our marriage. Yes, yes, answered my kinsman, I think we shall convince him of the necessity of this. I shall escort you to Holland myself, for I have business at Rotterdam, and I had thoughts of taking the voyage if this occasion had not offered. We will but just stay to settle some affairs here and observe what measures can be taken for his service, and then follow him. Take courage, my dear, continued he, seeing me look sad. All may come right yet. I love out-of-the-way adventures, and this, I think, is one. We will live like princes, let us go where we will. I only wish that your brother were against the match, that I might have the more pleasure in forwarding it. But I need not grudge him that once in his life he has shown some token of generosity. I will return to Falkland. I long to set his noble heart at ease. Strange, perverse creatures your sex are. It amazes me that anything could tempt you to reject such a man. Were I a woman, I should run mad for him. Well, I will go to him and let him know without any further demurs you will give him your hand tomorrow morning. Our honest friend Price, I think, may join you. I will call on him after I have seen Falkland, to bid him prepare for the business. I will myself have the pleasure of giving you away. Good-bye. And away he went, with a pleased, busy countenance. I took up my pen as soon as he departed, and have scribbled thus far without suffering any reflections to stop me. Let me now lay down my pen, to pause before I leap into the frightful precipice that opens before me. Tomorrow. Ah, my Cecilia, what is that morrow to produce? It joins me for ever to Mr. Falkland, the chosen of my heart, my first love, the man who adores me, who deserves all my affection, who has obliged me beyond all recompense, who has a claim to my warmest gratitude, to my esteem, to my whole heart. I save his life. I have the power to make him happy. My brother, my kinsman, urges me. My own heart, too, prompts me. Why cannot I then reconcile myself to my lot? Oh, that question is answered by a fearful image that starts up to my fancy. I am not superstitious, yet, believe me, my dear, I am at this instant chilled with horror. I am ashamed to confess my weakness, but I must call Patty to sit with me the remainder of the night. I cannot think of rest. Wednesday morning. I have passed the whole night in endeavouring to fortify my mind against the important event that a few hours will accomplish. If Mr. Falkland's mind should again become tranquil, which my kinsman gave me room to hope would be the consequence of gratifying the ardent wish of his soul, I must take care not to disturb it by showing any reluctance in yielding him my hand. Had an angel once told me that I should give my hand reluctantly to Mr. Falkland, I should not have believed it. Yet fatally circumstanced as our marriage now is, it cannot be otherwise. And yet I ought to be his. I owe him a great sacrifice, and I am about to pay it. I am dressed and ready. I wait for my kinsman or my brother, one of whom, or both perhaps, will be here presently. Mr. Warner is come. I have but just time to tell you that my brother and Mr. Price are with Mr. Falkland. My kinsman says he is quite a new man. They wait for me. I go. Heaven guide my steps. Thursday. My fate is accomplished. What a change! Join with me, my dear Cecilia, in beseeching heaven to look graciously down on me in my new state, and to guide and protect my beloved Mr. Falkland, my ever-destined husband. Alas, my dear, he is now many miles separated from me. The worthy Mr. Price performed the sacred ceremony. Mr. Warner did the office of a father. He and my brother were all who were present. There is something so amazing in all this, I can scarce credit my senses, but my life has been a series of strange events. I am so bewildered I cannot connect my thoughts, but I will try to give you my yesterday's vision, for I can hardly persuade myself that what I recollect really happened. I broke off just as Mr. Warner called on me to carry me to the house of my brother's friend. While we were in the coach he told me that, having the night before informed Mr. Falkland of the joyful news of my consenting to marry him the next day, he seemed at first to doubt, and repeatedly conjured him not to deceive him, till, having received the most solemn assurances of it being true, Mr. Falkland gave himself up to such ecstasies as made them apprehensive his joy might have effects almost as fatal in their consequences as his despair was likely to produce before. Mr. Warner had a mind to lower him a little, and thought by putting him in mind of his danger somewhat to allay his transports. Mrs. Arnold's consent to make you happy, said he, fills me with extreme joy, but it is not now a time to indulge it. You are here in peril of your life. You must preserve it now for Mrs. Arnold's sake. For Mrs. Arnold's sake, he replied with ecstasy. Yes, 'tis now worth preserving. Mr. Warner, kinsman, friend of my life, grasping his hand, dispose of me as you please. You shall guide all my steps. Will not Mrs. Arnold go with me after we are made one? If, after having considered what may be urged to you on that head, you should still continue to desire it, replied my cousin, she will without doubt accompany you. But, my dear sir, consider. Circumstanced as you now are, what will the world say should she accompany your flight? It will fix an indelible stain on her character, which is dearer to her than life, and which I am sure upon cooler thoughts you will prize at an equal value. This marriage will be a profound secret to the world. It may remain so as long as we please. I have business in Holland which will demand my presence there in a very short time. Her accompanying me thither can give rise to no suspicion. I will dispatch my affairs with all possible speed and conduct her to you. The joy that before lighted up his countenance pursued my cousin seemed a little clouded. He took a turn or two about the room as if to consider of what I had said. Then, addressing himself jointly to your brother and me, you are both cooler than I am. Perhaps you may judge better. Let me but call her mine. I will then do as you would have me. I cannot determine on anything now. As soon as my sister and you are married, said Sir George, I think, Falkland, you ought to get out of England with all the speed you can. It will be but a short absence. Sidney will soon follow you. What do you purpose doing in regard to your son? I had forgot him, cried Mr. Falkland. Poor child! My heart has been in such tumult since Mr. Warner came in that I could think of nothing but the blessed news he has brought me. But I must not neglect my boy. I will write to the honest servant that I left behind. He shall bring him over. You, my dear Bidulph, will take care of him till an opportunity offers of sending him to me. I hope there will be no need, replied your brother, of sending him out of England. Your affairs may yet turn out so as to permit your return into your own country." "Impossible," interrupted Mr. Falkland. "If Smith should ever recover, his representation of the other accidents cuts off every hope. He will not for his own sake confess the truth, but impute the error of my fatal hand to premeditated guilt. Heaven knows, base as she was, I would not have attempted her life, but I was born to be an avenger of those crimes into the commission of which I perhaps first led her. As for the contemptible villain who wronged me, I do not repent the punishment I inflicted on him, though probably, had I been allowed a moment's time for recollection, I might have taken vengeance in a manner more worthy of myself." "I was delighted," proceeded Mr. Warner, "to find him so cool and rational in his reflections. He continued talking calmly and reasonably on the subject of his misfortunes, but on the mention of your name started again into raptures. But they now seemed to be only those of joy upon the prospect of what was to happen the next day. After I left him, I went to Mr. Price, who promised to be in readiness at the appointed hour. We were now got to the house of my brother's friend. Mr. Warner led me upstairs into the room where Sir George, Mr. Falkland, and Mr. Price were sitting together. Mr. Falkland was so agitated at the sight of me that, having risen to salute me, he was not able to speak, but seizing both my hands he kissed them fervently, one after the other, tears dropping on them as he held them to his lips. Everyone was silent. We were all too much affected to speak. My brother was the first that broke silence. "Well, Falkland," said he, "have we not kept our promise?" Mr. Falkland turned towards him. "Oh, Bidulph, forgive me for doubting. I am afraid I have used you ill. Can you pardon the madness that I was driven to by despair? Mr. Warner, Mrs. Arnold, I believe you think me distracted. Indeed I am not. I was only—" and he seemed to hesitate for a word. "Weary of life. I thought I had lost everything. The world was grown a desert. No one in it for me." "You formed a wrong judgment, my dear sir," answered Mr. Warner. "You find yourself now with your sincere friends. Sir George and myself are both so, and your bride, your dear Mrs. Arnold, is ready to give you her hand." "I am, sir," said I, "and if your happiness still depends on me, it gives me joy that I have at length the power of bestowing it." "I have no words," he replied. "I can find none. It is all here." And he laid his hand on his heart, his eyes fixed with delight on my face. I beheld him now, my Cecilia, in a light in which I had never before viewed him, overwhelmed by misfortunes of which I accused myself as being the author. I saw him an exile, likely to be deprived of a noble fortune, his heart pierced with remorse for an involuntary crime. I saw, too, that he loved me with a fervent and inconquerable passion. Of this, in the anguish of his soul, at a time when he was wrought up to frenzy, he had given but too strong demonstration. Shall I own it to you, my Cecilia? I think I never loved him as I did in that moment. My heart was at once assailed by a variety of passions, amongst which gratitude and the softest compassion were predominant. I continued silent while Mr. Falkland remained ardently gazing at me. My brother, I believe, thought us too solemn. The occasion indeed required it, but his fears for Mr. Falkland made him wish to give the scene a livelier turn. "Come, sister," said he, "let us not defer the happy event for which we are now met. We have no time to waste in ceremony. You remember what our mother used to say, 'Many things fall out between the cup and the lip.'" My brother rose off his chair as he said this, Mr. Warner, taking the hint, approached and took me by the hand. "Let me," said he to Mr. Falkland, "have the happiness of bestowing this best of creatures on the man that I think best deserves her." Mr. Falkland made no reply, but in taking the hand that my kinsman put into his looks spoke the rapture that swelled his heart, though I saw he put a constraint upon himself and endeavoured to assume a deportment suitable to the important and solemn occasion. After the indissoluble knot was tied, my brother desired Mr. Falkland to retire with him into the next room for a few moments. I concluded it was in order to press his departure and to prevail on him to submit to going without me. This, I found afterwards, was the subject of their conversation. They returned to us in about a quarter of an hour, Mr. Falkland's countenance less embarrassed than it was at going out of the room. On their entering, Mr. Price took his leave. My brother addressed Mr. Warner and me. "Falkland," said he, "is convinced of the necessity there is for his immediately withdrawing from England, and he is determined to depart from hence at 3 o'clock to-morrow morning, for I would by no means have him leave London by daylight, as we know not who may be on the watch to trace his steps. He has consented that you, sister, should remain behind till Mr. Warner's affairs will permit him to conduct you over. In the meantime, Master Falkland is to be brought from Ireland, and if you should not be ready to depart before his arrival, you may take him over with you to Holland." Mr. Falkland seemed rather to suffer my brother to make this explanation for him than to assent cheerfully to it. Mr. Warner and I, however, laid hold of it, and immediately entered into discourse on the subject of our domestic concerns, and the measures proper to be observed on so critical an occasion. Mr. Falkland joined in the conversation with the utmost composure, and to my unspeakable joy seemed perfectly settled and collected in his mind. I thought indeed he appeared a little constrained, and that he seemed to keep a constant guard over himself, lest he should betray any symptom of a too much heated imagination. But my kinsman afterwards observed with pleasure to me that this denoted nothing more than a consciousness in Mr. Falkland of the unhappy wandering that had before so much alarmed us all, and into which he was sure there was not the least danger of his relapsing, as his heart was now perfectly at ease. Mr. Falkland told us he had letters to write to Ireland, which he would dispatch, that he might have nothing to interrupt the few short hours we had to pass together in the evening. Mr. Warner said he had business to do that called him away, but that he would return after dinner, and my brother, that Mr. Falkland might be quite undisturbed, proposed my going home with him, and that we should come back together in the afternoon. Mr. Falkland did not object to this, and I went with Sir George. We returned early in the afternoon to Mr. Falkland. As my brother had let his friend into our secret, we passed upstairs without any notice being taken of us. Mr. Falkland had written 2 letters, one of them very long, to Mr. Bond, which he gave my brother to read, but I know not the contents of it. The other was to that careful, honest servant whom he had mentioned to us, with orders to bring over Master Falkland with all convenient speed, and put him into Sir George's hands. Mr. Warner but just called in upon us in the evening. He said he had been making the necessary preparations for Mr. Falkland's journey, and that having resolved himself to attend him as far as Harwich, he would, at the hour appointed, call on him in a coach, which should carry them a few miles out of town, where the horses were to wait for them. Worthy, compassionate, and generous kinsman, how I love you for the honest warmth of your heart! My brother and Mr. Falkland had a great deal of discourse about the necessary measures that were to be taken by us all, and we passed the evening in a kind of chastened satisfaction, which could not arise to happiness from the near prospect we had of parting. About 10 o'clock my brother took an affectionate leave of his friend. He excused himself from accompanying him on his journey on account of Lady Sarah's not being well. To see such a parting would at another time have deeply affected me, But my own hour of separation drew near. It came, and Mr. Warner, punctual to his time, hurried Mr. Falkland almost by force into the coach and drove off with him. I threw myself into a chair which he had ordered for me, and was carried home. I went not to bed, but had recourse to my pen. God preserve my dear fugitive. I can do nothing but weep. July the 2nd. My mind was too much unsettled yesterday to dictate anything coherent. I am now, thank heaven, more composed. Sir George and Lady Sarah have been with me during the greatest part of the day, both kind and consoling. My brother seems to have all his former affection for me revived in his heart. He is indeed charmed with my justice, as he calls it. Lady Sarah, who at the bottom of her heart is no way concerned about this event, affects, however, to think as her husband does, and commends me for my generosity. I feel myself easier in proportion as I think Mr. Falkland gets farther out of the reach of danger. Sir George says by this time he may be on his voyage. I shall certainly wait till the child arrives in order to take him with me. My 2 little girls will be fond of such a brother, for he is a charming boy. My brother flatters me with a possibility at least of Major Smith's recovering, and if so, he says that Mr. Falkland may stand his trial for the other accident, as he is in hopes Smith will not persist in his villainy so far as to add perjury to his other crimes. I have but little expectations of justice from so bad a man, but I would not discourage my friends in their endeavours to comfort me. July the 3rd. Mr. Warner is returned from Harwich, after having seen Mr. Falkland safe on board the packet, and even under sail for Holland. What a benevolent heart has this good relation of mine! Indeed, I dearly love and respect him. His return has revived my spirits, and I begin to lose my fears. He brought me a short letter from Mr. Falkland. Short it is, but his heart speaks in every syllable of it. I will not give you the contents, my Cecilia. You will think it too extravagant, too romantic for a husband to write so to his wife. July the 6th. I long yet dread to hear accounts from Ireland. I fear that wretched Smith is dead. No mail has arrived from thence these 8 days. Contrary winds, they tell me, detain the packets on the other side very often for a fortnight together. If that be so, how fortunate was Mr. Falkland in seizing on a lucky hour for his departure from the Irish shore. I suppose Mr. Bond's family, whom he must have rendered very unhappy, particularly the daughter, are all now his implacable enemies, and are tormenting themselves in being detained from the pursuit of their vengeance. But let them come now when they will, he is far out of the reach of his foes. I would it were possible for my Cecilia to arrive in England before my departure for Holland. Indeed, my dear, I shall not be sorry if I am detained from Mr. Falkland till I have the happiness of first embracing you, as our separation may be afterwards of a long continuance. I shall wait for the arrival of Master Falkland, and who knows but adverse winds may detain him till your return. Oh, that I may pass, though it be but one day, with the dear companion of my youth, before we are again divided. I will not send this packet off till I am ready to depart from England, as that will be closing an important period of my life. What would I give that my dearest friend would come, and instead of this tedious narrative which I have written, receive the account from my own lips? If my wishes should not be granted in this, cannot you make Holland your way home? Mr. Falkland purposes staying at The Hague till I go to him. End of section 44. Section 45 of Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph by Frances Sheridan, Volume 3, continued. July the 9th. Cecilia, have I been a murmurer at the decrees of Providence? Have I been an impious repiner when heaven has poured down its wrath upon my head? If not, Why am I marked out for divine vengeance? Before I lose my senses all my life, for both I cannot retain, hear the last act of your friend's tragic story. My brother called on me this day. He gave me a letter directed to Mr. Falkland, which came under a cover to him. "Read it," said he. "It is from Ireland, and may contain something material for us to know." It was from the honest servant Mr. Falkland left behind him. See what he says, and then tell me if I ought to live any longer. "Honoured Sir, I have the happiness to send you a piece of good news, which made me wish for wings to have flown over to you with it. My lady, heaven be praised, is not dead, nor so much as hurt. I am thankful for this, sir, on your account, not hers. I don't know what possessed the people at Mr. Bond's to tell me she was dead. The mistake, to be sure, was occasioned by the great confusion the family were thrown into, and indeed from what I myself saw, I was sure she was actually dead. Major Smith lived till the surgeon came, but had been speechless for 2 or 3 hours, and died whilst his wounds were probing. My lady had only fallen into a fit, and the Major having bled prodigiously, she received a great deal of his blood upon her linen, and as afterwards he contrived to throw himself on the bed, which was at some distance from the place where she had fallen, it gave occasion to Mrs. Bond, who was herself the first person that entered the room after the sad accident, on finding my lady lying senseless, pale and bloody on the floor, to suppose she had been killed. This alarm ran through the family, and was confirmed to me by everyone in it, as we servants soon quitted the chamber, and the Major himself said that you discharged one of the pistols at your lady, and the other at him. I returned to Mr. Bond's in the morning, after you were gone off, to inquire whether Major Smith was alive or not. He was just then dead. The waiting-maid informed me that my lady, to their great surprise, was recovered, having only been in a fainting fit which held her above an hour, without her showing any signs of life, and that she had fallen from one to another till morning. And she, father said, begging your honour's pardon, it would be no great matter if she had died in one, for she believed it was for no good she went into the Major's room at that time of night. I stayed about the house all the day to pick up what intelligence I could from the servants. Young Mr. Bond, with 2 or 3 men, went to your house, and not finding you there, I suppose rode in pursuit of you, but heaven be praised you have escaped their hands. The waiting-maid, who was a very civil young woman, told me in the evening that my lady, being come a little to herself, though I believe not in her right mind, was informed of the Major's death, at which she was so exceedingly terrified that, finding herself ill besides, she confessed the whole truth of the matter, and proved that the Major died with a lie in his mouth, so that I hope Mr. Bond's family will not be so spiteful as to prosecute the affair any farther. My lady was sent home directly in the chariot, as they could not bear the sight of her any longer in the house. She takes on mightily, but we all bless ourselves that she is alive. I shall make bold to enclose this, according to your order, to Sir George Bidulph, and as soon as I receive your commands about master, shall make no delay in this unlucky place. I am, honoured sir, your dutiful and obedient servant, Frederick Hildy. July the 26th. Adieu, my Cecilia, adieu. Nothing but my death should close such a scene as this. Editor's note. Here, to the editor's great disappointment, Mrs. Arnold's interesting story broke off, that unhappy lady not having continued her journal any further. But as this seemed to be one of the most affecting periods of her life, his curiosity induced him to inquire of the gentleman from whom he received these papers, whether he could give him any farther light into her story, as he thought it not improbable that he might have learned from his mother some other particulars relating to her. His friend told him that he knew his mother had drawn up a narrative of the subsequent remarkable events in the life of Mrs. Arnold at the request of a particular friend, that he had once heard it read, but as he was then a boy it made but little impression upon him, that afterwards, when he wanted to have his curiosity gratified, his mother told him she could not find the manuscript and feared it was lost. However, he said he would search her papers, and if he recovered it, it should be at his service. After some time the gentleman informed the editor that he had made the strictest scrutiny into his mother's papers, and could find nothing relative to the subject of Mrs. Arnold, except a few loose sheets, which seemed to have been the foul copy of the beginning of her narrative, and at the same time put them into his hands. These the editor offers to the public as he received them, without any alteration or addition. Cecilia's narrative, being a supplement to Mrs. Arnold's journal. I set out on my return to England immediately after the receipt of her last journal, the melancholy close of which had exceedingly terrified and afflicted me. Immediately on my arrival in London I flew to the dear friend of my heart. She was still at her house in Pall Mall. I found the dear Sidney alone in her bedchamber. She had been prepared to receive me, but though I had endeavoured to arm myself with resolution for this affecting interview, I was not mistress of myself at the sight of her. The tears I shed did not spring from that sweet emotion which long-severed friends feel at seeing each other again. I wept in sorrow for the heavy misfortunes of the best of women. But Mrs. Arnold, still herself, and superior to adversity, received me with the tenderest marks of friendship, and with a composure that amazed me. Piety, meekness, and patience were ever Mrs. Arnold's characteristics, and they now all appeared blended and so strongly impressed on her beautiful face, that I could not look at her without admiration. As I was astonished to find her so calm under so trying an affliction, I could not help expressing myself to that purpose, but Mrs. Arnold checked me with this reply: "I have been set up as a mark, my Cecilia. Let me fulfil the intention of my Maker, by showing a perfect resignation to his will. I hope my task is almost finished, and that he will soon permit me to return to the dust from which I came." Frederick Hildy had arrived from Ireland above a fortnight before, with Master Falkland, a beautiful child of about 5 years old. They were both lodged at Mrs. Arnold's house. She told me that Sir George Bidulph and Mr. Warner had set out together for Holland immediately after the receipt of the letter which informed them of Mrs. Falkland's being alive. My brother, said Mrs. Arnold, thought it necessary himself to be the bearer of news so fatal in its import to his friend. He hoped, besides, he should be able to persuade him to return and stand his trial for having killed Major Smith, as there is no doubt of his being acquitted, all Mr. Bond's family being now convinced from Mrs. Falkland's own confession that there was nothing premeditated in his fatal event, and that what Mr. Falkland did was in defence of his own life. "I have writ," continued she, "to Mr. Falkland to endeavour to console him under our mutual misfortune." At my request she showed me a copy of this letter, wherein she assured him she would take the tenderest care of his son till the child could be delivered safe into his hands, and conjured him, for that child's sake, to be careful of his own interest and preservation, adding that as their ill-fated marriage was an absolute secret to everyone but the persons immediately concerned, she hoped he would not suffer the thoughts of it to break in upon his future quiet, and concluded with beseeching him to forget her, as they were never more to meet. This was the substance of what she wrote. There were no murmurings at her fate, no womanish complainings mixed with the tender yet noble sentiments of her heart. She endeavoured to conceal her own anguish under the mask of contentment, that Mr. Falkland might the better support this final destruction of all his hopes. I asked her whether she had heard since from Mr. Falkland. She told me she had as yet received no answer from him to this letter, but that she had heard severally from Sir George and Mr. Warner, who both informed her that Mr. Falkland, after his first transports of surprise and grief were over, at receiving this new and unexpected blow, had grown more calm, and seemed inclined to return with them to England. Sir George added in the last letter she had from him that they only waited till Mr. Warner had accomplished the business that he had to do in Holland, and hoped before a fortnight was at an end to return home and to have the pleasure of conducting Mr. Falkland back. "It is 10 days," continued Mrs. Arnold, "since I received this account, and I flatter myself that they may be now on their way homeward." Mrs. Arnold said that she waited but for Sir George's return in order to deliver Master Falkland into his hands, and that she then meant to retire into the country with her 2 children and Patty, the faithful companion and partner of her grief. Lady Sarah Bidulph, who would gladly have gone with Sir George to Holland, had been persuaded by him to stay behind in order to bear his sister company in her affliction, and Mrs. Arnold said she had dedicated much of her time to that friendly purpose. Her ladyship came to pay her a visit while I was there. I had never seen Lady Sarah before, and we were introduced to each other. I took my leave of Mrs. Arnold and promised to see her again the next day. In the morning, as I was preparing to go to her, I received a note from Lady Sarah Bidulph, earnestly requesting the favour of seeing me at her house in St. James's Square before I went to Mrs. Arnold. I obeyed this unexpected summons and immediately waited on her. "I took the liberty, madam," said she, "of desiring to see you here this morning at Sir George's request. He arrived late last night and brings most melancholy news from Holland." Sir George entered the room while she spoke. After the first greetings of friends long parted were over, "I am afraid to ask, Sir George," said I, "yet am impatient to learn something of Mr. Falkland. Your lady has terribly alarmed me. Mr. Falkland is not returned. I dare not inquire the reason." Tears instantly sprang into Sir George's eyes. "He returns no more," said he. "His remains are soon to be conveyed to England, to be laid with his ancestors." "Ah, sir," cried I, "what will poor Mrs. Arnold say to this fresh misfortune?" "It was on that account, madam," he replied, "that we now requested to speak with you before you saw my sister. You, who are her bosom friend, can more tenderly disclose this melancholy event than anyone. I have not the courage to see her. We must beg of you, dear madam, to prepare the unhappy Sidney for the news." I asked him the manner of Mr. Falkland's death. "I cannot positively say," answered Sir George, "but much I fear he precipitated his own fate. Mr. Warner or I constantly stayed with him from the time we disclosed the fatal account we brought concerning Mrs. Falkland. Knowing as we did the violence of his temper, we were apprehensive of sudden and dreadful consequences, but he deceived us both, for after the first starts of passion were over, which though they shocked did not alarm us as we expected them, he assumed a calm resignation to his fate, and talked with such a rational composure of the strange circumstances of this incident, that we began to entertain hopes that the efforts of his reason, joined to our constant endeavours to soothe and console him, would in time so far succeed, as though we never expected to see him restored to a tranquil state of mind, we yet flattered ourselves he would submit to life upon such terms as Providence thought fit to impose on him. "I was with him," proceeded Sir George, "when he received a letter from my sister. His hands shook so on perceiving by the superscription that it came from her, that he let the letter drop. 'Read it for me, Bidulph,' said he, 'and tell me how it fares with Mrs. Arnold.' I instantly complied with his request. I found by the date of the letter that it had been delayed much longer than it ought to have been, which I immediately observed to him, as he had often expressed his uneasiness at not hearing from my sister. 'Mrs. Arnold is well,' said I, giving him the letter. 'Read what she says, and let her teach you fortitude.' He withdrew to a window to peruse it. After he had read it, 'I admire your sister's stoicism,' said he, stepping back to his chair. 'This is true philosophy,' laying his finger on the letter which he still held in his hand. 'Her heroic soul is still unmoved, and above the reach of adversity. Happy Mrs. Arnold! What a vain fool was I to think that such a mind as hers could be subdued.' He paused and seemed for a while buried in thought. Then, putting the letter up in his pocket, he began to discourse on some other topic. 'We passed the evening together,' continued Sir George, 'and though Falkland was far from being cheerful, I thought he appeared more tranquil than he had done since my arrival. I talked to him of his returning to England with me. He said with a smile, "I think I ought to go, if it were for no other reason but that I might have my dust mingled with that of my forefathers. And this office, Bidulph, I expected from you, if you should outlive me." I laughed at him and said I thought he had a much more material reason that pressed his return. "Your estate," said I, "is unsettled, and if you were to die abroad in the predicament in which you now stand, what is to become of your son?" "I have already done for my son," said he, "all that I thought in justice was in my power to do. I have long ago settled my personal fortune on him, that in case my next heirs should, on account of the illegitimacy of his birth, claim the family estate, he may have a handsome support without it. And indeed I never wished to debar my lawful heirs in favour of this child, though I love him tenderly, and they are worthless people whom I despise, and with whom I never had any intercourse." I replied, if that were so, as the manner of the child's birth was a secret, I wished he might, undisturbed, inherit his father's fortune, when he should come to pay the last debt to nature. He answered, where such a vast property was at stake, there would not be people wanting whose interest would engage them to discover the secret, and he doubted not but the irregularity of his wife's conduct had already occasioned inquiries to be made. "Supposing," said I, "you had had another son by Mrs. Falkland since your marriage, as you could have no objection to the bequeathing your fortune to him, would it not have appeared strange in the eyes of the world that you disinherit your eldest son?" "It might have appeared so," said he, "but I certainly should have done it, and for that reason, as I have no child but him, I have made such a disposition of my fortune as I now tell you. If I live, I may increase my son's patrimony. If not, he must be contented with that which I have bequeathed to him, and let my kindred scramble for the rest." We stayed together till it was late. He discoursed on a variety of subjects, but mentioned not my sister's name during the whole time. I thought I left him well, and his mind tolerably composed. We were to set out on our return in 6 days, but an account was brought to me in the morning that Mr. Falkland was found dead in his bed. There were no symptoms discovered on the body that could let us into the occasion of his death, but as my own fears suggested too much, I chose not to be particular in my inquiries, wishing rather that his fatal story should be buried in silence. Mr. Warner found that his affairs were likely to delay him longer than the time proposed, and as I had nothing farther to detain me in Holland, I set out the day after my unfortunate friend's death, leaving to Mr. Warner the care of conveying his remains to England, agreeably to the desire he had expressed, which I now considered as his last injunction laid on me. Thus proceeded Sir George by a series of fatal events, each of which was occasioned by motives in themselves laudable. Has one of the bravest and most noble-minded men on earth been cut off in the prime of his youth? O Falkland, why did you suffer that gallant spirit to be vanquished? Sir George's emotions topped his farther speech. I was too much affected to say anything to him, but took a hasty leave of Lady Sarah in order to go to Mrs. Arnold. As soon as I entered my friend's room, "Cecilia," said she, "if your countenance be as faithful an interpreter of your mind as it used to be, you have something disastrous to relate. You may say anything. Misfortune and I have been so familiar, I shall not shrink at its approach." "Sir George is returned," I replied. "You will see him to-day." "Is he come alone?" she asked. "Alone," I replied. "You but repeat my words, Cecilia, without adding anything from yourself. Shall I interpret the meaning of that mournful echo? Mr. Falkland no longer lives." I was silent. "Oh, I knew him too well," said she, raising her voice with energy, "to think he would survive this last blow." "His death was natural," said I, "for anything that appeared to the contrary." "God be praised for that," cried Mrs. Arnold. "If so, I am satisfied that he is at peace." She then inquired after Mr. Warner and her brother, without making any farther mention of Mr. Falkland. Whilst we were in discourse, Master Falkland ran into the room. He had been at play with the two little Miss Arnolds, who were in pursuit of him, and he flew to Mrs. Arnold to hide him. She folded him tenderly in her arms, then turning to me, "Look at this boy," said she. "He is the perfect image of his father." "When am I to go to my papa?" cried the child as he hung round her neck. This innocent, unexpected demand quite vanquished Mrs. Arnold's fortitude. She set him down without being able to answer his question, then said, "Excuse me, my Cecilia, I would wish to be alone for to-day." It was not yet a season to administer consolation, and I withdrew. She stayed in London but 2 days after this, when, as she had before resolved, she retired to an estate in Buckinghamshire, which her kinsman had purchased and settled on her for ever. With her brother's consent, she took Master Falkland with her, and prevailed on Mr. Price to accompany her into the country, to whom she committed the care of the child's education. Mr. Warner, whom she had acquainted by letter with her intention, approved of the step she had taken. He returned to England in about 3 weeks after her departure from her house in town, which she had left for his reception, just as he had fitted it up for her. Before I accompany Mrs. Arnold into her solitude, I shall just briefly mention some other persons who were connected with her story. The relations of Mr. Falkland, as he had foreseen, claimed his estate, and at length obtained it, the illegitimacy of the child being proved. The wretched Mrs. Falkland, abandoned and despised, returned to England, but as she was there hated and shunned by everyone, she remained in obscurity for a few years, and then died unpitied and unlamented. I now return to Mrs. Arnold, who, settled in her quiet retreat in the country, it might be hoped would have passed the remainder of her days undisturbed by any new calamity. The only source of true heroism of soul, religion, had all along supported and prevented her from sinking under the most trying afflictions. Many and bitter were the sufferings she had already endured, but she was, to use her own words, set up as a mark, and the deep afflictions which still pursued her and clouded even her latter days with misfortunes may serve to show that it is not here that true virtue is to look for its reward. I saw her at a time when this reflection, as it had been her chief, so was it her last and only consolation. Possessed as she was of an admirable understanding and an enlarged mind, in the deepest solitude she had always resources of entertainment within herself. Her natural disposition, ever sweet and complying, was improved by her sufferings into a patience very rare in woman, and a resignation imbibed at first from a rigid education was heightened by religion into an almost saint-like meekness and humility. I shall pass over the first 10 years of her retirement, in which nothing material happened but the marriage of the amiable Patty Mayne to a gentleman of a large estate, and the death of her worthy kinsman Mr. Warner, who bequeathed her his whole fortune. Miss Arnold, her eldest daughter, was now something more than 15, and fulfilled the promise her childhood gave of her being a perfect beauty. Miss Cecilia was about a year younger, and though not as handsome as her sister, was accounted one of the finest young ladies of her time. With what delight have I seen this excellent mother, while these 2 charming young creatures were all attention, relate to them the extraordinary and affecting incidents of her life. "This," said she, "I do not as a murmurer at my fate, nor to move your pity at my misfortunes, but to teach you by my example that there is no situation in life exempt from trouble. It found me under the tender care of the best of parents. It pursued me into my husband's house. In my virgin state, when I was a wife, and in my widowhood, I was equally persecuted. Poverty, I once thought, would have exempted me from every ill, but what its own hand inflicted. And had it remained my companion, the bitterest misfortune of my life would have been prevented, for if wealth had not accompanied my hand, the world would not have persuaded me to yield it to Mr. Falkland. Do not, therefore, pride yourselves on the great fortunes you are likely to possess. I have received no other satisfaction in mine than what arose from the benefits I have conferred on others." By such lessons as these did this tender parent endeavour to fortify their young minds against the vicissitudes of fortune, and to teach them not to place their confidence in riches. She dwelt so often upon this theme that she seemed to have a presentiment of those evils which were now ready to pour like a torrent upon her. Gracious Heaven, how inscrutable are thy ways! Her affluent fortune, the very circumstance which seemed to promise her, in the eve of life, some compensation for the miseries she had endured in her early days, now proved the source of new and dreadful calamities to her, which, by involving the unhappy daughters of an unhappy mother in scenes of the most exquisite distress, cut off from her even the last resource of hope in life, and rendered the close of her history still more. Note: here the lady's narrative breaks off, and the editor, not having it in his power, after the most diligent inquiry, to recover any more of the manuscript, is, to his great mortification, compelled to offer this fragment. End of section 45. End of Memoirs of Miss Sidney Bidulph by Frances Sheridan. Book read by Rachel Linton in Bristol, UK, August 2010.